Babysitting was always a pretty sweet gig when I was in high school. It paid well. The families were courteous and professional, and I rarely had to spend more than 4 or 5 hours on a job at a time. Most of the time, it was spent keeping the kids entertained until bedtime, after which I could watch movies, finish my homework, or catch up on some of my favorite shows. I even did yoga once in a while, which seemed ridiculous in hindsight, contorting myself into a tree pose inside some stranger's living room. I always found a way to keep myself entertained though. My biggest worries had always been the kids themselves. Never the houses, never the families, never anything that lingered outside in the dark. I was 17, naive, and believed that nothing truly bad could ever happen inside this quiet neighborhood. Then there was this one late night in October. The air had turned crisp, and the trees were mostly stripped of all their leaves, which rustled and whispered across the pavement. That night, I was babysitting Alice and James, 2 siblings that I'd known for quite a while. Their house was the type that spoke inside autumn, rustic, creaking gently in the wind, surrounded by those scrappy, skeletal trees. The backyard stretched out into the woods, creating this ideal playground. My friend Jackie had come over that night to hang out, something that we did from time to time. Nothing nefarious, and I always reassured myself, it's just 2 teenage girls keeping each other company while I worked. Besides, Alice and James both loved her. We had a perfect evening plan, an epic game of obstacle course frisbee. Alice, who was 8, and James, who was 6, were bouncing with excitement as Jackie and I set up this makeshift target and obstacles around the yard. The rules were simple but chaotic. You could take a certain amount of steps and had to take turns throwing, climb over something if you had to, and then earn points along the way. Both kids loved this. So we got them started. Frisbees flew, sneakers pounded the dirt. All the while Jackie and I followed along, laughing and shouting encouraging words. I'd say around 5 o'clock, Jackie ran inside to grab some sodas, and I settled onto the porch just to continue to watch. Alice and James disappeared around the side of the house, their voices trailing off in echoes. It was a great day, exactly how I wanted it to go. Honestly, I was still a little anxious about having Jackie over. I've been babysitting for a year at this point, but I'd only been bringing my friends over for a few weeks. It was a total secret from the parents too, just a little honest fun while nobody else was around. The fact that the day was going so seamless made all my guilt just fade away. Jackie returned moments later, cracking open a can of root beer and handing me one. We sat on the wooden porch furniture, the boards sighing beneath our weight. The conversation meandered from school to the movies, and we kind of got lost in gossip. 10 minutes went by, maybe 20, I'm not sure. But eventually, I looked up, expecting to see Alice and James still running wild. Only Alice was there now, her brown hair bouncing as she darted through the yard, playing frisbee with herself. My smile immediately fell from my face. I straightened in my chair, glanced at Jackie, who raised an eyebrow at me. "What's up?" she asked me. "I only see one of the kids," I said. Jackie's head snapped to the yard and she scanned the area now too. Her eyebrows slowly raised as she came to the same conclusion that I had. Maybe he's just around the side of the house," Jackie suggested, and that actually hadn't occurred to me yet. "Where's James?" I called out. Alice stopped and turned around. She was breathing hard, her cheeks were flushed. "He went to get his frisbee," she said. "He went way over there." Then she pointed vaguely towards the back of the house, the direction James had vanished from earlier. "He hasn't come back yet." My stomach clenched and Jackie and I exchanged a worried look. "Stay here," I told Alice, trying to sound calm. We walked to the far side of the house, calling James's name. The shadows were longer now, reaching across the yard like fingers. Leaves were crunching underneath our feet as we continued our search, our voices echoing and coming back unanswered. "James!" Jackie shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth. His name cut through the air, eerily in the growing quiet. We combed the area, scoured the yard and the nearby woods. No sign of him. After what felt like forever, we ventured out into the street, looking up and down for any movement of him. There was nobody anywhere, and it was mind-numbing and totally creepy. This kid should have been right there. He should have been somewhere, right? But there was nothing. The fact that there were no other people around was just as strange. Nobody to help. Nobody that could have seen him. Maybe he went back inside the house, Jackie offered up, but I could hear the unease in her voice. Still, I guess it was another decent point. Maybe the kid got bored and went back inside. It's worth a shot. I remember praying that we'd find him, eating string cheese and drinking a Fanta in the kitchen. We returned to the house, the screen door banging shut behind us. The rooms now felt colder, the shadows were darker. We looked everywhere, under the beds, in the closets, even the basement, which was always locked, but somehow felt significant inside our panic. Still, no James, no sign. I started to feel ice in my stomach, panic surging just behind my eyes, and I knew I needed to do something quickly. I've already wasted way too much time. My hands were trembling as I picked up the landline, ready to call his parents. Before I dialed, I glanced outside the kitchen window, out of reflex more than anything else, and there, through the living room window of the neighbor's house, I saw him. I could not believe it. The visual nearly turned my stomach again. There was something wrong with whatever was going on, whatever I was looking at. James stood still, clutching a half-eaten Slim Jim. My breath was caught in my throat, and relief completely washed over me. I hung up the phone and grabbed Jackie's arm. "He's next door," I whispered. She frowned. "In the neighbor's house?" The two of us hurried outside and quickly made our way across the yard, our shoes scuffling on the cracked pavement. The neighbor's house loomed ahead, paint peeling from the shutters, and the windows cloudy. When we reached the living room window where I'd seen James earlier, the curtain had now been pulled shut, this heavy floral fabric that blocked any view inside. I felt dumb for not showing her a moment ago from the house, but now I feel it's a little crazy. Still, I knew what I saw and was committed at this point. "Let's go knock," Jackie said. My pulse went haywire. Jackie took the lead, stomping up the front steps and jabbing the doorbell. The chime echoed out, long and tinny, but no answer came. We pounded on the door, my fists growing sore against that wood. At last, a door creaked open finally, and an old man appeared. He was bald and his scalp was mottled and shiny. His eyes were this pale, unsettling blue, his eyelids sagging and raw-looking, totally pink, almost like he wore makeup or maybe had been crying. His lips were seriously thin, almost colorless. He had a hand to his bony chest, as if startled by our presence. He looked off, weird, slimy. "How can I help you girls?" he said with this raspy voice. "James," I said, my voice quivering. "The boy I'm babysitting, we saw him inside your house. Where is he?" The old man just blinked slowly. "Afraid you're mistaken," he said. "There's no boy here." Jackie stepped forward, glaring at him. "We saw him," she said angrily. "He's here, let us in, and if not, it should be no trouble, right?" Damn, Jackie was coming off like a cop or a lawyer, and it felt good to have her on board. No, he said, shaking his head. "I heard you calling for him earlier, though, and maybe he wandered off down the creek. He does that sometimes, you know." I could feel the blood pounding in my temples. "No," I snapped. "He's here, and if you don't let us in, I'm calling the police." The man's eyes now flicked to mine. "There's no need for that. I promise you, you're mistaken." "I'm not. Let me in," I screamed. He's not available right now," the man replied. "He's indisposed." Jackie had had enough. She leaned in around the man and called out for James. Her voice echoed in the stale air. And then finally, we heard it. James's small, muffled voice calling back from somewhere inside the house. Jackie grabbed my arm, and I thought for a moment the old man would try to stop us, but he just sighed. His thin shoulders slumped and he stepped aside. I made a mistake, he said. Perhaps the boy snuck in. Children do that. Perhaps I'll call the police myself. This isn't the first time he's broken in here. We found James and grabbed him, pulled him out of the house and back into the yard. He was still munching on that Slim Jim, looking mildly confused. My hands shook as I knelt in front of him. Are you okay? I demanded. What were you doing inside there? He just blinked at me, nonchalant. I go over there a lot, he said, as if it were completely obvious. We walked him back to the house and my heart pounded the whole way. I felt like I narrowly avoided some kind of disaster. Losing a kid was like taboo. What could be worse than that? To this day, I can't think of anything. Regardless, thankfully, I got him back and got him out of there before anything weird could have happened. I pressed him, and he stuck to that same story. He claimed that he spent more time over there than I knew. When we asked his sister, she corroborated the story. When I finally told his parents about it later, they shrugged unconcerningly. Yeah, his dad said. He does play over there sometimes. The old guy's harmless. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Everybody knew about this creepy pink-eyed weirdo and knew the kid went over there, and nobody thought that was weird. I was totally out of my ability to reason at this point, so I just took my pay and left for the day. I never really ended up babysitting too much more after that. That neighbor almost haunted me. Just something about the way he was lying and trying to keep him in there. That whole thing was just too weird for me. I didn't want to be responsible if something crazy happened with that dude next door. I did feel bad for bailing on the family like I did, but hell, it's not like I was going to babysit them forever. I figured that creepy encounter with the neighbor was a perfect time to get out. I didn't mention it to Jackie either, but I've never forgotten about that night, or that creepy feeling that James almost belonged to that house, if only for a moment. Babysitting was never supposed to be thrilling, and that's kind of why I loved it. It kept gas in my car and money in my pocket, and my mind relatively unbothered. The work is simple, comfortable, easy. I mean, how hard could it be when the kids you watched were the kids you'd known since they were toddlers, running barefoot in the summer sprinklers or whining for candy at the 4th of July parade? Familiar faces, familiar streets, my turf, my rules. I make it sound like a business enterprise, but I only babysat in high school, mostly my senior year. It was a no-brainer at that age, especially in my neighborhood, where a couple of families were desperate for a free night or a night out, and would pay a kid like me a large sum of money just to provide a few hours of care. It's like the easiest form of self-employment. The Cruzes, who were my easiest client, lived a few blocks over. Their boys, a pair of video game junkies, spent most of their evenings glued to the screen, mashing buttons and hollering whenever their animated avatars bit the dust. But every now and again, they'd ask if I wanted to walk their dog, a lumbering retriever named Biscuit. I'd take him up and down the street, soaking in the moonlight and relishing how the night air kissed my skin. Both boys would walk alongside of him, petting him, playing with his tail. It was cute and wholesome. The craziest thing that's ever happened over there was running out of Oreos. But the Gandals were a whole different story. Complicated, like a puzzle you weren't sure how to solve. Even their name was weird. One I'd never heard before, but one that would become infamous for many years to come. They were the type of family that I kind of wish I never knew. They had 4 kids, but I was only hired for the younger ones. Luke and Charlie, 7 and 4. Theo and Maggie, their older siblings, were more of a mystery. Theo was my age, but I'd only ever exchanged a few words with him, and they weren't exactly comforting. One morning, he came up to me as I was setting up Charlie's blocks in order and muttered out, "My dad's a psycho." His eyes had this vacant, flat quality too, and he just sauntered off before I could even ask what that meant or what that was about. He made it a point to never be around, and I suspect it had to do with the comment that he made to me. He disguised it with these other activities though, sports, a girlfriend, hanging out, the gym, whatever it was. He always seemed to have somewhere to be, anywhere but home. His admission about his father was the first of many red flags about the man that I knew as Mr. Gandil. Maggie, who was 15, was around more, but there was these stipulations, rules that wrapped around her like a fortress. Mr. Gandil was not allowed to be alone with her, ever. He couldn't drive her anywhere. He couldn't be in the room with her. Couldn't even have a whispered conversation if nobody else was nearby. I don't know why. I was just told that as part of my job. Besides babysitting, involved chaperoning Mr. Gandil and Maggie, sticking around for drop-offs and pickups, ensuring the rules stayed unbroken. It was weird, but the money was good, so I just kept my head down and did my job. The fact that I was barely 18 made it all that much more weird. What the hell was I supposed to do if this guy said he needed a minute alone with his daughter? Bulldog him? But he never said a word about it, never even tried, and it almost made me think it was court-ordered or something. The day that it all went sideways was about a year into working for them. It started off as a normal, any day type of thing. Me walking through the front door and getting that familiar blast of cinnamon from the Gandil's air freshener. But immediately, something felt off, and I noticed it right away. Like how the house seemed to be overly tidy, gleaming in that sterile, unnatural way. There was also this new scent machine plugged into an outlet in the hallway, this aggressive flowery smell replacing the cinnamon. A couple of new teddy bears sat inside Charlie's room. In Maggie's room, I peeked in and just out of habit, just to check. There was a new wall clock in there, one with a silent, perfect ticking that almost seemed to echo in the back of my mind, and I could hear it from any point in the house. I brushed it all off at first. Kids and clutter come and go, right? But Mr. Gandil started acting weird, different, and that's when the hairs on my neck stood up. He'd always been super polite, but distant, and now suddenly he was more personal, complimenting me, giving me this extra cash, and just overall being generally pleasant. It wasn't weird, it just seemed like a guy trying too hard. His comments were now about private life. He'd bring up things that I'd mentioned in passing, casual observations that I couldn't even remember making to anybody else but my close friends. He somehow knew the names of my friends. He would compliment me on my new backpack, one that I hadn't even used outside of school yet. It was flattering at first until it wasn't, until it became very invasive, creepy. How the hell did he know all this? He and I operated opposite each other. We weren't in the house together that often. And after the comments came the looks. The way his gaze would linger just a second too long. His smile edged with something sour, something dangerous. When he walked into the kitchen while I was helping Charlie pour some juice and then casually asked if I still jogged to the park at 8 p.m., that's when my blood went cold. I don't remember telling him about any of my evening runs. I don't even think Maggie knew about that. A creeping dread settled in the base of my spine, and that's when I began looking closer, watching him now, watching everything. In the days that followed, I began noticing things that I'd ignored before. How he kept glancing at certain spots around the house, how his eyes flickered towards the corners, how he'd smile at nothing, lips pulling tight across these too wide of teeth. He'd laugh when nobody else would say anything. I tried to chalk it all up to paranoia, but one night, I caught a glimpse of something in Charlie's bedroom, right near her toy chest. I walked over, pretending to adjust her blanket, and that's when I saw it. A tiny black camera. the lens blinking in the dim light. It was set inside the teddy bear on the toy box. I swallowed hard and my heart started pounding. It was so loud that I was afraid Charlie would hear it. She had drifted off to sleep, her little fingers clutching the corner of her blanket. The last thing I wanted to do was disturb her, but the camera, the thought of it, made my stomach turn. Carefully, I repositioned her blanket, trying to act normal, like I wasn't 2 seconds away from losing my mind. I took the teddy bear and flipped it over, as if I'd put it away. Once I left her room, I found myself in a daze. My pulse roared in my ears, and everything else felt disjointed, almost surreal. I could not ignore what I'd seen. As soon as I shut the door behind me, I took a slow breath and turned around, studying the hallway with new eyes now. What else did I miss? My gaze drifted to the new scent machine plugged inside the wall. The outlet was higher than the others, only by a few inches, and when I leaned in, I could see it. It was barely visible, but a small camera tucked neatly within the device, the lens peering out from behind that floral patterned grate. My hands clenched into a fist as a shiver crawled down my spine. All this new stuff, the scent machines, the wall clocks, the random pieces of decor, they were all cameras, every single one of them. I bet there were microphones inside too, and set inside all his children's bedrooms. Weird. Trying to calm myself down, I made my way to the playroom where Luke was engrossed in some cartoons. His eyes were glued to the screen, oblivious to the way the world was shifting beneath my feet. I glanced around the room, my gaze catching on a new fan unit in the corner. It was one of the newer ones, hardcore but silent, with all these new cool settings. I didn't want to, but I couldn't help myself. Walked over and inspected it, and once again, little black camera box, dead center of the fan machine. This was insane. Something out of some kind of horror movie. Why did he put cameras everywhere all of a sudden? Did he not trust me, or was this some kind of weird pervert thing? I didn't know what to think, and all I knew was the sickness was now even worse in my stomach. Anxiety washed over me. I had to get out of there, and I had to get these kids off the camera. But we couldn't just run. I couldn't just yank them out of their home without some sort of plan. With Luke still watching TV, I slipped into the bathroom, locking the door behind me. I grabbed my phone, ready to dial. And that's when I saw a strange little device sticking out of the outlet directly across from the toilet. Face was flushed with horror and my breath caught in my throat. He'd even put a camera in here, in the bathroom, watching, recording. Holy shit. I remember starting to hyperventilate as the gravity of the situation now settled over me. It was confirmed there's no good intentions here. All of Mr. Gandal's strange behavior over the last week or so was now starting to make sense. I turned away, swallowing the urge to be sick. The sense of violation was overwhelming. The idea of every private moment being captured and scrutinized. With this surge of desperation, I yanked the device out of the outlet. Without thinking, hurled it into the trash can. The first move for me. 1-0, and it felt good. Mr. Gandalf could go to hell with all this smug insider bullshit. I dialed Mrs. Gandalf's number, my fingers barely able to even tap the screen. It rang once, and then twice, and then she finally picked up. Hello? Mrs. Gandalf, I said. You need to come home now. It's urgent. There was a pause and I could hear the confusion and now worry in her tone. What's going on? Please, just come home, I whispered. It's about your husband. There are cameras everywhere. For a moment, all I heard was silence, and that really threw me off. And then she said, I'm on my way. I hung up, feeling a wave of relief and dread all in equal measure. Now all I gotta do is wait. But waiting felt like an eternity. And I couldn't shake the feeling that Mr. Gandalf somehow knew what I discovered. I kept picturing his face and the way he looked at me, like he could see straight through me. What if he came home before his wife? What would he do? The minutes crawled by and I literally started to sweat. Luke remained glued to the TV and Charlie slept peacefully in her room, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in around us. Every creak, every rustle of the house made me jump. My nerves were fraying by the second. I could feel my hair going gray as I sat perched on the staircase, one of the few places the camera could not see me. At least, I thought so. When I finally heard the front door slam open, I nearly burst into tears. Mrs. Gandol rushed in, her face pale and drawn, her keys still clutched tightly in her hand. "Where?" she demanded. I didn't waste any time. I showed her the scent machine, the teddy bear, the bathroom outlet. Each revelation seemed to strike her like a physical blow, and by the time we finished in Charlie's room, she was trembling now too. She pressed her hand to her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Oh my God," she whispered. "Oh my God." She pulled out her phone and called her husband. Her voice was icy, barely even able to contain the rage. He answered on the second ring, and even from across the room, I could hear his denial, the way he was trying to brush it off and make excuses, and he was not buying it. "Get home," she snapped. "Now." We both waited inside this suffocating silence. I wanted to leave, to escape, but I couldn't. I guess I had to see it through now. When Mr. Gandol finally arrived, his face was a mask of indignant fury. He stormed into the house, his gaze sweeping over us like a tidal wave. "What's this nonsense?" he spat out, his eyes narrowing. "Cameras, really? In my own home?" Mrs. Gandol was not having it though. She pointed at the devices, her hands shaking with rage. "Explain these then, now." He tried, but his voice was oily, too smooth, like he thought he could charm his way out of this. But when it became clear his wife wasn't buying anything, his composure cracked, his face twisted, his eyes blazing with the hatred so intense it made my blood run cold. I couldn't believe where this was going, unfolding right here in front of me. Genuinely wish I would have left earlier. Suddenly, Mr. Gandol now seemed very dangerous and unpredictable. "You think this is my fault?" he roared, his voice echoing throughout the house. "You think I'm the one making our children into whores? This is your doing, your failure as a mother." His meltdown was terrifying, raw, and completely unhinged. And now Mrs. Gandol dismissed me, her voice brittle but firm. "Go home," she said. I grabbed my things, my vision was blurred with tears. I tried to move through the exit, and there was Mr. Gandol, looming before the doorway. I could see the veins bursting in his neck, the rage in his eyes, and the froth between his clenched teeth. His forehead was turning purple as he stared down at me. I stood frozen as he took one long step toward me. "William," Mrs. Gandol said like a snake, "don't be a fucking idiot." He gritted his teeth and shambled just a few inches out of my way. I darted by so quickly I didn't even turn to say thank you to Mrs. Gandol. I just blasted to my car and practically peeled out of the driveway. The drive home was a complete blur, the road swimming before me as I choked on my sobs. I didn't really know how to process what had just taken place, how to shake that feeling of being watched, violated, hunted, lied to, now almost attacked. The aftermath was worse than I could have imagined. The case exploded over the next 2 years, details trickling in nauseating waves. Mr. Gandol had recorded underage girls, his own children and their friends, capturing every private moment that he could. He was sentenced to 15 years, but only served 9 before he was released. Thankfully, I never saw him again, but I always felt this shadow, always wondered if he found another family to watch, another home to haunt. It was supposed to be a pretty easy gig. When you're 8 months pregnant and feeling like a waddling balloon, there aren't many ways to earn money that don't leave you exhausted and aching by the end of each day. But babysitting Clara for my friend Mindy, that was about as stress-free as it could get. Mindy and I had known one another since high school, and when she asked if I wanted to watch Clara during the last couple of months of my pregnancy, I jumped at the opportunity. Clara was 3, sweet as sugar, and much more manageable than most toddlers that I'd ever met. So it was a win-win. Mindy had a trusted babysitter, and I had some income trickling in. Plus, it was comforting knowing I was helping out one of my friends. The job had always been pretty uneventful, and that morning felt really no different than the others. I parked my car in Mindy's driveway and took a moment to rub my hand over the tight curve of my belly, then knocked on the front door. Mindy answered a second later, her hair pulled up into this messy ponytail, and her face looking strangely drawn, almost like she hadn't slept in days. "Hey," I said, stepping inside. "Are you okay?" Mindy forced out a smile, but her eyes told me another story. "Yeah, long night, that's all." She ruffled Clara's hair and the little girl bounded over to me, chattering excitedly about the cartoons she wanted to watch. "Thanks for coming, as always," Mindy said, grabbing her purse from the counter. "I owe you big time." "Don't worry about it," I said, waving her off. Go, have a good day." Mindy hugged Clara goodbye and gave me this grateful nod and then headed out. I shut the door behind her and then turned to Clara, who was already running in the living room, her tiny little feet slapping against the hard wood. The house felt quieter now, almost as if something unseen was lurking behind one of the corners. I brushed it off as pregnancy hormones, making me hyper-aware of everything around me. Paranoia came with this territory of carrying a life inside you, right? Almost like this instinctual thing to help keep the species alive. That morning passed peacefully enough. Claire and I watched her favorite cartoons, drew some colorful masterpieces inside her coloring book, then made some pancakes for breakfast. The smell of maple syrup filled the kitchen. It was warm and sweet. Clara ate happily, babbling between bites. Then I felt myself relax into that easy rhythm of the day. It wasn't long after I put her down for her late morning nap that things started to feel wrong. I just sunk into the worn leather couch. My feet were now propped up against the coffee table, flipping through the channels on the TV when I heard a knock. It wasn't loud, it was more of a light rapping, like someone who didn't want to be heard. I frowned, heaved myself off the couch, and then shuffled over to the front door. The glass panel behind it gave me this clear view of the porch, but when I peered out there, I didn't see anybody. I checked the lock and twisted it back and forth to make sure it was secure. Everything seemed fine. Maybe it was a stray animal or one of those neighborhood kids that thought ding-dong ditching was still funny. I muttered something about how those neighborhood kids would be sorry if they woke up this napping toddler, and slowly returned back to the couch. 15 minutes later, it happened again. The knock was louder this time though, more incessant. I felt my pulse jump and I stood carefully, one hand braced against my belly, and made my way back to the door. This time, there was a man standing there, and my stomach twisted. Again, I really trust my instincts, but never more so than when I was pregnant. He was tall and gaunt and had these sunken eyes. His clothes were rumpled, dark jeans, and had this faded gray hoodie. He had the kind of look that made you want to lock every door you had in your house. I was peeking from around the corner a bit, so I pulled out my phone and pretended like I was on the phone as I approached the door. I cracked open the door just a couple of inches, enough to speak but not invite anything unwanted. "Can I help you?" I asked from around the phone. I even told the fake person on the other end to hold on for a second. There's a guy at the door. The man's gaze flickered over to me, lingering on the round swell of my belly before settling back on my face. "Mindy home?" "No," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "She'll be back later, though." Something like disappointment flashed across his face, but he nodded and his eyes narrowed slightly. "All right, thanks." I closed the door and locked it immediately. The way he looked at me made my skin crawl, but I told myself he was probably just a neighbor or somebody looking for Mindy. It didn't feel right though. There was something about him, his eyes, how empty and calculating they seemed. I shook it off. I was overreacting and I knew it. Pregnancy had a way of making you jumpy. By the time Clara woke up, I'd almost completely forgotten about that man. Came toddling into the living room, rubbing her eyes and clutching her stuffed bunny. I scooped her up, grateful for the distraction. We made some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for lunch, slicing up some apple wedges and munching on them inside the sunny kitchen. Clara was in the middle of telling me about the dream she had, about something about flying dogs, when I heard another knock. This time my blood turned to ice and Clara kept talking, completely oblivious. But I stood up so fast that my chair scraped loudly against the floor. I crossed over to the front door and looked out through the glass panel. Nothing. Nobody on the porch. Then I saw the man from earlier slinking around the side of the house, moving towards the backyard. The hairs on my neck stood up and instinct took over. I rushed to the back door, just in time to see him reaching for the handle. I threw my weight into the door, slamming it shut and fumbling to lock it. The door shook as he crashed into it from the other side and let out this strangled cry, pressing my body against it as if that could keep him out. For a second, everything was still, and then he spoke. His muffled voice, but unmistakable. "Shouldn't have done that." Panic surged through me and almost so to make me pass out. I scrambled away from the door, grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The dispatcher answered and I blurted out everything in this rush. The man, the knocking, the way he was trying to break in. The dispatcher asked for my location. Her voice was calm, almost soothing, but I was far from calm. Clara stood in the middle of the kitchen, her eyes wide with fear, clutching her bunny like he was a life raft. Then the man appeared back in the kitchen window. He stared at me through the glass, his expression twisted into something between a sneer and almost a grimace. Blood pounded in my ears. I watched in horror as he shook his head slowly. "Shouldn't have done that," he repeated, his voice barely audible through the glass. And then he threw himself through the window. The sound was explosive. Shards of glass flew everywhere, and I screamed. I grabbed Clara and pulled her behind me. The man crumpled to the floor, glass slicing into his arms and legs, blood blooming bright and wet. He groaned and tried to get up, but his legs buckled. I didn't want to see if he tried again. I scooped Clara up into my arms and ran for the front door, my adrenaline surging past the pain in my back and belly. We burst outside and I nearly tripped in my desperation to get to the car. Honestly, that was the scariest moment throughout it all. Tripping would have been too much for the baby, especially moving that fast. Clara was crying now, her tiny hands clutching at my shirt, and I fumbled with my keys, locking the door and shoving her inside her car seat. "Put your seatbelt on," I said, my voice shaking. "Now, baby, now." I climbed into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and peeled out of the driveway. My heart was a wild drum in my chest, and my hands were slick with sweat as I drove straight to the fire station that was just down the road. I barely remember pulling inside the lot, barely remember stumbling out of my car and shouting for help. Firefighters came rushing out and I crumpled, clutching my belly and trying to breathe, my body and mind all on the verge of collapse. The police arrived not long after, and I held Clara close as they secured the area and made sure that we were okay. They said they had the man in custody, cuffed and en route to the hospital. His wounds were near fatal. Mindy arrived shortly after. Her face was ashen, her hands trembling as she reached for her daughter. When I described the man, she went pale. "It was him, wasn't it?" she whispered, her voice breaking. "Claire's father." Then the realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Claire's father, a guy I had never met. He was apparently coming to abduct his daughter, and if I hadn't been around, he might have succeeded, as he simply would have killed Mindy the second she answered the door, but I threw him off his plans. Mindy's eyes filled with tears as she pulled me into a fierce hug. "You saved her," she said. "You saved my baby." I nodded, but the relief was extremely slow to come. The man had been taken to the hospital. His injuries were serious, but he did survive. I stayed at the fire station, clutching my belly and trying to steady my breathing. My baby was kicking, a firm, reassuring reminder about life and hope. But the memory of that man's eyes and the sound of that glass breaking would haunt me for quite a long time. I didn't go into labor that day, but not much longer after. Everything ended up being okay in the end, but holy cow, that was a crazy experience, especially in the moment. My baby is a healthy first grader now, and Mindy's ex is securely behind bars. Thank God. I've always loved the outdoors. Growing up, I spent most of my summers threading between the towering pines and oaks of our state's backcountry, losing myself in the whispers of the wind and chatter of unseen critters. My father used to say I had bark for skin and sap for blood, and maybe he wasn't too far off. Even when life tugged me into the clamor of city living, concrete towers and neon glares that had no memory of starlight, I found my way back to those woods, those sanctuaries that whispered secrets older than any of us. Personally, I hated bringing people with me though. Not every time, obviously, but damn, nothing is better than roughing it all by yourself. I've had experiences when I was younger, bringing friends along with me just to have them complain about their problems the whole time, or get too drunk, or do some other undesirable shit. I had a consistent area that I've been using for years, and I didn't want to spoil it by showing it to somebody who would abuse it, so for the most part, I went alone. It was during one of those long stretches, a 3-day holiday weekend to be precise, when I decided to go deeper than I ever had before. I'd seen it once, a blue eye of a lake nestled in the crux of a canyon, far off the beaten path. I'd had a few conversations with local outdoor buffs, and confirmed it was real, a hidden treasure that only a handful knew about. Maps spread out on my kitchen table, packs stuffed with the essentials, and a buzz of excitement prickling underneath my skin. I set off early on a Friday morning. The road turned to dirt long before I reached the valley itself. My tires bounced over rocks and dry ruts, dust pluming in around me, and it seemed like I was driving through a fog of my own making. The air down here had a different flavor, earthy and damp, layered with scents of wildflowers and decay. The deeper I went, the more the trees seemed to bend inward, as if they were watching and waiting. It took me another hour of navigating narrow paths, eyes flickering between the GPS and the ever-thickening forest, before I finally found a clearing. The sun glanced off the grass in these golden waves, and in the distance, just past a slope of oak trees, I caught the shimmer of the lake. Up top, before the road dipped into the canyon that I was in, there were campers all over. Down here, I only saw 1 or 2 other campers set up, and they looked really rugged outdoorsy types. Questionable trucks and questionable towing methods for the trailers. Hell, I Couldn't believe they even tried to get their equipment down there like that. Real pros that apparently knew the area themselves. I set up my camp far away from them with this practiced ease. Tent pegged taut, hammock strung between two ancient oak trees, and a small ring of rocks for my fire. I laid back in my hammock, letting the gentle sway and the soft rustle of the leaves lull me into a stupor. The warmth of the afternoon seeped deep into my skin, and before I knew it, the sky was blushing with the first strokes of twilight. I startled up awake, and the air now tinged with a chill that smelled of loam and shadow. Time to get to work. I napped for far too long than I intended to, and I still had a lot to do to get my camp set up. I'm kind of a big doomsday prepper, not really in my lifestyle, but when I do my outdoor activities, so I always expect the worst. This means I gather lots of wood, secure the area, make sure my food is stashed properly, and my truck isn't wasting any battery, all that kind of stuff. I gathered firewood, straying from clearing to clearing and zigzagging through the brush, arms filled with sticks and dry branches. The ground crunched underneath my boots, a rhythmic counterpoint to the sporadic chirps of crickets waking up for the night. Just beyond the thicket, I reached a spot where the trees parted, giving me a view of the lake. The water was as smooth as glass, catching the last slivers of sunlight and painting them in these streaks of molten orange. The rim of the canyon above darkened, swallowing the last rays and leaving the valley cloaked in this velvety blue. It was beautiful. It was isolating. It was heaven. I was so happy to find this little slice of wilderness all for me. I gathered the last that I could and then turned back for my camp. The fire caught easily, flames licking up hungrily, cracking as if in celebration. I sat back and skewered a couple of hot dogs and turned them slowly, savoring the way the fire's heat warmed up my face. Beans bubbled up in a tin at the edge of the flame. The scent itself was comforting, but also foretelling of what my tent would smell like later that night. I took my time eating, chewing each bite as the dark thickened around the stars and unfurled like pinpricks of ice. I loved eating like shit out in these woods. It was the only time I let myself eat really junk food. The first sign that something was off, though, came quietly. A rustle barely perceptible at the edge of the firelight. I glanced up, expecting to see a raccoon or maybe a coyote nosing about the underbrush. Instead, I saw a shape, a small figure just at the edge where the light met the dark. He was a boy, no more than 7, barefoot and disheveled, eyes that caught the flicker of the flames like twin mirrors. "Can I warm up by your fire?" he asked me, voice thin and careful, like the question might break if spoken too loudly. My mouth went dry, words tangled up in my throat. Who was he? Where had he come from? The nearest road was miles and miles away, but my shock stilled me, and before I could think to say anything else, I nodded. "Of course," I managed, gesturing to the other side of the fire. "Are you lost, kid?" He shook his head, the corners of his mouth tilting up in a smile that was both too old and too young at the same time. "No, my family's camped down here. I was just coming back from the lake. I thought this was our camp." My eyes swept to the dark, searching for the faint glow of another fire, the distant hum of voices, but there was nothing. The woods swallowed up like a glutton. I forced myself to keep the conversation going, though, my heart kicking against my ribs slowly. "It's late," I said, more to myself than him. "It's dark. Aren't you getting worried about getting turned around out here?" He looked at me, eyes unblinking. "It doesn't really matter down here. The trails are always the same." Something about the way he said that just made my skin prickle. The flames cracked, spitting embers, and I flinched. He was right, but damn, it was creepy coming from a 7-year-old. Reminded me of Children from the Corn or something. "Do you have any more hot dogs?" he asked. "With ketchup?" I swallowed. The absurdity of the request made my brain stutter a little bit. But again, I found myself nodding, forcing my hands steady as I speared another hot dog and held it over the fire. The kid didn't move, he didn't even seem to blink, just watched me with those reflective eyes. I wrapped the hot dog in tinfoil and handed it across the fire. He took it with a polite nod and a soft thank you before turning and slipping back into the dark, away from the direction of the lake, away from any path that I currently knew. Then he stopped at the edge of the light and turned around. "Did I have another one?" He was bold, but I couldn't deny him though. I quickly prepped a second hot dog, wrapped it in a bun and put some ketchup on it just like the first, and then sent him on his way. He thanked me once more and then went off into the woods. My eyes followed him, straining against the dark until I saw it. The pale shapes of other people, just beyond the reach of the firelight. Indistinct, but definitely there, watching. One shifted and I saw the glint of an eye, the soft movement of a head tilting. They stood like shadows, silent and waiting. My breath caught and I nearly called out, but my voice shriveled up in my throat. As suddenly as they appeared, they melted back into the dark, the forest swallowing them without so much as a rustle. I stayed there, rigid, my eyes darting between the trees and the fire, heart pounding with a staccato rhythm in my chest. Minutes blended into hours, the fire burning down to glowing coals while I sat guard, unable to shake the image of those silent watchers. Eventually, exhaustion weighed in on me like lead, and my eyes started to droop shut. I crawled into my tent and let sleep take me for good. The morning came in a rush of light and bird calls. I blinked awake, muscles stiff and mind heavy with the fog of restless dreams. The clearing itself looked unchanged, peaceful even, as if the night before had been nothing but a fevered trick of the dark. But the footprints, small and pressed into the soft dirt by the fire, told me otherwise. I spent that morning scouring the area, looking for any sign of where the boy might have gone to. When I didn't find anything, I made my way to a nearby camp that I passed by on the way in. It was a couple, weathered and friendly, sat by their own fire, sipping on steaming cups of instant coffee. "Sorry to bother you folks, but did you guys happen to see a kid last night?" Their faces darkened, glances fitting to each other's before the woman answered. "Yeah, we did. He came by asking for food, barefoot. We ended up giving him some granola bars." A cold coil of dread tightened up in my gut. "Did you happen to see anybody else?" The man nodded, slowly. "The shapes though, people out there in the woods. Too many for comfort." I compared notes with the couple for a bit and told them that same weird thing had happened to me the night before, and I just couldn't place what or why or even how. Who the hell was living down here with the first grader? We decided to let the authorities know. The ranger who came by later had this look in his eyes that suggested he'd heard this all before. "We have had reports," he said, shifting uneasily. "Been a story going around about a family living down here, hiding out. Maybe on the run, but no one's gotten close enough to figure it all out. Fishermen said they see a kid on shore of the lake every single weekend." I spent the rest of my weekend on edge after making the call, every crackle of a branch or rustle of leaves sharpening my nerves. I saw him again, the boy, from a distance. He stood on the slope just above the lake, watching me, eyes glittering even in the light of day. This time, there was no smile, just emptiness that, I'll admit, chilled me. There were shapes too, the people, his family maybe, stood further up the hill, their stillness even more unnerving than his. They all looked young, but their energy was all off, and I had no interest in getting caught looking at them again. On the last morning of my trip, I packed up and left, the forest closing the door behind me, and I dared not open it again. I didn't end up going back to that spot, not once, or at least not to that exact area. Regardless, when I'm camping and the night presses close, and the wind moves my tent. I still think about that boy and those silent watchers who seem stitched into the darkness themselves. Often I wonder to myself, they're still down there, and the place with the trails are always the same. It was the summer of 2018 when I'd bought my van. This clunky, steel gray home on wheels that promised freedom inside its simplicity. I knitted it out with everything that I needed. A bedroll, a small kitchen setup, a solar-powered heater, and a robust external lighting system. For over a year, I crisscrossed the country, embracing the call of towering redwoods, quiet deserts, and roaring rivers. But nothing would prepare me for the night that everything changed. It was spring of 2019. I was winding through the untamed backcountry of Colorado, far from the paved roads of civilization. The air smelled of pine needles and wet earth, and a cool breeze sifted through the cracked window as my tires crunched over the gravel roads. I'd heard whispers from other travelers about this off-map trail that promised solitude and breathtaking vistas, and I wanted to experience them for myself. By late afternoon, I emerged from a canopy of dense forest and into a clearing and saw, to my surprise, a tiny settlement nestled there. It wasn't marked on any map. A collection of weather-beaten houses, a small chapel with peeling white paint, and a country store stood crookedly, like the last sentinels of some kind of forgotten time. The store had one half closed up, and the other half was emblazoned with a neon open sign that buzzed faintly, barely even visible in the waning light. I slowed my van down, curiosity nibbling at the edges of my caution. The bar side of the store glowed warmly, and a few muffled voices trickled out of the door once it creaked open and then shut again. A man in a tattered hat glanced my way, eyes catching the reflection of my headlights before disappearing back inside. The presence of the township was oddly disquieting, but the voice of reason assured me it was nothing more than a relic of a bygone era, clinging to survival. Better keep going, I muttered to myself. Don't want to hear any banjos. The road twisted and snaked for another 15 minutes, dipping into pockets of shadow where the forest loomed close. The setting sun painted the worlds in strokes of orange and red, casting long fingers of darkness between the trees. When I finally found a clearing to park in, it was just shy of twilight. The space was perfect though, open enough to spot any wildlife, with a dense copse of pines for shelter on one side. I shut off my engine, leaving the headlights on as I prepped the space outside. My camp came to life, the sizzle of steak in the pan, the crackle of the portable heater, and the rhythmic clicks of utensils on metal. The light cast by my van splashed over the clearing, creating these sharp contrasts that reached deep into the woods. My external lighting system put floodlights to shame. I wanted to be able to light up a whole area with nothing but the click of a button. Forget the creepy shadows of a campfire. This was the modern era of solo camping, stovetop cooking, and light beams warded away any critters. With dinner now finished and everything secured, I stood there, savoring in the isolation. Night had now swept over the landscape like a dark shroud, and the stars above me felt unnervingly close. I stretched, feeling the chill seep in through my flannel shirt, and then relieved myself by a nearby tree before climbing back into my van. Nothing worse than buttoning in for the night and then realizing you have to pee, let all the warm air out. My speaker whispered this soft tune, the voice of an artist mingling with the whisper of the wind. I had this nice little speaker system in the back of the van for tunes or podcasts. It was my comfort and my entertainment when I wanted to relax or just fall asleep. Hours passed by inside the comfort of my tiny home. I read from a dog-eared paperback, then switched to a true crime podcast. Then I drifted off to sleep with the heater's warmth cocooning me in. It must have been around 2 a.m. when I woke up abruptly. My senses were sharpened to this razor's edge. Silence draped the world outside, so suffocatingly thick that it felt unnatural. Crunch. A footstep. No, two. My breath caught as the sound of shuffling and metallic scrapes reached my ears. I sat up with my heart thudding and peered out my window. The clearing was bathed in this pale moonlight, but what I saw tightened my chest with fear. Small beams of light cut through the darkness, jerking and bouncing, as if wielded by restless hands. Figures moved just beyond my vision. Their movements were erratic, almost inhuman. I wished in the moment I'd left my external lights on at this point, but they were a real battery sucker. My skin prickled as I spotted one of the shadows pause and then point their flashlight straight at the van. The beam hit the window, glaring through, and I ducked reflexively. My mind spun with possibilities. Teenagers? Hunters? What kind of hunter roots around an occupied campsite? That makes no sense. I reached for my boots and put them on, strapping my belt tight and then pulling out the large hunting knife from its sheath. Every nerve screamed for action, but I forced myself to stay silent. I crept to the side door and tested the handle. Locked. Confusion twisted my thoughts. I didn't lock it from the outside. Why couldn't I open it? The shiver traced my spine as another flashlight swept across the side window. This time, it lingered, revealing a pair of eyes glistening and wild, framed by a face that almost seemed skeletal, had sunken cheeks and cast these long shadows. The beam quickly shifted again, blinding me, and I recoiled instinctively. "Hey!" I shouted, breaking the taut silence. My voice cracked and raw with fear. "Get away from here, I'm armed!" I got no response. The only reply was the low murmuring of voices outside, words slipping away into the wind. I stumbled backwards, clutching my knife so hard that my knuckles were turning white. My phone, where is it? I lunged for it, unlocking the screen with my shaking fingers, only to see the no service indicator glaring at me almost mockingly. I checked my back door and it too was sealed shut. A metallic click echoed from above, and I looked up, eyes wide as the overhead hatch swung open with an unnatural creak. Cold air now rushed in. There was a sound like a coin being flipped repeatedly, a metallic ringing that sent a chill down my spine. My pulse was pounding so loudly I could hear it drumming in my ears. So, somebody had locked me inside my van from the outside, and they were forcing me to exit through the roof hatch. Beyond sketchy. I remember sweating right through my clothes, but shivering at the same time, almost like I was going through some kind of withdrawal. The hatch hovered open above me, gaping like a mouth. A voice deep within me screamed at me not to look, not to risk meeting whatever stared back from that void. The seconds stretched off into eternity. Then, with sudden violence, the hatch snapped shut, shaking the roof of the van. There were no footsteps up there, which creeped me out even more. I swallowed a scream and peeked out the side window. The figures were now on the move again, lights bobbing like fireflies in a mad dance. Only now they were sprinting, dashing back into the forest towards the distant township, I believe. Their retreat was a frenzy, beams flickering in this crazy pattern that made the shadows lurch and shudder. Honestly, there was so much movement that it didn't even look like people, nor even flashlights. I couldn't tell what they looked like. Grating my teeth, I tried the side door handle once more, and this time it clicked open. The cool air then rushed in, filled with a sharp scent of pine and something else, something metallic and sour. I stepped outside, my breath visible in the cold, and scanned the scene. Everything that I left out was in disarray. Plates overturned, a pot rolled into the brush, but nothing was taken. The dirt around the van bore deep, curving impressions, like something heavy had been erected or impressed. My heart faltered at the thought of what kind of ritual or game could leave such a mark. Enough of this. I muttered to myself. My hands were shaking with frantic precision as I packed everything back into the van, slamming each door shut. I was not about to wait around for another round of this eerie dance. Within minutes, the headlights sliced through the blackness as I turned the van around, speeding deeper into the forest, past those trees that stood like silent judges. I drove for nearly an hour, tires skidding over unseen potholes and roots, my mind racing with images of hollowed-eyed figures and strange metallic sounds. When I finally stopped, my breath came in these ragged gasps. The night was silent again, and exhaustion swept over me, heavy as a lead blanket. I didn't head for town. I was going deeper into the woods. Believe it or not, isolation, wilderness, that was my biggest security and my biggest defense. The further I could get away from those people, the safer I would be. I locked every door and checked them twice, then collapsed into my bedroll, knife clutched in my hand. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted with the smallest noises, the wind brushing leaves, the creak of the van settling in on its wheels. Morning brought weak light filtered in through those pines. My body ached with tension as I stepped outside to inspect my van once more. The chill of the night had given way to a still eerie calm, but what I saw, I couldn't comprehend. Around the van, the same patterns as before, these deep impressions, only this time they were fresher, clearer, and too perfectly spaced to be random. I ran a shaking hand over the marks, the cold seeping into my fingertips. There was something deliberate, almost ceremonial about them. My mind flitted back to the strange village, to those figures sprinting back towards in the dead of the night. I wanted to believe this is all a prank, a group of locals pulling a fast one on this helpless stranger, but deep down I wasn't sure. The impressions in the dirt seemed to almost mock me with their silence. My mind raced with questions that refused to resolve into any sense. What ritual left these sort of marks, and who were those people? Was it some kind of cult? Was it an ancient practice that outsiders like me would never fully understand? The answer eluded me, dancing at the edge of reason. I snapped a few pictures of the impressions with my phone, a futile attempt that reassured myself that I wasn't losing my mind fully. The morning sun crept higher, its light offering a meager sense of security. But daylight was this thin comfort now. The memories of last night still clung to me like a skunk spray. With a sigh of defeat, I resolved back towards civilization. I drove until I reached the next real town, a place bustling with people and mundane lives that seemed so distant from the terror that I'd just experienced the night prior. The diner I pulled into buzzed with the morning chatter and the clink of cutlery against ceramic. The smell of bacon and coffee was a balm to my frayed nerves. A waitress with very kind eyes approached me, notepad at the ready. I ordered some coffee, my voice still rough from the sleepless night. When she returned with the cup, I couldn't help myself. I leaned forward, the words spilling out before I could even stop myself. Have you ever heard of a settlement, maybe 30 miles northeast of here? Small, with a chapel and a store. Her face changed immediately. The warmth in her expression bottomed out like somebody pulled the drain plug. She glanced at the older man sitting at the counter, who caught her look and frowned himself. Shouldn't be going out that way, the man said, turning to me fully now. His weathered face was serious, and you could tell this was no bullshit. What do you mean? The man's lips thinned, and he seemed to weigh his words carefully in the moment. That place, it's not on any map for a reason. Folks around here don't go there. Old stories say it's bad mojo. Some people say that it used to be a mining town until something drove everybody away. People get sick living out there. I swallowed, feeling the knot of dread coil tighter inside my gut. Last night, I saw... My voice cracked, and I had to take a breath before continuing. There were people there. With flashlights, they were surrounding my van, moving in these strange patterns. They looked... I hesitated. How could I explain eyes that seemed to see right through me, or the unnatural way that they moved? I didn't need another warning. I left the diner without finishing my coffee, hands still shaking as I turned the ignition of the van and pointed it south, away from the mountains, away from that nameless town and the horrors it kept buried. The road stretched on ahead of me, winding and endless, but I didn't stop until the landscape changed to familiar, populated areas. It was only when I parked outside a crowded supermarket, the chatter of ordinary people buzzing around me, that I finally allowed myself to breathe deeply and relax. Never found out who those people were or why they haunted those woods, but those marks and that night stayed with me for long after, leaving almost a scar of the fabric in my wanderlust. Even now as I tell you this story, I feel sick, and I can hear those rhythmic scrapes of metal, almost like a coin being flipped endlessly inside the dark. I've always craved the thrill of pushing my body to its mind and its limit. Back in college, I was known among my friends for planning the kind of camping trips that most people would scoff at. Trips into icy storms, the shriek of the wind biting at every exposed inch of your skin. Or deep into snow-blanketed woods where silence reigned like a tyrant. Those adventures were born from afternoons spent with a rock climbing club, a motley crew of daredevils who thrived on the challenge of pairing physical exertion with bouts of extreme weather. For me, the harder the trip, the more accomplished I would feel when I made it out the other side, exhausted but exhilarated. It became an addiction of sorts, a badge of honor among us adrenaline seekers. So when the idea of camping in Death Valley during peak summer heat gripped me, it was only natural that I'd take it as an ultimate test. But I'm not foolish. I knew Death Valley could be lethal, so I decided on a series of practice runs in the lesser-known deserts along the Arizona and Utah borders first. These places were desolate, with nothing to offer but sand, scrub, and relentless heat. They would teach me the patience that I need to sharpen my survival techniques, build makeshift sunshades, learning the best methods to trap cool air, and testing how far I could push my water rations before my body would start to protest. It was during one of these trips that I found myself deeper in isolation than ever before, 60 miles from the nearest town and surrounded by a landscape that felt untouched by human hands. The sun blazed with this angry white in the sky as I set up my campsite. The heat shimmered in waves, painting the horizon in mirages that wavered and taunted my eyes. I spent hours practicing various ways to construct emergency shelters, digging shallow trenches to lie in, covered by tarps that I weighed down with rocks. Each bead of sweat that trickled down my neck seemed to hiss into nothingness as it touched the ground. By the time the sun began its slow descent, casting the sky in bands of orange and purple, I felt deep exhaustion in my bones, but also a sense of achievement. I decided to hike down into the nearby dry creek bed, hoping the lower elevation would be a fraction cooler. My boots crunched against the cracked earth, every step echoing into the expanse. And that's when I saw a pair of shoes, bright white under the waning sunlight, half buried in the sand. I frowned and stepped a little closer, curiosity gnawing at the edge of my exhaustion. The shoes were splattered with dark crusted stains as I prodded one of them with a stick. It rolled just enough for me to see that they were filled with this grotesque slurry of dried blood and unidentifiable fragments. My pulse spiked with a little adrenaline. The distant hum of cicadas seemed to swell to a shriek now. Animal attack, I told myself. Maybe a coyote or even a snake bite gone wrong. But there was this nagging whisper in my mind, telling me that didn't add up. Shoes that neatly placed, in a place so untouched and that much blood? The hell was inside of it? Toes? The sun sank further, and long dark shadows stretched across the sand, turning the once familiar landscape into something alien and unfathomable. It wasn't dark yet, but it would be in a couple of hours. I stood there for a few more moments, scanning the flat plains, looking for movement or signs of life. There was nothing though, only the wind brushing against the dry brush. I forced myself to finally turn away. My throat was tight, but I made my way back to camp. The ground felt less solid now underneath my feet, as if it might give way to reveal something hidden, something unspeakable, and something that might kill me. As I neared my tent, I saw more clothes scattered like debris along the path, snagged on thorny brushes and half covered by sand. A pair of jeans, a torn blouse, each one stained with that same telltale red-brown splatter. My heart sank and I broke into a run, skidding to a halt at my camp. My gear was still in place, untouched, but now I felt eyes on me, a pressure against the back of my neck that made the fine hair stand on end. It's this spooky, almost primal feeling. I spent the next hour securing everything I had. I made sure my tarp and tent stakes were tight, and the small reflective emergency blankets hidden from plain view. I had my flashlight ready, the .22 pistol loaded as well. I crouched low, listening to the silence that had swallowed the desert. No coyotes now, no flutter of wings, just an expanse of emptiness so deep it felt like it could consume me. I took another deep breath and grabbed my binoculars, climbed this short bluff that overlooked my basin. My legs trembled slightly as I ascended, muscles tight from the weariness of the day and tension of what I'd seen earlier. From that vantage point, I could scan the miles of cracked earth and pale shrubs with this meticulous care. The glass lenses cut through the afternoon glow, showing every bump and shadow. My gaze caught on something peculiar, I'd say about a mile out. A haphazard pile of shapes, strange enough to make me look twice. I squinted, adjusted the focus, and saw what appeared to be a chaotic scattering of clothes. Wigs, shoes, high heels, even makeup kits. All of them marked with that dark smear of blood. A shiver went through me, sweat freezing on my skin in spite of the heat. The breeze picked up slightly now, rustling the sparse vegetation. I swore it carried with it the faintest hint of decay. I lowered those binoculars and rubbed at my eyes, as if waking myself from some sort of nightmare. But when I looked again, that sight remained. The quiet around me was deafening now, pressing down until even my breath seemed like a betrayal. Whoever or whatever had left those things out there, it hadn't been the work of Mother Nature. I didn't know if it was the killer's discard pile or some grim shrine, but my instincts screamed at me to get out. I wandered out that direction to inspect what I'd saw through the glass, and sure enough, there was all kinds of women's belongings scattered for almost a mile. Dresses, shoes, dozens of fingernail extensions inside the sand. It was super weird and super creepy. The sun bled out over the horizon, leaving only a thin strip of deep red. Deep down, I knew I should leave now, while there was still enough light to make the drive easier, but my gear was just too scattered. The car was parked a ways off. Every instinct inside me told me not to make a mistake, and that would get me stranded inside the desert at night, so reluctantly, I decided to stay, if only I could gather my things at first light. I ended up building this small fire, more for comfort than anything else. Forced down some dehydrated food while keeping one eye on that expanse beyond me. The flames cast jittery orange shadows on the rocks and bush around me, flickering like warning signals. I doused the fire as soon as I could, wanting to stay hidden from view. I only needed it to warm the water for my dinner. I tucked into the shadows of my car in the brush, settled in with my pistol at my side and my ears straining to catch every whisper of the desert. I did some rearranging before sundown. I moved my camp really close to my car, or as much of it as I could. Made my little makeshift fire pit far off from camp, so as to not totally give away my position in the dark. Once I was done eating and doused it out, I walked back to my car and hid out there. Hours passed by, fatigue nipping at the edges of my awareness, urging me to close my eyes, if only for a second. But then, faint and far, a voice echoed out across the basin, a long, drawn-out holler that twisted and warped as it reached me. My heart leapt out into my throat. Another voice joined it, shouting back, the sound too high-pitched and full of static to be natural, though. Was it drunk or delirious? The voices argued, spat curses that I couldn't quite make out, then erupted into peals of laughter that turned my stomach. They were close, maybe a mile or two at most, and moving. I gripped my pistol tight, hands sweating as I listened. The shouts rose and fell, moving across the landscape without any discernible path, until the growl of an engine shattered the stillness. A car screeched and spun in the distance, roaring away with a fury that made the echoes bounce between the cliffs. Then silence once more, thick and accusing. I could not wait for morning. My gut was tight with dread, and the idea of being found out here, isolated and alone, gnawed at my resolve. I scrambled to pack what I could in the moment, leaving behind what I didn't need. My fingers were numb and fumbling around. My car clock blinked at 3:02 a.m. as I pulled onto that dirt road, the beams of my headlights cutting weak, jagged paths through the dark. The road was pitted and rough. My teeth jarred with every mile, but I pressed the gas, wanting nothing more than to see the small lights of the nearest town. And then I saw headlights up ahead, bright and racing towards me from a side path. The shadow of a car behind them, moving fast, far too fast. I gritted my teeth and pushed harder on the accelerator. The landscape blurred at the edges of my vision. My pulse was pounding so hard, it could have been another engine. The headlights kept pace with me, a hunter's gleam in the rearview mirror, but the distance between us grew and grew as the road finally smoothed out. By the time I reached the intersection that marked the main highway, the lights behind me had now faded, swallowed up by the desert's maw. Dawn was just this pale line when I found a gas station with a flickering neon sign. As soon as I got a signal, I called the police, breathless, recounting every single detail I could. The shoes, the bloody clothes, the voices, the pursuit. The officer on the other end of the line was silent for a moment, then promised to send somebody out to check it. I sat in that parking lot as the sky warmed to pink, the hum of life all around me. But those questions never left. Who had been out there, and what had they done? I never found out if anything came from my report to the police, but I really hope it did. Everybody just tells me it was a dump site, but part of me struggles to accept that it really was. I've always found a kind of solace in the wild, a sense of freedom in the silence of the mountain ranges that stretches endlessly beyond the city's clamor. Those overnight backpacking trips were like a secret ritual. Leave work at dusk, drive out to the trailhead, hike up a peak, and settle inside the solitude underneath the stars. It was this unspoken bond between me and the wilderness, and it kept my mind sharp and my heart steady. I could feel my pulse sink to the soft murmur of the night winds, the steady chirping of the crickets, the occasional call of an owl. It was perfect. Each trip another page into a personal journal, written in sweat and starlight. That evening felt no different as any other as I set out for that new peak, one that I'd yet to mark on my map. The trailhead was deserted, its gravel lot holding only the evidence of countless travelers before me. The sky bled shades of crimson as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across that rugged landscape. It was the ideal start to an overnight adventure, the air crisp and full of anticipation. I was making pretty good time, my boots kicking up dust, my pack of familiar weight against my back. The mountain loomed ahead, its jagged edges glowing under that soft embrace of the twilight. By late afternoon, I could see the summit, a crown atop the rough spine of a rock. I reached a flat clearing at the base of a massive boulder, its surface streaked with these scars of time and weather. This would be my camp for the night, a lonely sentry above a sprawl of suburban lights, winking just a few miles below, closer than I was used to. The slide gave me pause. A neighborhood out there, its glow a smudge of neon on the ink-black canvas of the desert. I pitched my tent, my fingers moving with the memory of a seasoned camper, and settled in for the night with a tin of beans and a protein bar. The moon, bloated and full, watched me from its throne high in the sky. I let the quiet seep into my bones. I put on a podcast to fill the void and leaned up against the cool, rough stone behind me. I drank most of a 12-pack as well. Somewhere far down the mountainside came the faint rumble of engines. I sat up, squinting out into the dark. 2, maybe 3 cars moved sluggishly across the desert floor, their headlights cutting swaths of brightness into the otherwise pitch-black night. I shrugged and leaned back. It wasn't uncommon for night drivers to take these paths, sometimes campers, sometimes teens out for a thrill. I pulled my fleece tighter. The gravelly voice from the podcast recounted some old ghost story, when a sharp sound sliced out through the night. A rapport, flat and echoey. Gunfire. My heart thumped, sudden and harsh as silence fell again, almost like a heavy curtain. I strained my eyes, searching the darkness, and saw it. A tiny flash, orange and wicked, like the blink of a predatory eye. Another flash. The rock behind me thudded dully as something struck it, sending pebbles skittering. Realization came in like a sickening wave. Those shots were aimed at my camp, at me. I dropped, chest heaving as I pressed myself hard against the ground. The night erupted with a cacophony of shots, the boulder behind me cracking and spitting shards of stone. Panic clawed at every part of me. I was expecting to take a round in the ass at any second now. I scrambled on all fours, dragging my body across to the other side of the rock, where the shadow pooled the deepest. The shots continued to ricochet, their echoes rolling up the mountain like thunder. Why were they shooting? Did they even know I was here? I pressed my face into the dirt, the air thick with dust and sweat, ears straining for any pause of the gunfire. When it finally came, a breathless hush blanketed the mountain. I didn't dare move. My pack, my water, my food, my phone, all sat within arm's reach on the other side of the boulder. I had to get to it. Adrenaline surged, pushed me into motion, and I quickly lunged, hands grasping for the canvas strap, fingers brushing the nylon as a new volley erupted. I yanked the bag back, bullets stitching the earth where I'd been moments before. The chaos was deafening, my thoughts scattered like leaves in a storm. Crouched in the narrow space behind the boulder, I sucked in deep breaths, trying to quiet the jackhammer rhythm of my heartbeat. The gunfire stuttered, then halted, replaced by voices carried on the wind. Laughter. It was eerie and dissonant, mocking in a way that made my blood chill. I peered over the edge, risking a glance down the slope. The cars were still there, headlights washing the sands in this harsh white light. Figures began moving in the glow, their silhouettes distorted by distance. I could see them waving guns, gesturing at the mountain, pointing at my refuge. I flattened as their voices rose again, words undistinguishable but filled with strange manic glee. I could not tell if they knew I was there or not, or if this was some kind of grotesque game that they were playing, out underneath the indifferent gaze of the moon. Hours passed by, time stretching painfully as I counted each beat between the shots, each moment of fragile quiet. The night was alive with distant shouts, the metallic clink of gun barrels, the sharp hiss of whispers, too close to the surface of my sanity. I couldn't risk a fire, couldn't risk moving an inch beyond that boulder's shadow. Each second gnawed at my composure, stripping me of the confidence that had once carried me up to this peak. The winds now shifted, carrying the faint scent of gasoline and gunpowder. It made my throat close, fear a tangible, suffocating thing. Finally, that laughter drifted away, the sound unraveling into the dark until silence took its place. It was past midnight when I dared shift my position, muscles sore from holding still, my joints stiff and aching. Sleep was now out of the question. I waited out the hours, every minute a battle with my nerves. I couldn't look down without the image of that orange muzzle flash searing into my mind. The first light of dawn crept up over the horizon, softening the harsh lines of the desert. The gold rays painted the boulder in these hues of pink and orange, highlighting the cracks where the bullets had gouged into it. I examined the damage, and not just last night's frenzied shots. This rock was a canvas of violence, etched with years of reckless bullet scars. Packing up only took me a few minutes. I moved mechanically, eyes darting down to the emptiness below. I found holes in the fabric of my tent, torn clean by the shots that could have found me in the dark. Lucky me. The word felt hollow in my mouth, a bitter aftertaste. The descent down was grueling, every step an invitation for some kind of final shot, a sudden yell. The desert lay mute, its secrets buried beneath the sun-baked earth. When I reached that same gravel lot, my heart sank. My car, a trusty old sedan, was gutted. Tires flattened, windows shattered, paint gouged by rounds. The desert had claimed it too. My report to the authorities was a blur of questions and clipped answers, radio static and flashing lights. Cops swarmed the site, combing for shells, piecing together the chaos of the night. The investigation stretched on, each day a reminder of those blinding muzzle flashes and the laughter. But they found nothing. No leads, no names, just the whispers of those who came out at night with guns and adrenaline. Weeks passed before a call finally came in. They'd caught them, kids, barely even out of their teens, bored and armed with a sense of invincibility that only comes from stupidity. They'd come out there again firing at the rock, laughing in the face of their own recklessness. This time an officer had seen them, requested backup. The arrest was clean, the shock of it all sudden and brutal, or at least so I was told. Lots of the locals to that community pressed charges, and those kids and their families had to pay a lot. Eventually, I did get reimbursed. They paid for the tires, the windows, the tow fees. But that night, in that boulder, it's etched into my memory more deeply than the bullets that scarred my car. I haven't been back since, and the city lights are just a little brighter now, and the mountains, just a little darker. I still remember the weekend that I decided to capture those autumn colors. Just me, my camera, and those hypnotic bursts of orange, red, and yellow that felt like they set the whole mountain ablaze. I'd had the idea for weeks, months actually, carefully tracking weather patterns, timing everything down to the moment the temperature would drop and the leaves would reach that peak vibrancy. I'd been obsessed with photography since my parents got me this digital camera a few years back, and I'd honed my skills shooting everything from school events to candid shots at concerts inside dingy local clubs. But I never really quite had the chance like this. A whole day with no interruptions, just me, my camera, and capturing that perfect autumn light. This was my real dream as an amateur photographer, breaking into landscape shots, close-ups of different natural textures,
and of course, wildlife. This was going to be my first foray into snapping photos in the wild, alone and well away from the bustling streets, the buildings, and the people. I was a year out of high school at the time, and I'd taken a photography course that they offered, so I felt pretty on top of my craft in the moment. There was a grove of maple and oak trees between a pair of lakes up in the mountains. This was where I was planning to go that day. When Saturday finally came, I was ready. I packed up my camera, my lenses, extra batteries, everything I needed. I threw on a fleece and some warm clothes, knowing that the mountain air would be very brisk, and then loaded into my car. The drive was around 45 minutes, but the anticipation made it feel longer. Every turn in the road brought me closer to those colors, and I could already see it all in my head. It was one of those crisp fall mornings when the sky was so blue that it looked unreal, and the cool air wrapped around you like a thin veil, making everything feel sharper, clearer. I absolutely loved it. It made it hard not to speed through the woodlands as I got closer. I reached that first lake and parked, barely able to contain my excitement as I got my gear ready. There was a small path along the lake that cut through a gulch, and a winding trail that led to another lake I'd say an hour's hike away. My idea was to follow that path, snap some photos along the way, then loop back on a different trail to capture the colors from every angle I could. That first half of the day was everything I was hoping it to be. The leaves were spectacular, colors so rich and deep they didn't seem real. I took my time, carefully framing each shot, capturing the way the light filtered through the canopy, and painted everything in these warm hues. By the time I reached that second lake, there was a few people lounging around the shore, their voices carrying across the water, reminding me that I wasn't entirely alone out there. I turned back and decided to take a different route, one that would cut through a thicker part of the woods, where the trees would close in overhead, filtering out the sunlight into these fractured, haunting beams. I didn't pay the people behind me much mind. I really don't even think they knew I was there. They were mostly fishermen, with what looked like to be a few random hikers marching in the area. I was eager to go back to the lake where I would be the only person again. I don't know why, but I just wanted to be alone out there. I thought it would be the only way to get the shot that I was really after. The path that I chose was very faint, almost as if it was nothing at all, so I just relied on instinctual direction to guide me back to the other lake. I could also follow the vein of trees, which they literally connected the two bodies of water. It felt nearly impossible to get lost, so I really just did my best to focus on the images around me. Instead of the gulch, I walked across the light slope that had these crazy pillars of light shooting through the canopy. I really couldn't do anything but look up. It was amazing. It was as I moved through this shadowy thicket that I almost bumped into somebody. I'd been looking up, focusing on the way the light hit the leaves above me, so I didn't see them until the last second. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest as I came face to face with a guy, maybe around my age, standing completely still just a few feet in front of me. He was shirtless, skinny, and with this wiry build and tattoos that looked like they'd been done with a safety pen and ink, scrawled unevenly up and down his arms. He had this sallow look to him, almost like he hadn't seen the sun in quite a while. Being young and hip, or whatever you want to call it, I knew better than to let my guard down. This guy was weird, clearly up to no good, and honestly smelled really bad. He had every red flag possible for a girl like me, so I didn't smile, I didn't approach, just nodded and took in the situation around me. "Hey," I said, forcing this casual tone, as I took a step back, giving him his space. Behind him was a girl with bleach blonde hair that hung in these thin, unwashed strands, holding a vape in one hand and her phone in the other. She looked up, grinning in a way that put me on edge immediately. She was missing a couple of teeth, and the rest were not very pretty. Again, this added another layer to the situation that I definitely didn't like. I felt like I just interrupted a couple of hobos, getting ready to get intimate. "Oh, hey there, photographer girl," the guy said, grinning. Hi, I'm just taking a couple of photos of the leaves for the newspaper. I lied. For some reason, I figured adding some kind of official aspect to my presence might get them to leave me alone. "Oh," the girl said in this sarcastic voice. "Don't the newspapers print in black and white? They won't even see any of these colors at all," the guy added. Busted. I smiled and doubled down, saying that I was with the college and our monthly newsletter was indeed printed in color. Very quick thinking on my part, and I'm still proud of it to this day. The guy just nodded and kept grinning at me. I looked around and saw they weren't cornering me or anything, so I just kept moving in the direction of my car and told them to have a good day. "Well, shoot, we thought you were going to take a picture of us," the guy then says to me. I laughed in response, but they both gave me the most serious look ever. I shook my head and looked between them and my camera and realized I was caught out. I stammered, trying to come up with a polite excuse just to move past them, but before I knew it and knew what I was doing, I was saying, "Sure, I guess I can take a quick photo if you want." It was easier to agree to just take a quick shot and move on than to argue with them or potentially make them angry. Two of them struck a pose out in front of a massive fiery red maple, holding each other and grinning like they were on some warped version of a magazine cover. I raised my camera and framed the shot and clicked. The digital shutter sounded, and then I lowered the camera, eager to now put some distance between us. I feigned to look at it. "Beautiful, guys, thanks for posing. Have a great day." Then I turned and continued into the woods. "Hey, wait up," the girl said, all serious still. "We want that picture. It belongs to us." "Yeah, that's our photo," the guy echoed, his voice harsher now. "Hand it over." I froze, completely confused. "It's digital," I said, trying to remain calm. "I can delete it if you don't want it." But before I could finish, something heavy and powerful slammed into me from behind, lifting me clear off the ground. My scream cut out through the trees as I thrashed, kicking out and trying to free myself. But the arms were around me like iron. I twisted, catching a glimpse of who had grabbed me. A massive figure, a man easily twice my size. He had a broad face and vacant eyes that stared at me without recognition or remorse. I turned to the couple and screamed at them to help me. They were laughing, their faces twisted in amusement as I struggled. I realized in that moment that whoever this person was, they were with that couple in front of me. I started thrashing hard and I figured I was done for. I can't express to you how big and strong this person was. They picked me up like a baby and could have squeezed the life out of me if they wanted to. I tried to look back into the face again of whoever it was, but most of it avoided me. I could just see this smile across his lips and a little drool coming out of the side of it. "Carter, put her down," the girl called out, like she was scolding a child. "You're gonna scare her." The giant holding me, apparently named Carter, gave me one final shake, enough to knock the breath out of me before he let me drop to the ground. I stumbled, scrambled backwards until I felt rough bark of the tree behind me, my eyes darting between the three of them. "Sorry about that," the girl said, giggling. "Carter just doesn't know his own strength sometimes. He's my little brother." I tried to swallow my terror, forcing myself to stand upright. It's fine," I said, my voice barely even above a whisper. Carter, as I now realized, was a kid, though he looked anything but young. He was massive, hulking, his face blank but somehow unsettling, like he didn't fully understand the impact of his actions. He was just staring off into space, throwing these sporadic looks in my direction. He must have been 6.5 feet tall and easily over 300 pounds. "Nice to meet you," I managed to get out. He didn't say anything back. "Yeah, Carter likes to be outside," his sister explained. "We bring him out here so he can walk around, get some fresh air. I nodded along. I'd lived here all my life and never seen this ogre of a man. You ought to take his picture, the guy then suggested, his tone mocking. Carter loves getting his picture taken, don't you, big guy? I wanted nothing more than to leave, to get away from these people as fast as possible. But again, I found myself nodding, agreeing just to get through it without another incident. I raised my camera again, this time focusing on Carter. He stood still, staring at me with that same empty gaze. And I snapped the photo. That shutter click was almost like a trigger. Carter's expression twisted. His face went red with fury as he let out another sound halfway between a roar and a whine, a guttural noise that made my stomach twist. Uh-oh, that girl said, grinning as she backed away. Shouldn't have done that. Before I could react, Carter was charging for me, his massive form crashing through the underbrush almost like a freight train. I got up and ran, heart racing, my legs moving so fast I could barely even feel the ground beneath me. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my clothes, but I did not stop. His heavy footsteps continued to thunder behind me, slowly getting closer and closer. And just in like typical horror movie fashion, I tripped. My ankle twisted painfully as I stumbled and crashed to the ground, skidding on the rocky earth. I looked back and horror sliced through me as I saw Carter mere feet away now, his eyes locked on me with this intensity that was almost like childlike and utterly monstrous at the same time. I knew then that if he got a hand on me, I would not survive this time. The look on his face was so crazed, there was no way he'd hold back if he grabbed me. I imagined him slamming me into the trees and twisting me like a piece of fabric. I pushed myself up and forced myself to keep running, even as my body screamed in protest. The laughter of that couple echoed from somewhere behind me, their voices blending with Carter's heavy, labored breathing as he chased me through the woods. I screamed again, my voice raw, but the only answer was the rustle of the leaves and the relentless pounding of his footsteps. That and that titanic scream that he let out. It was like listening to an elephant or some other massive animal. Sounds I never thought I'd hear a human make. I continued to scream all the way back to the other lake. I remembered people earlier and I hoped my shrieks would somehow, hopefully, alert somebody. My car was still so far away though, and the path was twisting and turning throughout the trees. Every step felt like an eternity, every heartbeat a countdown to the moment he would reach me. I burst through a clearing, the parking lot finally in sight, and sprinted those last few yards, throwing myself into the car and slamming the door. I locked my doors, gasping out for breath. My hands were shaking as I jammed the keys into the ignition. As the engine roared to life, I looked up and saw Carter still lumbering through the trees, his gaze now fixed on my car. The girl and the guy were now behind him, still laughing, watching as I peeled out of the lot, gravel spitting from my tires as I tore down that road once more. I couldn't believe he actually chased me that far. He honestly wasn't that fast, and after I realized that, I knew as long as I kept moving, I would make it. I figured at some point he would give up, especially when he noticed I was way faster than he was, but there he was, still jogging through those trees. And when he saw me in that car, he started to run even faster to catch up. Inside my rearview mirror, Carter's massive form still lingered at the edge of the parking lot, his blank face watching me as the tree swallowed him up. As I turned onto the main dirt road that would lead me back to town, I watched him bring a single finger up and point at my car as he disappeared from view. I survived that whole ordeal, but goddamn, it was scary. And to this day, I have no idea who those people were or where they came from. I realized on the drive back to town that I actually had photos of these people, so believe it or not, I went to the police department and told them about what happened. They were curious, but ultimately didn't really look into it. I showed them the photos, but they'd never seen them before. Whatever the case, I had my run-in with Carter, and I hope to never meet you again. Growing up inside a quiet suburb with a close-knit group of friends, I learned early on that true thrills were few and far between. My town was as ordinary as it came, a collection of cul-de-sacs and modest homes, with a small downtown strip that featured a handful of shops, a bakery, and one surprisingly well-kept movie theater. It only had a few screens, sure, but the management knew what the people wanted. They carried all the big releases. Our little theater felt like a hidden treasure, and while most of us thought about getting jobs there, we ultimately decided it was best left as a place to escape to rather than work at. Halloween was the night when the theater felt most alive. Every year it became something of a tradition for me and my friends to see the latest horror release, and this year's pick was Annabelle, a choice bound to have us shrieking and clutching one another's arms. We met at the coffee shop, warming up our hands around these cheap paper cups filled with hot chocolate, and gossiping about the usual teenage nonsense. It was a pretty chilly night in October, with the sky the color of bruised storm clouds. We slowly made the walk over to the theater, chatting about the drama, the movie, and whatever else came up. Once inside, I soaked in the familiar scent of buttered popcorn and the old musty carpet, feeling a buzz of excitement that seemed to build with each step towards the concession stand. My best friend Jess and I were in charge of grabbing drinks and candy, so we quickly got in line. Everybody else went to the bathroom or went over to the arcade corner to play a game or another. We were pretty set in our ways, so this was all fairly normal. We were halfway through our usual bickering about snacks when this guy appeared behind the register. He wasn't the regular type that you'd see working here. He had this almost polished, unsettling look about him. His hair was dark, slicked back, and his eyes were super intense. It was this unsettling shade of green that seemed to linger a little too long. Like I said, this was a relatively small town, and we all went to the movies religiously. I'd never seen this guy before, and for some reason, I almost felt drawn to him. I liked his look, his energy, and found myself giggling not too long after he appeared. As we approached, he gestured us over with this slow, deliberate wave, accompanied with this unsettling smile spreading across his face. "Hey there," he greeted us in kind of a creepy voice. "Big night for a scary movie, huh?" "Yeah, we're seeing Annabelle," I replied, finding myself caught off guard by his stare. There was something in it that was just almost charming and unnerving at the same time. "That's a good one," he smirked, ringing up our drinks and candy. "Hope you're ready for a good scare." "I think I can handle it," I said, throwing him a small flirty smile. Why not? He seemed harmless enough, just a guy trying to make the best out of his job. He winked, and a slight blush crept up my cheeks as he handed over the candy. In the most uncharacteristic movie of all time, I winked back. I've never winked at anybody in my life, but in the moment it felt natural, I guess. You'd have thought I'd winked all the time. No, something about this guy just brought it out in me, and I found myself hoping he'd ask for my number. Anyway, he gave us our stuff, and then we met up with our friends and went into the main hall. I looked back once and the guy was still staring at me. The theater itself was packed, which wasn't surprising for a Halloween night showing this horror flick. We found a row near the front, quickly settled in, and exchanged a few jokes while the previews rolled in. We all laughed and poked at one another's nervousness. The opening credits started, and immediately, I could feel the tension in the room thickening. I lost myself in the intro, letting the uneasy scenes pull me in deeper and deeper into the dread. But then, just as I started to relax, I felt this strange sensation, like somebody was watching me. As I turned my head, I caught sight of a shadowy figure lingering at the back of the theater, just near the exit. I squinted and realized it was the clerk, from earlier. He was just standing there, still, watching. For a brief moment, our eyes met, and he smiled, that same strange, unsettling grin. I brushed it off, convincing myself he was just checking on the room, but every time I glanced back, he would still be there, watching me in this way that felt far too personal. At one point, he actually came and walked behind my row, just oddly patrolling, I guess. His hand even brushed the top of my head once. Very weird. But I was into him, so I was more excited than I should have been, I guess. The movie went on, and at some point I convinced myself he'd finally left, that he was just doing his job. My nerves finally started to calm. I relaxed and continued to enjoy the movie. The tension ratcheted up again during one of the scarier scenes, and all of a sudden I couldn't shake this pressing urge to use the bathroom. I whispered to Jess, who looked a little put out at the interruption, but nodded to me. "I'll be quick," I whispered, easing out of my seat and making my way towards the exit. The hallway was empty, dimly lit, only the faint sounds of the other movies filling the silence. My footsteps were muted as I walked, almost like I was underwater. Entering the bathroom, I found it empty, which should have been a relief, but instead, it felt like the silence was pressing in on me. For whatever reason, I was more scared to be out of the theater than I was inside of it. I locked myself inside a stall, trying to shake that feeling that had quickly settled over me. Then, just as I was finishing up, I heard the door creak open. Footsteps padded softly across the tile. My heartbeat sped up. I thought maybe Jess had followed me in after all, but the footsteps didn't sound right, if that makes sense. They were heavy. Through the small crack in the stall door, I saw black sneakers and dark pants. A man's shoes. Panic started to rise in my throat. It was him, the clerk. What was he doing in here, though? Before I could even process the thought, he stopped in front of my stall, pausing as though he were deciding what to do. My breath caught up in my chest as his hand reached for the stall door, trying to jiggle it open. I snapped, the fear turning my voice into a shout. "The hell are you doing? Get out of here!" The silence that followed that was suffocating. Then, in this disturbingly calm voice, he replied, "I thought we were getting along so well." My skin went cold. He wasn't joking. He wasn't trying to laugh it off. He was serious, almost offended, like I let him in there or something. I scrambled to reach my phone, fingers trembling, but before I could do anything, he moved to the stall next over. I heard the scrape, like he was stepping onto the toilet. I looked up just as he leaned over the top of the stall, his face inches from mine, grinning down at me with that same weird smile. I screamed ragged, a terrified sound that I didn't even know I could make, as he leaned over further and further, watching me with this almost gleeful expression. "Come on, don't be like that," he said, his voice low and sweet. "I just want to talk." "Get away from me," I shrieked, pressing myself down against the back of the toilet, my whole body trembling as he slowly reached his hand down, trailing his fingers along the top of the stall door. Then he reached down, extra long, and unlocked the door to the unit. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. He then proceeded to jump down, race around the corner, and try to open up the door again. It then occurred to me the only thing that could keep him from me was me. I kicked my feet up, pushed against the door with everything I had to keep it shut, but he just kept slamming into it, trying to force his way in. My legs strained as I struggled to hold myself in place. Every time I thought he'd stop, he'd just throw himself at the door again. It was truly relentless. I could hear him whispering something underneath his breath too. I have no idea what it was saying, but it was super creepy. Then he laughed, a chilling sound that echoed in the small empty bathroom, and for a second, thought he was finally going to get in. But then abruptly he stopped, giving the door one final shove before he stepped back. "Suit yourself," he sneered, his voice full of venom, and with one last lingering look, he slipped out of the bathroom. I collapsed against the toilet, as gross as it is, trying to catch my breath, tears prickling at the corner of my eyes. The silence after he left was deafening, almost unreal, as if I'd imagined the whole thing. But I hadn't. I felt his presence like a shadow still looming over me. Again, the pressure and silence made me feel like I was underwater. It took every ounce of willpower I had to pull myself together, to wash my hands and leave that bathroom. I checked my phone on that silent walk back to the theater, and to my horror, only a few minutes had gone by. It literally felt like it had been hours. My friends were all still seated, laughing and chatting like nothing had happened. But as I approached, Jess's smile faded. "Are you okay?" she whispered, noticing my pale face. I nodded, barely managing to explain what had just happened. The words just tumbled out in this horrified scream as they did, and her face went from shock to fury. The rest of the group overheard, and the boys quickly decided that it wasn't something they'd let go. We were a big ragtag group of kids, boys and girls, all ages from 13 up to 17, and half of us were pretty notorious troublemakers. "Who was it?" one of them asked. It was one of the guys from the concessions," I managed, voice shaking. They all exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement, but before I could stop them, they stormed out, heading straight to the lobby, 4 boys marching off to war. After a few minutes, the rest of us were so curious that we got up and followed. We found them down a hallway, pounding on a door labeled manager. They explained they made a few laps around the lobby and bathrooms and hallways and didn't see him. They decided the best option was just to go straight to the source. The theater manager, a tired-looking older man, opened up the door, squinting as he took in their angry expressions. They wasted no time telling him what happened. The manager looked bewildered, almost nervous. The group then turned to me, and I had to retell the story, the direct truth, as well as a very colorful description of who it was. As I gave the traits, the manager slowly began to nod. I'll handle it," he said finally, then offered us a stack of refund vouchers and this weak apology, but the boys were not satisfied, and neither was I. It was not enough, not even close. As we left the theater, I spotted the clerk lingering outside. His back was to us as he stood in the shadows of a side alley, phone in hand. The boys didn't waste a second. They quickly charged toward the guy, yelling at him with their fists clenched. He looked up just in time. His face was twisted into this almost ugly sneer before he darted back through an employee-only entrance and vanished into the depths of the theater. He disappeared almost like a movie villain. I couldn't believe it. We were disappointed but out of options, so just headed home. I told my parents, who went to the police, but they didn't do anything. It was a hearsay issue, zero evidence, blah blah blah. They said they'd wait to hear from the theater manager before they acted. The following week, news broke that he'd been arrested, this time for harassing another girl in the same exact way, the theater manager's daughter. The chill that ran through me then was not one I'd soon forget. I realized you don't have to see a horror movie to get scared. Real life and people are way worse. When I think back to that Halloween in Mr. Welch's class, I still get a little sweaty. He was our 5th grade teacher, and even among the younger grades, he had a reputation. Tough, but fair. Mr. Welch did not hand out any kind of special treatment. Not even a slight bit of sympathy, even for a skinned knee or a stubbed toe. He made men out of the boys and toughened up the girls, everybody would say. He believed in challenging us, which meant long hikes and carrying your own weight, literally. But we loved him for it. His field trips were always the best, big, noisy, and these wild outings that made us feel like real adventurers. He had this knack for finding those once-a-year local festivals, the ones that felt almost magical in how they would transform a whole town. This year, it was the Farmers' Fall Festival in Market Square, a sprawling mess of carnival booths, craft stalls, farmers selling pumpkins the size of small cars, and even a big corn maze carved out of the field just beyond the fairgrounds. There were dueling fiddlers, prize hogs with ribbons in their curly tails, and even this auctioneer, shouting so loud it felt like his voice was rattling your teeth. It was chaotic, it was loud, and it was exhausting, but in the best way. By lunchtime, most of us were feeling the weight of all this excitement, slowing down as we unpacked our lunches and sat in clumps on the field, taking in the crowds and the whiffs of roasted corn still lingering in the air. But I had caught this second wind. After wolfing down my sandwich and my chips, I was up, scouting around with a few friends, daring one another to this game or to that one. We shot BB guns at 10 targets, won a few tickets, and got distracted. Then we're on our way to the next game, when I spotted that maze. I don't really know what drew me over. It was just a huge row of stalks trimmed into winding trails, but to a 5th grader, it was something out of a legend. My friends followed me, but for whatever reason, I went right up to the guy working the maze entrance, this wiry-looking man with greasy hair and a jacket covered in patches. He looked down at me like he'd been waiting all day. He gave me this odd grin, almost like he was laughing at some private joke that I didn't know about. And then he said, "Go on, kid. Got a lot of folks getting lost today. Best of luck." "Do I have to pay?" I asked him, realizing now my friends hadn't followed along. I was going in alone. The guy kind of laughed. "Not today, Junior, and I'm telling you, kids have been getting lost all day. Don't make me have to come get you." Something about the way he said that made my stomach twist a little, but I brushed it off, cutting ahead of the line as he waved me in alone. My friends gave me a quick, "Good luck," and laughed, already wandering off trying to find something else. At first, it was thrilling. I ran into the maze, literally, dodging left and right, every twist like another secret waiting to be discovered. I honestly couldn't believe how quiet it got as I went in deeper though, the sounds of the festival just kind of fading away, replaced by the dry rustle of the corn. I'd round a corner and find nothing but another path, the golden stalks on either side, towering over me like walls, thick and unyielding. I was in really good spirits at first. Sure, I could beat this. But with every turn, the feeling would start to slip. The paths looked identical, one after the other, and soon I really couldn't tell how far I'd come. Then, just around this sharp corner, I nearly stumbled into a girl. She was crouching on the ground, her face buried in her hands, shaking. She looked to be about my age. She had this tangled hair falling over her shoulders. I stopped, a little taken aback, and stammered out, "Hey, are you lost?" She didn't answer me right away, just kept sniffling and rocking back and forth. Then she mumbled, "You're out there. You shouldn't go any further." The way she said it, her voice barely above a whisper, it was more like a warning, and it made my skin prickle. I swallowed hard, suddenly very aware of how isolated we were. "Who's out there?" I asked, trying to sound brave. She just shook her head, her fingers twisting in this loose strand of hair as she stared at the ground. "You'll see," she whispered. "You really shouldn't go that way." I took a step back, unsure if she was messing with me or there was something else going on. I wanted to help her out, but there was something off in the way she just glanced over her shoulder, eyes darting to the shadows between the corn rows. She did look terrified. Listen, I can go find my teacher and get him to come help, or I could probably find the exit and get one of the workers to." "No," she snapped her head up. Her eyes were now wide and dark. "You can't go that way." She pointed a trembling finger down the path to my left. "They're down there, waiting, and if you go that way, you won't come back." I glanced in the direction that she was pointing, my stomach trying to come out backside. The path looked exactly the same as every other one, just rows of dry, dusty corn stalks swaying in the breeze. But the way she looked at it, it made me feel different, like there was something off about it, something out there lurking in the shadows. It also had thinner walls, more light, and it did look like the way out. "I'll be fine," I said. "I'll come back for you, okay?" She just shook her head again, quickly burying her face in her hands once more, and that was that. I left her there and turned down the path. It wasn't long before I did start to regret it. The maze felt different, like it was twisting in on itself, deliberately leading me in circles. Every time I thought I was getting close to the edge, I'd come to a dead end or another endless row of stalks that stretched off into the distance. The deeper I went, the harder it was to keep my bearings, and I could feel that faint knot of panic starting to tighten in my chest. I realized that that girl I'd seen could have been stuck here for hours and totally crazy at this point. And then I heard something. At first it was faint, just the shuffle of feet in the dirt and a low murmur, almost like laughter. I froze, straining to continue to listen. It had come from somewhere up ahead of me, around the next turn. I crept forward and peeked around the corner. Two boys, older than me, stood over a kid that I recognized from Mr. Welch's class. He was on the ground curled up, his face red and dirty, his arms wrapped around his head. One of the boys wore this cheap plastic mask, a grinning face with hollow eyes. The other had that streaked fake blood all over his face, eyes glaring down with this sick kind of glee. They were kicking the kid, hard, one blow after another, laughing as he whimpered and tried to shield himself. It was Dalton, a kid that I got along with. I took a step back, barely daring to breathe. That girl was right, there was something wrong with these two. They weren't just playing around. They were out here to hurt somebody, and from the looks of it, they'd done this before. Then the boy in the mask turned and spotted me. "Hey!" he shouted, pointing right at me, his voice echoing through the maze. I didn't wait to see what he'd do. I turned and ran, my feet pounding against that hard-packed dirt as I darted down one path and then another, trying to put as much distance as I could between me and them. They were fast though, and I could hear their footsteps behind me getting louder, closer. As I twisted and turned throughout that corn maze, I kept running, zigzagging, hoping to lose them around a corner or two, but it was no use. Every time I looked back, I could see that stupid grinning mask and those empty eyes fixed on me. He was enjoying every second of this chase. I rounded a corner and saw a gap in one of the rows, where the stalks had been trampled down like somebody had cut through. Didn't think twice, I dove through, pushing my way between the dry, crackling stalks. But when I stumbled out the other side, they were already there, waiting for me. How the hell did they cut through so fast? They'd probably been chasing kids through here all day and knew it like a map at this point. They grabbed me before I could scream, throwing me to the ground, my face scraping against the dirt. I tried to struggle to push them off, but they were bigger, stronger, pinning me down as one of them twisted my arm behind my back. The one in the mask leaned in close, his breath hot and sour against my ear. "Thought you could run, huh?" he sneered. Then he spit in my hair. "They all try to run, fat little shits, every one of you." He kicked me in the ribs, and the other guy did the same. "This maze isn't even that hard. It only took us 30 minutes. How you kids keep getting lost is a mystery." Another boot to my ribs. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for what would come next, but then suddenly they stopped. I felt their weight shift, hearing them whisper to one another in these hurried, panic voices, like something bigger was going on. I opened up my eyes and saw him. Standing at the end of the path was a man that I did not recognize. A middle-aged guy in filthy overalls with one eye clouded over and a mouthful of crooked, rotten teeth. He was watching us. His head tilted like he was studying, like we were bugs pinned to a board or something. The two boys let go of me without a word and backed away, their eyes still fixed on the stranger. And then, just like that, they turned and ran, disappearing around the corner as fast as they could. I stayed where I was, frozen, unsure if I could thank the man or just run like the others. But he kept watching me, his one good eye glinting in the light, and then he beckoned me. "Come on, kid. I'll show you the way out." I didn't know what to do. I got up and brushed the dirt from my clothes. I followed him, my footsteps heavy as we walked deeper and deeper into the maze. It felt wrong, like we were going the opposite way, into the heart of the cornfield, and not out. But I didn't have the courage to question him. He just kept moving, humming along to himself, glancing back ever so often with that awful toothy grin. The deeper we went in, the stranger things got. I saw broken beer bottles scattered on the ground, old shoes, torn up bags, things that looked like they'd been left there behind people who'd gone through this maze before. And then we turned a corner and he jumped at me, shouting boo. I stumbled back with my heart racing, but he just laughed, this horrible high-pitched laugh that still couldn't pierce the corn walls. And then, after all that, he was gone, slipped away into the stalks themselves. "Good luck, dummy," was the last thing he said to me. I didn't wait to see where he went. I just turned and ran, pushed through the maze as fast as I could, not caring if I was even going the right way, just desperate to get out. Eventually, I heard voices, real voices, teachers calling out names, festival workers with walkie-talkies, and I followed them, stumbling out of the maze just as the sun was setting. Mr. Welch was there, looking around, his face puckered, but when he saw me, he broke out into a big grin. "Whew, thought we lost you," he said, patting me on the shoulder. "You okay, kid?" I nodded, my throat too raw to speak. I glanced back at the entrance to the maze, half expecting to see that same man standing there, watching me, but there was nobody. Just rows and rows of tall, silent corn. On the bus ride back, I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was a bad day. There's just a weird guy in a maze. It happens. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see that girl's face, her tear-streaked cheeks and her hollow eyes, and hear that whisper. "You shouldn't go that way." To this day, I don't know if she made it out, but I did. There's something to be said about gut feelings. One I learned to pay attention to after that long weekend filming in that town. Well, in retrospect, I should have never set foot inside. It started innocently enough, a project born out of post-college restlessness, spearheaded by Sam, one of our old professors who still cradled indie filmmaking dreams. The guy was kind of a burnout, but he was foot out the door for all the things indie filmmaking. Not only had he taught us through some of the courses, but he'd landed us our first paying gigs. Beyond that, Sam had a great vision and actually created some decent work. Regardless, we were a motley crew, cobbled together from classmates and friends, all scrabbling for experience with our cheap equipment and a shared drive to create something out of nothing. It was a shared passion that was something akin to alchemy, and the more we came together, the better the outcome became. After a year of shooting together, we were putting out stuff that was getting local, even regional attention. We all lived and worked in the city, where alleyways were our sets and abandoned buildings doubled as haunted mansions or even crime scenes. It was convenient, but it was also limited to what we could and couldn't film. We did a lot of thrillers, dramas, cityscape buffet type of viewing. The occasional single room short in an apartment or wherever, but mostly streets and cafes, abandoned structures. I digress. But Sam's script called for something different this time. Shots of sun-dappled creeks, dense woods with crumbling trails, and dialogue scenes in what looked like a picturesque small town. It wasn't too hard to find a place like that on the map, just a couple hours drive from the city, tucked away where the highways thinned and the landscape grew wild. The town whose name, even now, I won't utter, felt promising as we arrived that morning. The sun's early rays splintering through the mist clinging to the trees, casting everything in this dreamlike haze. It was storybook living that I didn't even know existed in my state, let alone just a couple hours outside of the city. I was mostly just an audio guy, but I started snapping photos pretty much right away, just to have some different points of reference for terrain. The roads were pretty narrow, lined with sagging wooden houses that seemed to bow underneath the weight of their own age. No one really stirred, and I chalked it up to the early hour. Hell, half the actors were literally snoring in the back of the van. They called it beauty sleep, but the thing was, none of them were beautiful. Super mid, to be honest. All kidding aside though, I think they just partied a lot and wanted to avoid any extra work that wasn't acting. Our plan was pretty simple. Shoot the wilderness scenes first, get them out of the way while the light was good, then head into town for the rest of them. We parked inside a clearing, a dirt lot that was strewn with broken branches and the brittle remains of leaves. There was a moment, just a beat, where I felt like an inexplicable shiver creep down my spine as I stepped out and took in the forest around me. It was the kind of silence that presses in against your ears, so absolute, you wonder if you're hearing things. But we had a schedule to keep. Just chalked it up to being a city boy, which I guess is true. It's just the thought of wild animals nearby, and it kind of freaked me out. Predators, that thought really scared me. That morning passed in a blur of setting up equipment, adjusting levels, and shouting out directions. The woods around us were beautiful, if eerie, their dark trunks cutting off views in every direction. We filmed scenes with the backdrop of mountains that loomed in like sentinels, and the sunlight glinted off the water when we moved down the creek. I stayed mostly behind the boom mic, sweat trickling down my back, eyes flickering nervously to shadows that seemed deeper than they should have been. We didn't really see any people while we shot out there, which kind of surprised me. But hell, I didn't like being in the woods anyway. I was hoping to see some hikers, campers, locals with trucker hats and shotguns, overalls. You know the type I'm talking about. But nothing. No evidence of anybody. Just us and the script and the equipment to make this movie. It felt like the setup to a horror movie, literally. By mid-afternoon, we wrapped up the last of the forest shots. We trudged back to our makeshift base, tired and hungry, eager to drop off our gear and get a bite to eat. That's when we hit our first snag. The check-in at that local hotel was very brief and tense. The desk clerk, an older man with sunken eyes and a thin, humorless mouth, flipped through his ledger twice before snapping it shut, with this finality that made my stomach drop. It told us right away that something was wrong. "Only one room," he said. His voice was dry and brittle as the leaves that carpeted that forest floor. This wasn't that big of a deal, but damn, this is all I wanted. People, normalcy, social interaction. And it turned out the townies were a bunch of dickheads. What kind of hotel clerk acted this way to a customer? Sam stepped forward, half smiling and half in disbelief. "Oh no, we definitely reserved 2 rooms for the weekend, the whole weekend." The clerk's eyes slid over to us. 9 city kids with bags slung over their shoulder and exhaustion creasing our foreheads. He did not look amused. He looked like he was daydreaming about using us for target practice or some other redneck-style execution. 1 Room, he repeated, leaning forward. The word felt like a stone dropping into still water, sending ripples throughout our group. We didn't know what to do. I could tell half of us didn't really care, and some of us would sleep in the van if we really had to. I personally was too hungry to care about any of it. I also didn't have a method of remedying the situation, so what was I gonna do? After an uncomfortable silence, Sam fished out a crumpled $50 bill from his wallet, slid it across the counter. The clerk's eyes sparked with something that might have been triumph. Then he scribbled on a notepad before passing us 2 keys. It occurred to me then that we were being hustled. Sam, being older, more traveled, recognized it almost immediately. "Enjoy your stay," the clerk said, though his tone suggested anything but that. We dumped our bags inside the rooms, split between creaky beds and lumpy armchairs, and all debated dinner. The only place open seemed to be a bar and grill, which we found a quarter mile down the main street. The town itself was oddly timeless, like a place trapped between decades. The few people that we passed on the way watched us with these unblinking eyes, their expressions inscrutable. They all kind of looked the same to me. All the men had unruly hair, beards, hats. All the women wore ponytails and jeans. It's almost like they were all copies of some original settlers or something. It was very, very weird. We walked over as a unit to the restaurant, which was just down the block. We could actually hear the place before we even saw it. Laughs and roaring conversations, even the hum of a little music. We followed the rabble until we spotted some lights in a window, an open door, and all the indicators of an open establishment. The moment we stepped into that bar, the laughter and low hum of conversation sputtered and died immediately. Every single head turned to look at us, and for a moment, I felt pinned in place, like an insect underneath glass. The bartender, this wiry man with a scar slicing through one eyebrow, cocked his head as I approached the counter. "Hey, can we get a table?" I asked, forcing a smile. He didn't answer, just stared at me with an expression that was somewhere between amusement and annoyance. Before I could even stammer out another question, a heavy-set man at the bar leaned over and said right in my face, "They don't serve food here," he said. His breath was stale with beer and something metallic. That and pure gum rot. It was so bad I literally winced. My whole face puckered. I could tell the guys that I was talking to got a real kick out of all of this, like they thought I was some punk who couldn't handle Papa's breath. "You being funny?" I asked him. The bartender then shook his head. "Nah, you heard him. He's right. We don't serve food here. Sometimes we do a lunch special, but this place is strictly a bar." They both nodded in unison. I glanced back just in time to see a waitress push through the kitchen doors, balancing a tray piled with steaming entrees. I'm talking burgers, onion rings, chicken wings, Caesar salads, and goddamn French fries. I was starving. I remember everything on that tray right down to the condiments. Confusion knotted up through me, and before I could ask for clarification, the man's gaze turned glacial. "You best be on your way now," he said, slow and deliberately. "What?" "There's food right there," I said, pointing it out. "Nope. Now you and your friends get the fuck out of here." The gravity of the situation came to rest on my shoulders. There was no quick way out of here, and no one would come bail us out if shit did indeed hit the fan. I nodded, muttered a hasty thanks, and then turned back to the group. Sam's eyes flicked between me and the men at the bar, question poised on his lips. I just shook my head slightly and whispered to him, "We need to leave." They all stammered to speak, but I just shook my head and pointed them to the door. My face said it all. They knew something was up that we were not equipped to handle. Outside, the cool night air was a relief. "What was that all about?" Emily asked, one of the actors. She was a hothead and honestly the scariest person on set bar none. Still, she was 5 foot nothing and 110 pounds, so not super intimidating. They're not serving food, I said. We should find somewhere else. There is nowhere else, Tyler muttered, rubbing his arm. The streets were deserted, the windows dark, and I realized then just how empty the town really seemed. Even the houses felt lifeless, just windows staring back at us like hollow eyes. Dude, I saw them serving food. What are you talking about? Look, I'm not really sure, man. They told me they aren't serving food and then told me to leave. Super aggressive. Some kind of you don't belong here backwoods hillbilly shtick. And they definitely weren't fucking around, I explained to them. Everybody talked amongst themselves after that, and Professor Sam apologized to me for the crazy encounter. I told him it was fine, just part of the job. And that's when we spotted our next best option just down the road. A gas station, flickering neon and all. It felt like an oasis. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed, casting harsh shadows over shelves crammed with dusty snacks, sad-looking hot dogs, spinning endlessly on their rollers. We filled our arms with whatever edible items that we could find. The clerk, a boy who couldn't have been older than 16, watched us all with a smirk that made my skin crawl. "Y'all are the ones who came in this morning, huh?" he asked, bagging our items with slow, deliberate movements. Sam just nodded, trying to sound casual. Yeah, just filming for a project." The boy's grin widened suspiciously. "Yeah, everybody's been talking about you all day," he said. Then he leaned in, voice dropping to this conspiratorial whisper. "Good luck." The hell did that mean? No one spoke as we left, and we walked back to the hotel with quick and jittery eyes, darting to every shifting shadow, ears straining for sounds that never came. We holed up in the rooms and ate in silence, the cheap food tasting like ash in our mouths. Burritos, hot dogs, chips, and soda. Definitely was a dinner to remember. That night, sleep was fitful. I woke up more than once to the creak of floorboards, the groan of the wind outside. Once I thought I heard footsteps outside my window, but the curtains only revealed darkness when I peeked out. Dawn could not come fast enough, and on top of that, we all had bubble guts from that gas station cuisine, resulting in non-stop trips to the bathroom for every single one of us. Not a pleasant first night on set. The rest of the weekend was marked by growing hostility. Locals spat insults as we tried to film, beer bottles smashed nearby, their jagged edges glinting in the sunlight, and they threw those at us left and right. Even the trees seemed to be against us, their branches full of trash and old political signs. The air was thick with something unsaid, something heavy. I honestly believe and think it was hate. I caught a glimpse of a massive man from the bar more than once, always in my periphery, watching us from random places inside town. He'd come out of an alley, out of a business, out of a random car. I think he just wanted us to see him. When we finally packed up Sunday afternoon, nerves were frayed and patience was shattered. There was a collective sense of relief. We had our footage, but it felt cursed, tainted by the stares, the whispers, the palpable menace that clung to that town like a fog. It was the last time we ever chose a location on a whim. Some places, I realized, guard their secrets fiercely and do not take kindly to strangers. I used to play bass for a rock trio called Skunkhead. We weren't famous, not by a long shot, but we'd built up a solid following inside our region. The three of us, Ethan on guitar and vocals, Drew on drums, and me on bass. We were like brothers bound by strings, sweat, and shared silence on late night drives. Our songs weren't really half bad, At least that's what people said. We rode the crest of a local hit with our last album, Through the Back, which fittingly took us through some long-forgotten stretches of rural highways. But there was one leg of a tour that none of us ever fully shook off. Even now, that memory clings like a sweat after a bad show. It was the summer of 2009, blistering hot and dry. We'd been on the road for weeks, our 99 Astro van wheezing under the weight of amps, gear, and restless bodies. I think that was the summer that we had a tire that didn't match the others, if it gives you an idea of the vibe we're talking about. The tour had gone pretty smooth though, save for the occasional blown tire or flat note. But on that night, as we headed out of a small town in New Mexico, Ethan swore he found a shortcut that would shave an hour off our trip. "I'm telling you, we should take this," he said, showing the glowing route on his GPS. "It's a back road through a valley. Just trust me, guys." I leaned forward, squinting at the screen. The map displayed this thin gray line, snaking its way into a part of a state that none of us recognized. That being said, we weren't geographers. Hell, I could barely read a map at all, so I put my trust in him. But Drew still needed convincing. "It's pretty ancient to me," Drew muttered, tapping a bead on the steering wheel. He always did that when he was nervous. "I don't like ancient. Evil is ancient. Let's stay modern. Modern is cool. Yeah? Yeah?" Yeah, Drew's a weirdo. We turned off the main highway and onto a narrow road, lined with these gnarled trees that seemed to claw at the sky. The asphalt shifted from smooth to cracked, then to something that didn't seem like asphalt at all. It had an almost cobblestone texture that rattled the van and our bones. Either way, it went on for miles and miles. Long turned into a dingy brown from the dust. The deeper we drove, the stranger it got. The road slithered back and forth, winding like a snake into a heart of nowhere. Every mile seemed to stretch longer. The silence outside pressed in on us like a living thing itself. Even the air felt heavy, tainted with a metallic tang from storm clouds. And on top of all that, this was supposed to be a shortcut, and it already felt longer than the highway that we were slowly conquering 1 mile at a time. It felt way out of the way and super slow. "Anybody else feeling weird?" Ethan finally asked. "I kind of feel crazy." Drew laughed nervously. "Dude, weird doesn't even cover it. We should turn around now. This is going nowhere fast." Just as I opened up my mouth to agree, I spotted a sign outside, splintered and very faded. Cherry Crest, 2 miles. Even the lettering was uneven, as if painted on by somebody having a seizure. It felt like a light at the end of the tunnel, though. I peeked at the GPS and didn't see anything out of the sort ahead of us. "Cherry Crest," I said aloud. "This place isn't on the map." Ethan's eyes narrowed as he played an air guitar. "It's close, we'll just pass through and keep going." The second we passed the sign, the van lurched forward and the engine sputtered like a dying animal. The lights flickered, the radio spat out a burst of static, and the clock on the dashboard started to fuzz out, resetting itself. Drew swore, gripping the wheel tighter as the van shuddered and then went totally dead. I remember feeling like I was going to piss my pants in the moment. There's nothing like the feeling of being stranded in a place you know nothing about, truly nowhere. "The hell was that?" Ethan said, checking the gauges. They unbelievably roared back to life as the van came to an idle. "Gremlins," Drew joked weakly, though his eyes darted nervously to the trees. "We should write a song about gremlins." I'd be down for that," I said. "I love nostalgic references like that." We actually worked out the lyrics as we pretended like everything was normal, slowly getting back on the road to goddamn nowhere. The next few miles were a battle. The RPM needle jerked back and forth, the headlights continued to dim, and the windshield wipers spasmed on their own, scraping dry glass. But then, just as suddenly as it all started, the chaos just stopped. A thin, whispering sigh seemed to float past, and then we were rolling smoothly again. Shortly after, we crossed into Cherry Crest. The first thing that I noticed was the cars that were parked along the roadside, big gleaming models from the 50s and 60s, all lined up like a parade that ended decades ago. Not a scratch or speck of rust on any of them. A few old bicycles lay abandoned, their spokes casting spidery shadows under the pale glow of the street lamps. There was also these huge piles of garbage, like the town used the outskirts as a dumping ground. I'm talking huge piles, easily 20 foot tall, mattresses, foods, papers, every kind of waste you can imagine. It was certainly strange, especially next to all the immaculate, classic cars. "Forget the gremlins," I said. "Let's write a song about this." The guys just laughed. The town itself was unsettlingly pristine, a relic of a bygone era preserved in amber. The bank had an old electric board, the kind that you'd find in the early 2000s, only it was frozen with the wrong date, July 15th, 2002. A red banner drooped across the main street, its letters flaking away but still readable. "Welcome to the Cherry Festival, 2002. Drew slowed down the van, his eyes were getting wider. Did we just time travel? Don't be stupid, Ethan snapped. But there was a tremor in his voice and we all heard it. Still, nobody was buying it. We saw a guy walking his dog down the side road. He was clearly on a cell phone, dressed normal, but still, something was up. We passed a laundromat, its window display showcasing vintage detergent boxes and mannequins wearing faded 90s clothing. A handwritten flyer taped to the glass announced a dance night from the same year as that banner, 2002. The whole town felt like it had been stopped mid-breath, and I honestly was having a meltdown on the inside. Then that's when we saw them, people. A cluster of kids played in a small park by the church, their laughter even sounding off, like a track played in reverse. An elderly man shuffled down the sidewalk, glancing up with eyes that watched as we rolled by. It's creepy as shit, and I couldn't look away fast enough. I was close to begging Drew to just fly out of here. We need gas, Ethan said, forcing air of normalcy. Then a station appeared on our right, neon signs flickering as they do. Clerk inside couldn't have been more than 16, the bowl cut and teeth that were startlingly crooked and black. He watched us through the glass, unmoving. What a creep, Ethan chuckled. I hate this place. We gotta get out of here after this, man. No joke. The hell is up with this town? Drew added. Just you wait, we're gonna drive through here and there won't be any town at all, I said. They both just looked at me with that 1,000-yard stare. I handed Ethan a crumpled up 20 and he went inside. Drew filled the tank and his eyes scanned the road. The silence outside around us was thick, broken only by the mechanical click of the pump. Ethan came back and was as pale as a vampire. I paid. Let's go. We piled in, and Drew floored it out of town. As we passed the edge of Cherry Crest, the van coughed, shivered, and then righted itself. The road smoothed out and the clock reset. The radio crackled back to life with a blast of static-laden rock. The shortcut worked. We were an hour ahead. Yet, it felt like we'd lost something. We made it to the gig that night, played a pretty good show, but still, all we could talk about was that creepy town as we broke down our equipment and loaded everything back into the van. It was all we talked about for the next 7 days. Theories on who, what, why, when, how, the whole 9 yards of what could be possibly going on there. Nobody could figure it out and was driving us all crazy. I'd say around a week later we wrapped up the tour and couldn't help but talk about Cherry Crest. It continued to haunt us like this unfinished song. When it came time to head home, we agreed, almost desperately, to take that same route. We had to see that place one last time. The road looked the same, but the trip felt different now. The further we drove, the longer it seemed to stretch. The trees pressed in like they were trying to block our way, their branches grasping out with bone-thin fingers. Hours passed by. We didn't see the town. Anxiety curdled in my gut. We were coming in from the opposite side, which felt much shorter than that windy drop that we originally took to get there. This road continued to feel like it slithered, and there was a span of trees that I don't remember passing. We started to believe that we'd taken the wrong road, and now we were just lost in some backcountry. Then finally, the glow of Cherry Crest appeared before us, but it was different now. Streetlights shone brighter, modern cars lined the streets, and people filled up the sidewalks, laughing and talking as if nothing had ever been amiss. That same bank's electronic board displayed the correct date now, and the banner over Main Street was nowhere to be seen. The flyers in the windows were gone. The streets were lined with folks celebrating some kind of high school football win or something. Everything was kosher. It may as well have been Mayberry and not Cherry Crest. We pulled into that same gas station. There was a different clerk now, still young but not so ghastly. He gave us a friendly nod as we refueled, and Ethan whispered, "This isn't right, guys." "I know, but it is right. Isn't this what we wanted it to be? Normal?" I asked. Again, I felt completely insane at this point. This was album-worthy stuff, though. We all piled into the car and drove to the edge of town, the place where the road would switch back to the top of the valley. As we left, something caught my eye. In a field beyond the last row of houses stood a circus tent, its red and white stripes illuminated by pulsing lights. Performers in gaudy costumes moved outside it, and I could even see people on stilts. One of them, a tall man with painted-on tears, turned and locked eyes with me, or at least seemed to. He waved at us as we rolled by. "Drive faster," I croaked out. Drew didn't need telling twice either. "The hell was that? A carnival?" Ethan asked. I think so." "Man, how was that worse? Why was that so much worse?" Drew laughed aloud to himself. He laughed so hard he sounded like he was having a panic attack. The van sped up and tires spit gravel. The tent and the painted figures shrank off into the distance, but their images continued to stay with me, burned into me like a brand. We didn't really talk too much about Cherry Crest after that. It was all too weird. And to this day, none of us have ever gone back. Moving to that town was supposed to be a fresh start. It's funny how those things work out. I was in my early 30s, freshly divorced and trying to stitch together what was left of my life. The town, I don't really need to name it. Small places like that all feel the same. Was tucked into the hills, surrounded by a pine forest that stretched on like a dark sea. Originally, it had been a mining town and a sawmill community, but by the time I got there, most of the jobs were in trucking, warehouses, and low-end retail. I was working as an excavator, moving rock around a quarry during the week. On Saturdays, I pulled shifts at one of the local bars. The pay wasn't much, but it kept the lights on and the creditors off my back. At first, I really didn't mind it. The town had this kind of charm, if you're into that sort of thing. Quiet mornings with fog draped over the hills, deer wandering across the streets before sunrise, everybody knowing your name after a few weeks. It wasn't until the election that things started to feel, well, off. You could call it a power shift, though in hindsight, it felt like more of a power grab. The local government was small. A mayor, a town council, a police chief, just really the basics. We only had a population of around 9,000. which was just enough to warrant our small election process. Being that new guy in town, everybody seemed to want to talk my ear off about who to vote for and why to do so. More than that, they wanted to tell me all kinds of rub about the other guy, all his dirty laundry, standard American politics, largely smear campaigns. Still, I bought into it all, wanting to fit in and support my community. That year, something changed, or at least that's what everybody said. Every incumbent was ousted, replaced by people who swept the vote like some kind of populist revolution. I don't know the old council well, but their replacements, they were definitely something else. The new mayor was a slick talking man with these ragged teeth and a laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. A dry, fake scarecrow of a guy. The council was now full of these fresh-faced go-getters who looked more like they belonged in some kind of corporate boardroom than a town meeting. And then there was the new police chief, an outsider, someone nobody had heard of before. That one was particularly weird because the old chief was a very popular guy and nobody knew why he stepped down. The changes started off small, almost even too small to notice. A few ordinances here, stricter enforcement there. At first, most folks just grumbled but brushed it off. Growing pains, they called it. But I'd say after 6 months, the mood in town shifted. It was subtle, creeping, like a chill that you don't notice until you're already shivering. I started to notice it at the bar. People would come in for a drink and end up spilling their guts to me. That's one thing about bartending. People love to tell you their problems. After the election, a lot of regulars just stopped showing up. Those who did started talking about police checkpoints popping up near the bars at night. Officers pulling people over for the smallest things. DUIs were now being handed out like candy. It wasn't long before some of the other bars in town shut down entirely. The patrons who stayed told me the cops were targeting bars because they thought they were hotbeds for dissonant places where people went to complain about the new administration. They weren't wrong, I guess. The barroom had been the place for people to both relax and bitch at their discretion, even prior to the election. That's kind of what bars are for, are they not? So when all the changes were made, of course we had a packed house with all kinds of locals, bitching up a storm about voting fraud and forged results, all that kind of chatter. Not but a month later, the checkpoints were up. Cruisers were knocking drivers down and giving them tickets. It was targeted and it was obvious. "You hear about Carl?" one of the guys asked me one night, leaning heavily on the counter. "They got him last week, said he blew over the limit, but Carl doesn't drink more than a pint, ever. He told me it felt like they were just waiting for him out there." Carl was one of the longtime locals, heavily invested in the political scene. He was coffee buddies with the old mayor, so was one of the loudest to complain about the new council. The cops setting him up and down and knocking him was the last straw for many of us. It was all too obvious. It wasn't just the bars. The police presence grew heavier everywhere. More patrols, more tickets, more of those shiny black SUVs, cruising slowly throughout the neighborhoods like predators, stalking their prey. People started avoiding public gatherings, skipping their usual haunts. The town didn't feel friendly anymore. It felt suffocating. Then came the newspaper fiasco. The local journalists who weren't blind to what was happening, and they began poking at the bear. At first, it was just editorials, little jabs about increased policing and dwindling public trust. But then they started digging deeper, asking questions about the chief's background, about how the election had been run. That's when things got ugly. Reporters then began getting pulled over, ticketed for things like broken taillights that weren't even broken. One guy claimed his tank was filled up with sugar in the middle of the night, and he didn't see who did it, but swore it was the cops themselves. Another had their car mysteriously vandalized. One by one, the paper staff started quitting, citing stress and personal reasons. The stories stopped coming out, and the silence was deafening. By this point, I was just keeping my head down. I needed the work, and I wasn't about to stick my neck out. Still, you hear things inside a bar. Rumors swirled about corruption, about threats. The cops weren't just a police force anymore. They were a gang, plain and simple. And just like any gang, they don't take kindly to dissent. The breaking point came when one of their own quit. Officer Harris had been with the department for years, one of the few people left who seemed to be pretty decent. When he resigned, he claimed it was because he couldn't stand the department's new direction. That's all he said publicly, but in private, people whispered that he'd seen something bad. The harassment started almost immediately. Harris's car was towed from his driveway for violations. His mailbox was smashed in. His kids were followed home from school. He didn't say much, but when he came to the bar one night, his face was pale, drawn tight like a bowstring. "They're trying to break me," he said quietly, nursing a whiskey. "But I'm not bending." "We got your back," Kenny called from the bar. "Hell yeah, we do, brother," Paul Swilden hollered out as well. "Thanks, boys. This is the line we don't toe," Harris cried back at them. It was cool to see, like a hillbilly Braveheart, and they all seemed pretty serious about nutting up and facing down these corrupt bastards. I wasn't sure if I was on board, but hey, if it went somewhere, maybe. A few weeks later, the sirens came. It was a Saturday, and I was behind the bar, cleaning glasses. The sound came out of nowhere, a symphony of wailing and screeching, like the whole police force had suddenly just sprang to life. The noise grew louder, closer, until it seemed to echo off every building in town. "What's going on?" I heard somebody ask, but nobody had an answer. The daytime drinkers never knew what was going on. It wasn't until later that I heard actually what had happened. The cops had swarmed Harris's house, claiming they were responding to a domestic disturbance. But there was no disturbance, at least not until they got there. Witnesses said they saw officers shouting, banging on his door, making a scene. Harris answered, telling them they hadn't been called and to get off his property. A big argument started, which was really just a distraction. Then somebody let Harris's dog out of the yard, and the word is they did that on purpose. The dog, a big friendly mutt named Nuke, ran towards one of the officers. Maybe he was barking, maybe he wasn't. Either way, the cop drew his gun and fired. The shot echoed out throughout the neighborhood, and that's when everything went quiet. People said Harris came out of the house then, his face a mask of horror. He didn't shout, he didn't cry. He just knelt down by Nuke's body, his hands trembling. The cops stood there watching, one of them, a younger guy with a smirk plastered across his face. He said something and nobody could hear what it was, but whatever it was, it made Harris flinch like he'd been slapped. After that, they issued a citation to Harris for disturbing the peace and having an unleashed dog. The insult was palpable to everybody who knew the poor guy. That night, the bar was completely packed. People came in one after another, pale faces, voices hushed. Everybody was talking about the story over and over, each version more chilling than the last. "They shot his dog," one woman said, "right in front of him like it was nothing." "It wasn't an accident," another man said, his eyes dark with anger. "They wanted to send a message." That was the moment I realized the town wasn't just suffocating, it was rotting. The cops weren't keeping order, they were maintaining control, and anybody who stepped out of line, well, they didn't last long. I stayed in that town for another year, long enough to save up and leave for good, but even now I can't shake the feeling that I left something behind, something heavy, like a stone lodged in my chest. Sometimes I even dream about it, and in those dreams, I'm back behind the bar cleaning glasses. The sirens start louder and louder until they drown out everything else. And then I wake up, heart pounding, the sound still ringing in my ears. It's funny, isn't it? How a place can change you. How it can take everything you thought you knew about safety, justice, community, and twist it into something completely unrecognizable. I don't talk about what happened back in the 90s much anymore. Not because I've forgotten, it's impossible to forget, but because they are some memories that cling to you, like the way wet clothes stick to you in the rain. They're heavy, they're cold, and they might just ruin your day. Maybe that's why I stayed in Anchorage all these years. Some part of me feels tethered there. Back then, I was just a dumb kid, part of this ragtag group of 20-somethings with nothing but time and taste for adventure. We weren't criminals, and we weren't the kind of troublemakers the cops bothered to keep an eye on. We just liked raising a little hell, running quads through the woods, downing cheap beer until the world got fuzzy, chasing that kind of freedom you only get when you're young and think the rules don't apply to you. There are a lot of these types out here in Alaska, people wanting to get away from the buzz of the humdrum of life. That being said, nobody comes out here to be alone. Not really. Even the most isolated folks out here have a neighbor or go to a local bar every now and again. There are 5 of us who stuck together the most. Me, Jack, Steve, Danny, and Jess. Jack was the kind of guy who could sell you on anything, no matter how dumb it sounded. He just had this energy about him, like a live wire. Always moving, always talking, always throwing out these ideas like he was pitching you the next big invention. Jack didn't have a bad bone in his body, but he had a knack for getting the rest of us into these situations we had no business being in. One night, after a long day of tearing up trails on our quads, Jack starts in on this wild idea that he'd been cooking up himself. "Gold," he said, leaning in forward like he was just letting us in on this secret. His face was lit up by the campfire, shadows dancing around his features. "Gold?" Steve asked, cracking open another beer. "What, like jewelry?" "Exactly," Jack responded. "You ever hear about the gold town by Turnagain Arm? I'm serious, people find it all the time. Flakes, nuggets, just sitting there in the mud and rocks. We should go check it out." Now, Turnagain Arm wasn't a place that we visited very often. It was beautiful, sure, with its wide expanse of shoreline and the mountains looming out in the distance. But it had a reputation. The tides there were some of the fastest in the world, and the mudflats, Jesus, those things were like a death trap. I'd heard stories about hikers and even animals getting stuck, sucked down like the earth itself decided it was hungry. "You're kidding, right?" Jess said, raising an eyebrow. "That place is a death wish." Jack just grinned back, his teeth flashing in the firelight. "Not if we're careful. We got quads to stay mobile and we stick close to the shore. Come on, just think about it, real gold just waiting to be found." That's the thing about Jack, he could literally make you believe in anything. By the time he was done talking, he had us all nodding along, laughing and planning the trip like we were prospectors inside some Wild West story. Shit, we would have all cut out and hunted for it that night if he asked us to. We just talked the rest of the night until we all decided to pack it in and head home, and came up with a decent game plan. The next day, we loaded up the quads, packed a cooler with beer and sandwiches, and headed down to the Arm. The drive was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you notice every creak of the truck, every shift of the tires on those gravel roads. I remember staring out the window, watching the clouds hanging low over the mountains, and feeling this strange pressure in the air, like something was waiting for us. Then the Arm came into view, mile after mile of sloppy, wet mud. At this point, we started cheering a bit, talking about how we were going to strike it by the end of the day. And honestly, Jack wasn't totally crazy. We had all heard stories about the townies finding gold along the shoreline. It was an old rumor, one proven to be true every year or two. Once we got there, the mudflats stretched out before us like an endless gray desert. The tide was out. exposing miles and miles of slick glistening muck broken up by patches of jagged rocks. The air was damp and cold, carrying that faint salty smell of the ocean. There weren't any animals, just a few birds, and definitely no people, not even a boat. We unloaded the quads and immediately got to work. Jack brought a metal detector, a couple of rakes, and we all took turns combing through the mud and stones. At first, it was just a big joke. Steve pretending every single bottle cap he found was treasure. Jess laughing as Danny tripped over a half-buried log. The mud clung to everything, thick and black, turning our boots into dead weight. It was damn near impossible to navigate, but we started finding patches here and there that we could walk on, as well as the rocks themselves. Hours passed by, and the novelty kind of wore off. By noon, we were all sitting on the quads, covered in mud and kind of ready to give up. That's when Jack found it, a tiny flake of gold, no bigger than a fingernail clipping. "You see that?" he yelled out, holding it up like it was the Holy Grail. And to this day, I still have no idea how he even found it, how he could have possibly seen it in all that muck. We all crowded around, passing it from hand to hand. It wasn't much, but it was enough to light a fire up underneath us. Suddenly, that mud didn't seem so bad, and the cold didn't really matter. It never really did. We spread out, scanning, digging, sifting through the muck with this renewed energy. I remember putting everything I had into it. We could find a few more flakes like that. It'd pay for our rent for a couple of months. This was a serious opportunity to get ahead, and I did not want to waste it. Hours continued to slip by. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the flats. Jack and I took a break, sitting on a patch of higher ground while the others kept searching. We were exhausted, but we came away victorious. We found another flake of gold, this one a little bigger. It was unbelievable, and I was happy to be a part of it all. "You ever think about how old this place really is?" Jack asked me. I glanced at him. "What do you mean?" "This mud, this water, it's been here forever. Longer than us and longer than anything we can even imagine. That's why it has all this gold in it. This mud here is like primordial sponge, soaking stuff up over eons gone by." I laughed, shaking my head. "Getting philosophical with me now, are you?" He didn't answer, he just stared out at the horizon, eyes distant. I'll never forget the way he looked there in the dying sunlight, absolutely plastered in mud, but trying his best to look intellectual. When Steve's quad got stuck, it snapped us back into reality. He'd ventured too far out. The wheels were spinning uselessly inside that muck. This mud is worse than quicksand, so it wasn't long before the tires were pretty much disappearing in the holes that they were slinging. I had no idea what the move was. There's no way we could pull one of these quads out. At least, I didn't think so. Still, Jack jumped up, grabbing a rope and trudged toward him. "Don't go too far," Jess called after him, her voice breaking. This quickly becoming some scary shit. If Steve didn't handle his quad properly, they could both disappear before the slop in seconds, and there would be no getting out. Jack waved her off, his boots sinking deeper with every single step. He waded out there, one at a time, doing his best to stay above the mud line. Still, he sank an inch or so every few feet. As he approached, Steve worked the quad just right and actually popped the front tires out somehow. Next thing we know, it's roaring full blast right back at the shore. He caught a lump of clay or something, and the 4x4 of the machine just clawed itself right out. Whatever happened, it was pretty amazing to save the day. Steve's hair was blowing back as he ripped right by Jack. By the time Steve managed to free the quad and get back to solid ground, Jack was alone out there. He turned around, trying his best to stay upright as he adjusted and started the journey back. And then he started to sink. At first it was just his boots, but within seconds, the mud was up to his knees. He tried to move, but the more he struggled, the deeper he went. Thighs disappeared, and I could actually see him losing color, going pale out there against the backdrop of that ocean inlet. He was scared, and that freaked me the hell out. "Throw me the rope!" he yelled out, panic obviously creeping in. We ran to help him, tossing the rope and pulling with everything we had, but the mud held him there like a vice, dragging him down inch by inch. There was nothing we could do without risking ourselves. Even Jack said not to come out and get him. I can't get out. I can't get out," Jack shouted. He ran his muddy hands up and down his face with anxiety. "Hold on," I yelled, making a decision. "I'll get help." I ran back to the parking lot, my boots slipping on the wet ground. By some miracle, I found a couple sitting in their car. I blurted out immediately the whole story in one breath. They had a satellite phone and called the police, who promised to send help right away. A couple of tourists who came down for an easy view. Thank God they were there and so prepared. They made the call right there in front of me, and when the guy hung up, he said it would be 15 to 20 minutes. Oh no. The minutes stretched on, each one an eternity. 20 minutes turned into 35 before the sheriff pulled in, and by the time the cops showed up, the sun was now almost gone, and the darkness had swallowed up the flats. I led them back to the shore, my hands shaking. Everybody was still down there. Jack was still there, but now the mud was up to his chest. His face was pale, his eyes wide with terror. One of his arms was about to be swallowed up by the slop. This was something I never dreamed of, and the whole thing was this poor bastard's idea. "Help me," he pleaded. "Get me out of here, please, God, please." The officers did what we did, tossed him a rope and pulled with all their might. No dice. They didn't like the look of the situation, and on top of that, they didn't really have any other options. They told us they were going to go get on the radio, get somebody else out there, either a fire department or a wrecker tow truck. The officers called the fire department first, who said they wanted the call, but when they arrived, they took one look at the situation and shook their heads. By now, it was really about to be completely dark. They deliberated for what felt like way too long of time. All of us just paced the rocks, calling out to Jack to hold on, that somebody would be out to him soon. The police had a few spotlights angled in his direction, but he was way further out than I thought, and we couldn't see him anymore. "It's too dangerous," one of the firemen finally said. "We can't risk it in the dark. We'll have to come back in the morning." "What do you mean, wait?" I screamed. "He'll die out there." A firefighter put his hand on my shoulder and his face was pretty grim. "Son, he's probably already gone. The mud's pulled him in too deep. It's like quicksand. There's no getting out. We were never going to save him, only recover the body. If he's there in the morning, we'll get him out for the burial." I turned back to Jack, tears streaming down my face. He wasn't yelling anymore, just the roll of the ride over the ever-sucking mud. I stayed there until the tide came in, until the water swallowed the flats and everything else. The others did too. We couldn't believe what had just happened. We were all in complete shock. This was Jack's idea. We followed him out here, and now he was dead. No ceremony, nothing. It was dark and depressing just to be witness to. We came back in the morning, and they never found his body. The tide had taken him, they said. But I know the truth. The mud just doesn't take people. It keeps them. I've seen a lot of Alaska over the years. Big sky, bigger mountains, and roads that stretch out for days with nothing but trees and snow on either side. I drove a truck for most of my adult life, moving freight from town to town, keeping the wheels turning and the engine growling because, well, that's what you do up here. You stay moving. In a place where the cold can kill you in minutes, it's staying still just isn't an option. When you're on the road as much as I was, you start developing habits. Some guys get into movies, others burn through paperbacks or scribble in journals like Hemingway wannabes. But most of us, at least back in the day, lean toward the kind of vices you don't talk about in polite company. Drugs, booze, hookers. Hell, a lot of us just wanted a warm place to sit and forget about the road for a little while. My vice was strippers. Something about them just pulled me in. Their smiles, their smell of their perfume, the way they moved underneath those lights. It didn't hurt that Alaska seemed to have no shortage of strip clubs either. Big town or small, didn't matter. Even the tiniest outpost had some dingy bar where the girls danced for tips. And if you were lucky, you might even get a little extra for the right price. I used to love walking into a new club, some place that I'd never been to before. The girls always gave extra attention to a fresh face, especially if they thought you were just passing through. Sometimes they'd give you a discount, let you skip the line to the VIP rooms, or spend a little more time on your lap. And that's how I ended up at that place. It was late, probably around midnight. I'd been driving all day, my back was stiff and my neck was sore, and I needed something to shake off that road dust. I'd never been to this particular town before, if you could even call it a town. It was more like a cluster of buildings huddled together against the cold, with a single gas station that doubled as a diner and a convenience store. It wasn't even a storefront building, it was an old beat-up trailer. Wasn't expecting to find anything interesting inside, but then I saw the sign. It was barely visible in the darkness, this flickering neon light that read, "Live Girls." Below it, in a smaller hand-painted letter, was the name of the place, the Aurora Room. I figured, what the hell, a couple of drinks, maybe a dance or two, and then I'd be back in my truck by morning. If I was lucky, they might even serve food, get comfy, get warm, and get serviced, and then eat a pile of wings. Heaven in the bush. The parking lot was nearly empty, just a couple of old beat-up cars and a snow-covered Harley leaning on its kickstand. All too common out here. I parked my rig at the edge of the lot, making sure it was far enough away from the building that I could make a quick getaway if things got weird or if it wasn't what I was looking for. There's just something about that place that felt off. I don't know what it was. I chalked it up to fatigue, pushed the thought aside. I'd entered more than my fair share of creep shows over the years, usually gross pimp jobs, dudes letting their wives walk around naked, demanding cash out of people. Sometimes it was glory hole setups, which I guess is fine, but rogue, random, no reputation? Not a chance. And when you try to leave those places cold turkey, they usually jam you up, thinking you're the police. Inside the club was clean, too clean. The floors gleamed underneath the dim lights and the bar sparkled. The air smelled faintly of bleach instead of sweat and stale beer. A few of the locals were scattered around, hunched over their drinks or watching the stage with glassy eyes. A thin blonde girl danced half-heartedly on the pole, her movements seeming mechanical, like she was just going through the motions without any real energy. Still, some of the other girls were naked, shimmying around like they do, and I liked what I saw. I saw some food baskets and I knew I was in for a real treat. I hit the ATM, grabbed a seat at the bar, and ordered a whiskey. The bartender was this tall, gaunt man with hollow cheeks and fidgety hands. He barely even looked at me as he poured the drink. His hands were pale and bony underneath those lights, and he had this frown burned into his cheeks. I sat there for a while sipping at my drink, sizing up the girls. There were maybe half a dozen of them, all young, all pretty in that tired way you see in this line of work. A couple of them caught my eye and smiled, and before I knew it, one of them sauntered over and slid onto the stool right beside me. "First time here?" she asked. Damn, she was young. I nodded. "Yeah, just passing through." She smiled, a slow, lazy grin. This girl was drunk too. "Well, you picked a good night. Why don't we find a booth and get to know each other?" I nodded, finished my whiskey, and picked up a second drink. I let her lead me to one of the booths in the back where the lights were even dimmer and the air felt thicker, like it was pressing down on me like smoke does. Then another girl joined us, then another. Before I knew it, I was surrounded, their laughter filling the space as they asked me questions and giggled at all my answers. A pile of smoke shows, all flirting with me, mostly nude. I looked around and I immediately caught a couple of jealous stares. It was fun at first. They made me feel like the center of the universe, their hands brushing against my arms, their eyes locking on every movement. But then I started to notice little things. Their smiles never changed, their eyes never blinked. No matter what I said, their laughter always sounded the same, like it was coming out of a recording. I glanced around the room and realized all the other men were gone. The booths were empty, the bar stools abandoned. It was just me and those girls. And for some reason, something like that just creeped me out, like big time. Something was up, and I couldn't put my finger on it yet. Something wasn't right with me either. My head felt heavy, my thoughts were sluggish, and when I looked down at my drink, I realized I hadn't touched it in a while. The ice had melted, but the amber liquor was still nearly full. My stomach turned as I realized what that meant. If I hadn't drank that much, they drugged me. Panic had set in, but I tried to stay calm. I needed to get out of here, back to my truck before whatever they slipped me took full effect. I mumbled something about needing to use the bathroom and started to slide out of the booth, but one of the girls blocked my way, her hand pressing against my chest. "Don't go," she said, her voice soft and sexy. "We're just getting started." I felt her hand slide down the front of my jeans and she locked me back in. The others moved closer, their bodies pressing up against mine, their faces inches away from kissing me. One of them climbed up on top of my lap, her legs straddling me as she cupped my face in her hands. "Relax," she whispered, her breath warm against my ear. "You'll like what comes next." Before I could respond though, the front door burst open with this deafening crash. The cold whipping air stole my breath away, and all I could do was sit there as that drug took a hold of me. A man stormed in, his footsteps shaking the cheap floor. He was massive, shoulders so wide they seemed to block out the light. In one hand, he held a crowbar, long and crooked. His face was this mask of rage, his eyes wild, bloodshot pools of obsidian. "The hell is going on in here?" he bellowed, his voice like a clap of thunder. The girl on my lap froze. She dug her claws into me. The others backed away, their smiles vanishing as they exchanged nervous glances amongst each other. Something big was up, and this guy was apparently the root of the issue. I didn't know how bad this was about to get, but at least I was innocent, uninvolved in whatever town drama was currently going on. He pointed the crowbar at her, his hands trembling with fury. "Get off him," he snarled. She hesitated, her hands tightening on my shoulders, and that was all it took. He grabbed her by the hair and yanked her off of me, throwing her to the floor. Then he turned to me, his eyes boring into mine. "Get out," he growled. I failed to move and the guy reared up and backhanded the shit out of me. I didn't need to be told twice, my legs already felt like jelly, but somehow I managed to stand up, stumbling towards the side door as the chaos unfolded behind me. That slap actually spurred me into motion. It was the exact adrenaline rush that I needed to get me out of that wasp nest. The man was yelling, the girl was screaming, and somewhere in the distance, I heard the sound of something heavy crashing to the floor. He didn't know it, never could, but he had done me a huge favor. I didn't look back. I ran as fast as I could, heart pounding in my chest until I reached my truck. I climbed inside, locked the doors, and started up my engine, cranking the heat as I collapsed into the driver's seat. The last thing that I remember is that warmth spreading through the cab as the world quickly faded to black. When I woke up that next morning, my head felt like it had been split into two. My mouth was dry, my limbs were heavy. My memory hazy. But one thing was very clear to me now. I was not going to go back to the Aurora room, ever. I didn't even do a pre-inspection check, just fired up the truck and blasted the hell out of that town. They say Alaska can kill you if you're careless, but what they don't tell you is that the wilderness has a mind of its own, that it can twist your sense of reality until you don't know what's up from down, friend from foe, or even safe from doomed. I had to learn that the hard way during my time on Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. The base was always a grind, endless duties stacked up on top of one another, with just enough manpower to scrape by. So when I got handed a task that wasn't just mundane upkeep or tedious drills, I didn't think twice. They wanted to set us up inside this land nav obstacle course, something for rookies to use during training. The plan was to use the natural terrain as much as possible, boulders, ravines, thick woods, and then throw in some tricky routes to make sure nobody would have an easy time. I thought it'd be a good break from the monotony, a chance to stretch my legs and breathe. Something other than diesel fumes or stale barracks air. A few of us packed up our gear and headed out with this rough outline of the course and a promise to be back in 3 days. Those first few hours felt like complete freedom. The sun was hanging low on the horizon like it always does in late fall, casting a kind of golden light that makes even the roughest terrain look pretty beautiful. We hiked out through some dense woods, marking spots for obstacles, and joking along the way about how lost recruits would hate us for choosing such an unforgiving terrain. Sergeant Calloway, our team lead, was especially animated. "This is gonna be legendary," he said, smirking as he pointed out this narrow ridge, barely wide enough for one person to cross at a time. "They'll be cursing our names for decades, I'm telling you." "Or breaking their necks," muttered Mendez, the youngest in our group, not even out of his teens yet. "Relax, kid," Calloway replied. "That's what the medics are for." By midday, we'd pushed deeper into the wilderness than I'd ever been, and the trees began to close in around us. The air got colder, the ground beneath our boots became uneven, soft in some places and then rocky in others. We weren't worried, at least not yet. Calloway had a map and a compass, and we'd all been through survival training. Getting turned around in the Alaskan backcountry was not that big of a deal. At least, that's what we were telling ourselves. By the time the sun had dipped below the horizon, though, it was clear that we were very off course. "Wait, this isn't right," Calloway said, squinting in the map underneath the red glow of his flashlight. "We should have hit a clearing by now." "Maybe you read those contour lines wrong," Mendez suggested, earning a glare from Calloway. "I don't read maps wrong," Calloway snapped. "The terrain here, it's weird." It was weird. The trees did seem taller, their trunks were gnarled and twisted like old hands reaching up towards the sky. The wind had stopped now, leaving the forest around us deathly still. Even our footsteps sounded muffled, swallowed up by the damp earth beneath us. We decided to set up camp for the night, hoping the daylight the next day would bring some form of clarity. We secured the perimeter, cooked a quick dinner over a camp stove, and tried to keep the mood light. But the unease was palpable. I caught Mendez staring off into the dark woods. His hands were trembling as he fidgeted with his compass. "You okay, kid?" I asked him. He nodded, but his eyes said otherwise. "It's too quiet out here," he whispered. I didn't have an answer for that. Morning came, but it didn't have the clarity that we were all hoping for. The woods seemed denser in the pale light, and every direction looked exactly the same. Calloway insisted that he had a fix on our location and led us into a thicket of trees so tightly packed it felt like walking into a wall of shadows. The ground itself here was strange, soft and almost springy, like walking on sod. Mendez continued to voice his doubts, but Calloway brushed him off. "This is the way," he said, his tone leaving no room for any kind of argument. We followed him into the heart of the thicket, the earth squelching underneath our boots. About halfway across, the ground gave a loud, wet crack, and Mendez vanished. 1 second he was there, and the next he was gone, swallowed up by the earth, as if it opened up his mouth and devoured him whole. "Mendez!" I shouted, rushing back to the spot where he just disappeared. Calloway and the others were right behind me, their faces now pale with shock. "Help!" Mendez's voice came from below, muffled but frantic. I can't. Something's got me. Get me out of here, guys." We inched closer, the ground beneath us threatening to give way with every single step we took. When I finally reached the edge of the hole, I looked down and froze. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was really seeing. Mendez was thrashing, his arms flailing as he tried to pull himself free, but he wasn't alone. Around him were massive shapes, their fur matted and dark, their breath steaming in the cold air. My brain refused to process what I was seeing, but then one of them shifted. I saw its face, its massive, snarling bear-like face. It wasn't just one bear either. There were at least 6 of them, hibernating in a den hidden up beneath the soft earth. Mendez had fallen right into the middle of them, and they were waking up. "Oh, fuck," I whispered, my stomach twisting in knots. "Get me out!" Mendez screamed. "We need rope," I shouted to the others, but nobody moved. They were frozen, their faces etched with horror as the bears began to stir, their massive bodies shifting and groaning as they shook off their slumber. A deep black void that seemed to swallow up the light itself. It sniffed at the air and then turned its gaze to Mendez. "Move!" Calloway barked, snapping us out of our paralysis. We scrambled to pull Mendez out, but it was too late. The first bear lunged, its massive paw swiping through the air with a sickening crack as it struck. His screams were cut short, replaced by the wet, ripping sounds of flesh and bone. "Run!" Calloway shouted, but we didn't need to be told twice. We tore out through the woods, branches whipping at our faces as we ran blindly. Our only thought was to put as much distance as possible between us and that hellish den. Behind us, the bears roared echoed throughout the trees, each one seeming to get louder and more feral than the last. By the time we saw that gate to Jaber, we were barely standing. We stumbled toward it, shouting for help, our voices hoarse and broken. The guards let us in without question, their eyes wide with alarm and confusion as they saw the state that we were all in. Within minutes, a rescue team was assembled and they asked where Mendez was, but none of us could speak. Calloway finally pointed in the direction of that thicket, but his hands were still trembling. The team found the den, but Mendez was gone. Half his uniform was still there, torn and bloody, but his body and those bears had vanished. They repeatedly told us that it wasn't our fault, that we couldn't have done anything to save him. But the words rang hollow. I still continue to hear his screams at night. I still continue to see those black, soulless eyes staring up at me from the darkness below. Alaska doesn't just kill you if you're careless. It'll swallow you whole, leaving nothing behind but the echo of your terror. There's something about Alaska that just calls to me. like a voice over my shoulder that I can't help but turn around to. I've never lived there, never wanted to. It's too cold, too dark, and honestly, too damn wild. But every couple of years, I get this itch to go, to leave everything behind and disappear into its sprawling, untamed beauty. Fairbanks is where I always start, mostly because I've got a cousin there, Tom, and a few friends from college who never managed to escape the frozen grip of the North. Over the years, those trips became something of a ritual. At first, I just tag along with whatever they had planned. Ice fishing, moose hunting, trips to Chena Hot Springs to drink beer in the steam. It was always their show, and I was happy to follow in their lead. But after the 8th or 9th time, I started branching out, finding my own rhythm. I discovered my favorite spots. A smoky little diner called Pete's for reindeer sausage and eggs. A lazy stretch of river perfect for casting lines. And a few camping spots that felt like old friends by the time I returned to them. One of those places was a hidden gem out by Moose Creek. I'd been there twice before, but Tom had never joined me. This trip was supposed to be one of the best yet, just the two of us, fishing, hiking, drinking, the works. We set up our camp mid-afternoon, staking our tent near this edge of a thick stand of spruce. The air was pretty crisp, biting at the tip of my nose in that way that the only Alaska air can, and the silence around us felt almost reverent. It's a funny thing about the wilderness, how it can feel so peaceful one minute and then so perilous the next. That day itself was perfect though. We hiked until our legs ached, fished until we had more than enough for dinner, and spent the better part of an hour plinking beer cans off a fallen log with my old .22. By the time the sun dipped low and cast everything in hues of burnt orange and purple, we were back at camp with this roaring fire, gutting fish, and talking about everything and nothing at the same time. Tom was halfway through a story about some idiot that he worked with when I first noticed that sound. It was fairly faint at first, just the crunch of leaves and twigs somewhere beyond our firelight. Probably nothing, I told myself. A squirrel or fox maybe. But then it came again, louder this time, a deliberate footstep. "Did you hear that?" I asked, glancing toward the trees. Tom shrugged. "What? The forest? It's full of noises, man." But I wasn't convinced. As we continued to cook the fish, those sounds continued, circling just outside the glow of the fire. A branch would snap, something rustled in the underbrush, and once I thought I even heard a low breathy sound, almost like somebody whispering to themselves. By the time we sat down to eat, my nerves were frayed, and Tom had now caught on. "You're jumpy," he said, tearing into his fish. "Relax, if it's a bear, we'll hear it before it gets too close to us. We got the shotguns anyway." I nodded, forcing myself to finally take a bite. The fish was perfect, crispy on the outside and flaky in the middle, but I barely tasted it. My eyes kept darting toward the shadows, half expecting something to come lunging out of the dark. Then I saw something. At first, I really did think my eyes were playing some kind of trick on me. Just a pale smudge against the blackness, like a trick of the light. But as I stared, it resolved into the unmistakable shape of a face peeking out from behind a tree maybe 15 yards off. I froze, my fork halfway into my mouth. That face didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. It was a man. I was sure of that much, though I couldn't really make out any more details. His features were shadowed, but there was just something wrong about the way he held himself. It was too still, too focused. "Tom," I whispered, not daring to take my eyes off him. "Don't look right away, but I think somebody's watching us." "What?" Tom's voice was sharp, cutting out through the crackle of the fire. The face then disappeared, sliding behind the tree like a puppet yanked by its strings. "The hell are you talking about?" Tom demanded. There was somebody out there, I said, pointing towards the spot, right where that face had been. Tom stood, grabbed the shotgun from where it leaned up against a log. "Hey!" he shouted into the trees. "Who's out there? This ain't no joke, bud." No response. "Maybe it was nothing," I said. My voice didn't really sound too convincing, even to myself. Tom wasn't buying it though. He loaded that shotgun with practiced efficiency. His movements were quick and deliberate. "Nothing my ass. If somebody's out there, I'm about to scare them off." He pointed the gun into the darkness, fired 3 quick shots into the ground. The noise was deafening, echoing through the trees like thunder itself. I wish I had a moment to put my ear protection on, or at least my hands, but I had no chance. My shit was ringing the rest of the night. Thanks, Tommy. Then, footsteps retreated back into the woods, metered and unhurried. Tom exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "Idiots," he murmured. "Probably just kids messing around." We stayed by the fire for another hour or two, drinking some beer and talking about the next day's plans. But that unease continued to linger, like a bad taste in the back of my throat. When we finally crawled into the tent, I could not shake that feeling that we were still being watched. At some point I dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the sound of footsteps. They were faint but unmistakable, circling our tent in these slow arcs. I nudged Tom. He opened up his eyes immediately, nodding to show that he'd already heard them himself. We both grabbed our pistols and flashlights, staying perfectly still as those footsteps continued around us. Then, without warning, something pierced the side of the tent. A blade, slicing through the nylon and then pulling down. It made a long, clean cut before disappearing, leaving the flap hanging open. Something then fell inside our tent. I shone my flashlight on the objects and felt my blood run cold. 3 shotgun shells, the same ones that Tom had fired off earlier. "Jesus Christ," Tom whispered, his voice shaking. We scrambled out of the tent, flashlights sweeping the darkness. The forest around us was silent, but that feeling of being watched was almost suffocating now. "Who's out there?" Tom shouted furiously. Of course, no answer. We both fired off a couple of shots into the trees. The cracks of the gunfire, splitting the silence like a hammer on glass. Still nothing. "That's it," Tom said. "We're leaving." We broke down our camp in record time, shoving everything into the back of the truck and tearing out there like the devil himself was chasing us. We blasted out of that campsite, out of the bush, and then shot like a meteor back to Fairbanks. We talked that whole time about who it could be and who to report it to. Ultimately, Tom and I decided it was kind of a waste of time to report it all. He almost seemed embarrassed after the fact, like he'd been run off from something. By the time we finally reached Fairbanks, the first rays of dawn were breaking up over the horizon. But that light did nothing to ease the terror inside our truck. Why did they dump those shells back in the tent? We never went back to Moose Creek for obvious reasons, and I think some places are just better left alone. I never thought I'd end up as a cop. In high school, I was just some aimless kid in a nowhere town, picking up odd jobs and drifting without so much of a plan. College really wasn't for me, and most of the jobs that I was at felt like I was wearing shoes a size too small, awkward and uncomfortable. But when I stumbled into police work, something just clicked. It wasn't the uniform or even the authority, it was the rhythm of it. The chaos felt manageable now, almost therapeutic, as if I could bring some kind of order to the randomness of the world. It became my thing, fixing messes, stepping into the fray when others backed away. But nothing, not the sleepless nights, not the brawls, not the quiet loneliness of the job, could have even prepared me for that call on a cold night in December of 2012. To this day, it was some of the craziest things to ever go down in this town. It put a different flavor on the job, something I wasn't sure if I even had a taste for anymore. What I'd seen as chaos was actually blind, malevolent violence. I count myself very lucky for walking away that night. It was nearing the end of my shift. I was counting down the minutes. The holidays were around the corner, and for the first time in years, I had a few days off lined up. My sister was flying in from Chicago. I planned to just soak in the warmth of family, good friends, and the blessed quiet that came with turning off my radio for a little while. My partner Dan was equally eager to clock out. Dan was the kind of guy who will tell you everything you don't want to know about his life, within 5 minutes of meeting him too. But he had your back when it mattered. We were sipping some bad gas station coffee inside the cruiser, parked outside a closed diner, when the radio squawked. Unit 12, we got a 647 at 348 Marlowe Avenue. Possible assault. Caller states the suspect is intoxicated and threatening employees. Respond code 2. Dan groaned, tossed his empty cup onto the floorboard. Just our luck, he muttered. Dan was an oversharer, but was also a Debbie Downer. The dude wore a lot of hats. He always had something else to do, so when it came close to clocking out, he didn't like taking calls, especially ones that might require 3 hours of bullshit paperwork before clocking out. I didn't even respond, just flipped on the headlights and started heading towards the address. Marlowe Avenue was part of the town's small business district. Chiropractors, insurance offices, and that one store that sells custom birdhouses. Super random. Most of the shops were dark at this hour, their windows frosted over with that cheap spray snow and holiday decals. But as we turned onto that street, one building stood out. Lights blazed on from its windows, spilling onto the parking lot, where a crowd of about 15 people had now gathered. A cacophony of shouts and hollers greeted us as we pulled inside. "Looks like a party got out of hand," Dan said as he stepped out, adjusting his belt. I wouldn't have bet against him. It looked like a mattress store, or a bed store of some kind. Everybody was dressed nice, huddled around some kind of whatever. We could hear somebody wrestling around just out of sight though. The air was sharp and biting, carrying the smells of beer and cigarettes. I scanned the scene, clocked the details. Most of the group was gathered inside clumps, some holding red plastic cups and others huddled inside their jackets. A man wearing a Santa hat sideways on his head was shouting something incoherent. His words were slurring. As we approached, a woman broke away from the group and immediately rushed toward us. "Oh, thank God you're here," she exclaimed. Her face was red from the cold, or maybe the alcohol. "It's Frank. He's lost his damn mind. He attacked Mr. Callahan and now he's threatening to kill everybody else." "Where is he now?" I asked her. She pointed towards the crowd. "Somewhere in there. You'll know him. He's shirtless and screaming about how he's gonna burn it all down." Dan exchanged a look with me. "Shirtless in December? Great." "And he's over there?" Dan asked her. "You can't miss him," the lady directed us. We waded into the sea of chaos, pushing through the bodies and dodging sloshing drinks. It was weird that everybody didn't disperse. It told us we weren't doing anything wrong. Near the center of the crowd, two men were tangled on the ground, wrestling like drunks in a bar fight. One of them, sure enough, was shirtless. There was a solid wall of music and rage, and his face was contorted with drunken fury. The other, who was older and was wearing a torn suit, was gasping and trying to fend off the blows. "Police, break it up," I shouted, grabbing the shirtless man by the arm. It was like grabbing a live wire. He immediately swung at me, his fist narrowly missing my jaw, and let out this drunken roar. Dan moved in, tackling the guy with surprising speed for somebody who complained about his knees pretty much daily. Together we wrestled him to the ground, pinned his arms behind his back, and snapped on some cuffs. The man let out this string of curses, spit flying as he thrashed against the pavement. "Get off me! He deserved it, they all do!" he screamed. "Fuck these people, fuck this store. They owe me money. They owe me for years of my life." The older man, presumably Mr. Callahan, now stumbled to his feet, brushing gravel from his suit. "I'm fine," he said, though his lip was split and bleeding. "Don't press charges, just get him out of here. He's fired as of tonight." "Yeah, well, he's already got a new job," Dan said. "Full-time guest at the county jail." Zing, Dan 1 and the drunk idiot 0. To this day, he's the only partner I've ever had to have the balls to make jokes, bad jokes at that, and openly talk shit to people that he was arresting. As we started taking statements, the situation seemed to stabilize. People calmed down, the adrenaline in the air thinned out like smoke. But then, out of nowhere, a wiry man in a Christmas sweater approached us, his eyes darting around nervously. I could tell something was up immediately. What would it be? Another fight? Did Boss Man end up wanting to press charges now after all? I guess that really wasn't uncommon in our line of work. Officers, he said. "I think you guys got the wrong guy." Dan turned to him, frowning. "What are you talking about? We saw him." "Yeah, man, they were locked up, literally fighting when we got here." I cut Dan off before he could put a foot in his mouth. No, the man interrupted now, shaking his head. "That was Gary. He jumped in after it started. The guy who started this all, the one who attacked Mr. Callahan first. He's gone. No one's seen him since it started." A chill prickled at the back of my neck. I glanced at Dan, who was already reaching for his radio, but before he could say a word, a loud crack split the air. The sound of gunfire is unmistakable. It's sharp, deafening, and makes your heart skip a beat immediately. Hell, it'll take your breath away if you don't know what's coming. A second later, the front window of the office exploded, showering the sidewalk with glass. Screams erupted as the crowd scattered like startled birds, diving behind cars and into the bushes, all of them dropping their drinks and cigarettes. My hand went to my holster instinctively, drawing my weapon as I scanned the parking lot. "Over there!" Dan shouted, his pistol trained across the parking lot. At the edge of the lot, silhouetted against the flickering light of a dying street lamp, was a man. He was swaying, a pistol clutched in one hand. But even from this distance, I could see the wild, glassy look in his eyes. His shirt was smeared with something dark, either it be blood or booze. I couldn't really tell. He stumbled out of the darkness and into the faint light of the parking lot. His steps were unmistakable. This guy was hammered. Dan and I spread out, moving low and slow. "Drop the weapon!" I yelled out, sounding like a little boy. I hated barking commands. I really didn't have the chest for it. The man did not respond. Instead, he staggered forward, raised the gun, and waved it in this lazy arc. His movements were erratic, like a puppet with tangled strings. For some reason, I got the feeling he wasn't going to pull the trigger again. Dan moved to the left and tried to get this clear angle on him. "Hey, drop it, now!" he barked. Of course, still nothing. My heart was pounding, palms slick with sweat, despite the freezing air around me. I rounded the hood of a parked car and creeped closer. The man was muttering to himself now, his words slurred and disjointed. Again, he was obviously drunk, so all of this was starting to make sense. This guy, the guy with no shirt, They were low-level grunts for this company, probably mattress delivery guys or something. They got paid the least, and when they saw everybody else getting a bonus check or something of the like, they decided to beat up the CEO. This guy was so drunk, he thought he'd give him a parking lot execution. He kept muttering, "Kill them all. They'll see, they'll all see." I was close enough to see his face now, pale and streaked with sweat and dirt. His eyes flicked toward me, and for a moment, I thought he might actually comply. But then he raised the gun and pointed it, not at me, but towards the office building again. I didn't think. I moved, lunged forward and tackled him to the ground, my shoulder driving into his ribs. The gun clattered across the asphalt as he let out a big grunt, the sound of somebody getting their wind knocked out of them. I'd later learn I'd broken his floating rib too. Dan was on us a second later, helping me wrestle the man's arms behind his back. We secured him with cuffs and then dragged him to his feet, all the while panting. This was the best case scenario. I felt humbled and grateful all in the same moment. It was starting to dawn on me that the bullet could have hit me, or at least could have dumped that whole mag on us. We were lucky to be standing, breathing, alive. That parking lot was eerily quiet now, the crowd watching from a safe distance. Somebody started clapping, but it died quickly when they realized how inappropriate it was. Dan was all for it, nodding along like some kind of hero, but I waved it off with a stiff shake of my head. Not the time nor the place. "Is this the guy?" I asked, glancing at the bystanders. "There's not some kind of third guy running around, is there?" A dozen heads nodded in unison. "That's him," the man in the Christmas sweater confirmed. "He's the one who started it all." "I really wish you would have disclosed that to us earlier, sir," I all but yelled in his face. We loaded him and Gary into separate cruisers and headed back to the station. Backup arrived just as the situation was finally handled. That night dragged on as we filed the reports, filled out the paperwork, and tried to piece together what had really happened. The shooter, Frank, refused to say much, his drunken ramblings veering between nonsensical threats and tearful apologies. It was the craziest thing I'd ever heard. All kinds of weird confessions. I digress. By the time I finally got home, the sun was starting to rise, casting a pale gray light over the town. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at my hands, which were still trembling slightly. All I wanted was a quiet night to ease into the holidays. Instead, I got a front row seat to chaos. And a reminder that this job is never as simple as it seems. I literally almost took a bullet to the chest cavity. I can't shake the feeling that something about that night was just off. Maybe it was the way Frank muttered about burning it all down, or the eerie silence after those gunshots. Or maybe it was the fact that despite the crowd, the lights, and the chaos, no one saw where Frank had gone during those crucial minutes, or what he'd even been doing, which was getting a gun from the glove box of his Chevy S10. All I know is this: as I drifted into a restless sleep, the sound of breaking glass echoed in my mind, and I dreamt of shadows moving in the cold December night. God damn, I hate the dark of winter. I really do. Back in my early days as a cop, I lived a double life. By day, I was Officer Macho, writing up traffic citations, breaking up the occasional bar fight, and trying to make the city a little less chaotic. On my nights off, I was a different animal, a bachelor with a taste for the wild side. I spent my weekends downtown, losing myself in the throb of bass-heavy club music and overpriced drinks. It wasn't about meeting people, not really. It was about the energy, the escape. It felt good to be on the other side of a badge for a few hours, brushing shoulders with people I'd never see again, not asking questions and not making any judgments. I craved the noise, the lights, and the anonymity of it all. That was until one night when I learned the hard way that the badge follows you, well, everywhere, even when you're off duty. Coldest, realest night of my career, and I wasn't even on the clock. That's how you know it's bad. It started like any other Friday night. I clocked out, showered, and threw on my civvies. Just a leather jacket and jeans. Nothing that screamed cop. This time, I decided to venture a little further from my usual haunts. I'd heard about some spots on the south side, places with a reputation for being a little grittier, a little edgier. The kind of bars where music was louder, the crowds a little rougher, and the drinks didn't come with these tiny umbrellas. It sounded perfect to me. I wanted a night out that I might not remember. Fast drinks, fast girls, and fast energy. Copping feels on the floor, grinding by the bar, slamming in the bathroom. I wanted something crazy and totally my own experience. By midnight, I was 3 drinks in and thoroughly enjoying the change of scenery. The club that I was in was packed wall to wall with bodies moving into this relentless beats. The air was thick with sweat and vape clouds. This club was too young and too new agey, so I paid my tab and moved on next door, a slightly more upscale bar with a live DJ and a smaller dance floor. I started pumping drinks at this spot, leaving no room to breathe. Whiskey, gin, a beer in between just to stay afloat. I started eyeballing some women and getting some eyeballs back before I realized how hard I was buzzing and starting to see double. I started to lose the aura, lose my momentum, and honestly, started catching looks from other dudes. I couldn't tell if they were checking in on me or wanting to make me wink. The energy was starting to wear thin though. I was piss drunk and my stomach was growling loud enough to compete with the DJ. So I decided to take a break. Maybe find a late night food truck or a diner to soak up some of this liquor sloshing around in my gut. For whatever reason it was, all these Southside bars and clubs did not serve food of any kind, and I found that really weird. It told me that this was something of a drug-using neighborhood, if the locals didn't eat. Economics don't lie. I stumbled out into the cold night, the air shocking against my flushed skin. The streets were quiet, eerily so, with only the occasional car passing by. I wandered around for a bit, the glow of neon signs guiding me around. Most of the bars and clubs on this side of town did not serve food, just endless streams of alcohol. But that's when I spotted it, a tiny taco shop tucked between 2 graffiti-tagged buildings, its fluorescent open 24-hour sign buzzing faintly in the darkness. Perfect. Probably one of the best Mexican joints in the entire district. As I got closer, I noticed something was off though. The windows were smeared with condensation, but through the foggy glass, I could see a small group of people inside, and they were not eating. They were standing perfectly still, their hands raised in the air. 2 figures in ski masks moved among them, one waving a gun, the other brandishing a knife. A robbery. For a moment, I just stood there staring. My brain was now working overtime, trying to process the situation through the haze of the alcohol. I wasn't in uniform. I didn't have my gun or my cuffs. I was just some guy in a leather jacket who wandered into the wrong place at the wrong time. But my instincts kicked in, and before my common sense could stop me, I was a cop with a certain sense of duty, and that blinded me to the reality of what I was really walking into. I shoved the door open, the bell above me jingling loudly. The robbers froze, their heads snapping toward me. "Hey!" I shouted. "The hell's going on in here? Drop your weapons!" I reached for my belt, for my gun and cuffs, and no dice. Then it started to click in the moment, after already entering. I was about to get my ass handed to me, like the guys you read about in the newspaper. The heroes that get wasted in traffic altercations and backroom antics. That was my future. The guy with the gun immediately raised it and aimed it straight at me. My stomach dropped. "Get out!" he shouted, his voice high and shaky. "This ain't your business, man." The one with the knife started toward me now, the blade catching that harsh fluorescent light. I took an instinctive step back, the reality of my situation hitting me like a freight train. I was not armed, and I was not invincible. I was just a drunken idiot about to get himself killed. Whoops was an understatement, but I remember saying it out loud, and both guys nodding, almost laughing at me. Okay, I said, raising my hands and backing up out of the doorway. I'm leaving, all right? Just don't do anything stupid. The door swung shut behind me, and I planted my foot against it, jamming it closed. My hands were trembling as I fumbled for my phone. I dialed 911, my words falling out of my mouth in this rush whisper as I explained the situation to the dispatcher. I wasn't going anywhere, because even in my drunken stupor, something had been painfully obvious to me. That gun was fake as shit. I could see the rubber just down the barrel, some kind of prop gun. I had zero fear of him shooting me through the glass, just had to be aware of the knife. When I glanced back inside, the guy with the knife was actually staring at me while his homie worked the robbery and bagged the money. They're inside, I said, glancing through the window. Now the robbers were yelling at the cashier, waving their weapons. One's got a gun and the other's got a knife. I blocked the door, but I think they're looking for another way out. I rattled off the cross streets and the nearby businesses. The dispatcher seemed to know the area that I was describing pretty well. I also mentioned that I was an off-duty officer. I was doing my best to prevent the escape at the moment. Units are en route, the dispatcher assured me. Stay where you are and do not engage. Yeah, sure, I muttered, shoving the phone back in my pocket. My heart was pounding so loud that it felt like it might burst. Through the glass, I saw the other two men dart towards the back of the shop, disappearing into the kitchen. Without thinking, I moved my foot away from the front door and pulled it open, slipping inside as quietly as I could. The place smelled like grease and desperation. The air was hot and heavy. I crept through that narrow aisle between the counter and the tables, every nerve in my body screaming at me to turn and leave. The employees let me through, holding themselves together and trying to just stay out of the way. Inside the kitchen, the robbers were trying to pry open the back door. Their voices were frantic. I moved closer, my footsteps muffled by that sticky tiled floor. One of them, the guy with the knife, was closest to me. He was smaller, wiry. His movements were jittery, almost like a trapped animal. And without thinking, I lunged. I grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into the walk-in cooler. The impact was brutal. The sound of his head hitting the metal reverberated through the small space. He immediately went limp and crumpled to the floor in a heap. The other robber turned, his eyes wide with panic. He didn't hesitate. He charged me, the knife flashing as he drove it into my thigh. That was my mistake. I should have assumed they were both armed. He buried it to the handle, and I slumped backward on top of the guy that I just knocked out. The pain was immediate and blinding, a hot, searing bolt that shot up my leg and into my spine. I screamed, collapsing onto the floor as blood immediately poured out from the wound. The robber bolted out the back door, his footsteps echoing down the alley. It was a simple topside lock they were missing that was keeping them from leaving, but after he flipped it open, he was gone like a phantom. I pressed my hands to the wound, trying to stem the bleeding. My vision was now swimming. The room now tilted and spun, those lights above me buzzing like angry wasps. Somewhere in the distance, I heard some sirens. The call went through, the dispatcher did their thing, and help was indeed en route. I hoped to Christ medical would get there fast, because my leg was blowing up. "Help!" I croaked out, my voice barely even above a whisper. "Back alley, he went out the back alley." The door burst open and suddenly there were people everywhere. EMTs swarmed me, their hands cool and efficient as they worked to stop the bleeding. One of their officers on scene ducked out the back and chased after that fleeing robber. Another cuffed the unconscious guy in the kitchen, dragging him to his feet. He stirred a little bit. One side of his face was pretty swollen from that impact. That's what you get when you play stupid games. You win stupid prizes. As they loaded me onto a stretcher, I heard shouting from the alley. A few minutes later, the officer returned, his face flushed and triumphant. He had that second guy in tow, the kid's head hanging low as he shuffled forward in handcuffs. And that's when it hit me. They were both just kids. 15, maybe 16 at the most. The one in the kitchen was crying, his nose bleeding from where I slammed him into the door. The other one, the one who stabbed me, wouldn't even look at anybody. His jaw was set and his face was pale. I thought about my gun, locked away at home. If I would have had it with me tonight, I would not have hesitated. I would have drawn it, and I would have fired, and I would have killed that kid. As they loaded me up into the ambulance, the pain in my leg was nothing compared to the sick, twisting guilt in my gut. The badge may follow you everywhere, but sometimes it's better to leave the gun behind. For a long stretch in my early career, I was a DPS officer assigned to a sleepy suburb where nothing much really ever happened. It was a quiet post, the kind of assignment that sounds good on paper but dulls you with its routine. Lots of traffic stops, seatbelt citations, and the occasional DUI. I'd tell myself it was just a rung on the ladder, a stepping stone to something bigger, but most nights I'd wonder if this really was it. The safe hours and predictable calls made it easy to get comfortable, and for that I got too comfortable. Until one night when I learned how fast the ordinary can unravel into the inexplicable. Everybody that works in law enforcement has at least one story, one crazy thing that happened to them, whether it be a PTSD shootout or some kind of paranormal experience, or some uncanny run-in on the road. We all have one, at least. Mine creeped me out for a whole year after it happened, and it had me constantly scratching at my head. I've told this story to therapists. I've tried to pick it apart, dissect it, find some rational explanation that'll let me box it up and just put it away, but I can't. That night clings to me like a smoke, murky and impossible to shake. A reminder that some things just don't always add up. It started as I was just coming on shift. The streets settling into their usual rhythm for a weekday night. Quiet, save for the occasional hum of tires on asphalt. The dispatcher's voice crackled over the radio, pulling me out of my thoughts. Disturbance reported at Hawthorne Juvenile Facility. Medical requested. Officers on scene to investigate. Hawthorne. Even the name made my stomach tighten. It wasn't the first time I'd been called out there, and it definitely wouldn't be the last. The place had its own reputation, not for anything overtly sinister, but for the atmosphere that it carried. A heavy, stifling energy that made your skin crawl just walking inside. Most of the calls were minor. Fight between kids, medical transports, administrative requests. But every officer knew that whatever went on behind those high security doors, it wasn't good. Beyond that, every single officer had been here at some point. We had to deliver kids here all the time, and it was always a creep fest. I met up with my partner Jake in the parking lot. He was already leaning against his cruiser, arms crossed, and had that orange glow of his cigarette briefly illuminating his face. "Hawthorne again, huh?" he muttered, flicking ash onto the asphalt. "What's it this time? Another kid throwing some kind of tantrum, stabbing a nurse?" "Disturbance," I replied, grabbing my flashlight from the passenger seat. "Medical's not even here yet, so let's find out." "You know they won't go in there before we do," Jake explained. And he wasn't wrong. There was no sense in waiting. The facility's front doors were locked as always, a keypad next to the door blinking red, awaiting a code. Jake pressed the intercom button. and a muffled voice answered almost immediately. Hawthorne Juvenile, who's calling? DPS, Jake said, flashing his badge at the tiny camera above the keypad. You called us? There was a long pause, then a heavy buzz as the doors unlocked. We stepped inside, the air immediately colder, heavier. The reception area was dimly lit, its lights flickering faintly above us, as though they even wanted to escape. 2 night shift workers were waiting for us behind the glass of the office. Their faces were drawn and pale. The younger one, a woman in her 20s with tired eyes, immediately waved us in. Thanks for coming, she said. It's really bad. My partner and I immediately exchanged a look. That's new. Define bad, Jake said. He'd never been good at masking his irritation of this place. He literally hated coming here. The older worker, a man in his 40s with a clipboard, clutched tightly in his hand, stepped forward. There's been an assault, he said. One of the boys, we checked the cameras, but we didn't see anybody enter the building. Situation's definitely growing stranger. I frowned. No one? How's that even possible? That's what we're trying to figure out, the woman said. You'll want to see the footage. Before we could even press for more details, the intercom buzzed again. Medical had now arrived. The workers buzzed them in. We all moved as a group deeper into the facility. Those halls were eerily quiet. The kind of silence that makes you hyper aware of every breath, every footstep you take. The walls around us were painted this sickly pale green. The faint hum of security cameras followed as we walked. Medical wasn't interested in investigation, only the patient, which we also wanted to see, so we just followed them through the halls. Getting a look at the damage was a perfect place to start with all this mess. They led us to the victim's room. The door was ajar, and inside, the EMTs were crouched over the boy. He couldn't have been any older than 16, but his face was nearly unrecognizable. Swollen, battered, blood crusted around his nose and mouth. He lay limp, his eyes half open but unfocused, his chest rising and falling shallowly. A total monster had done this. It was unsightly, absolutely gruesome, especially to a kid this young. I couldn't even imagine who we were looking for. What kind of motive could there be? They hadn't even gotten to speak to the kid yet. They'd simply found him in his room like this. We were the first to start piecing everything together. Jake crouched down, taking a closer look at the kid's wounds. This definitely wasn't self-inflicted, he said. Somebody wanted to kill this kid. The woman nodded, her hands trembling as she hugged herself. We found a pipe in his room. Has he said anything? I asked. She shook her head. He's barely even conscious. The EMTs began stabilizing the boy, their movements efficient but tense and shaky. They were nervously working on him. Jake and I watched everybody in the room. All right, let's see that footage, I said aloud. The workers led us to this cramped office, filled with monitors and stacks on stacks of files. The older man sat at the desk, clicking through the security feed. This is where it gets weird, he said. You're gonna want to take this with a grain of salt. Show us, Jake said, crossing his arms. The man pulled up a series of clips, starting with the exterior of the building. It was as secure as they claimed it to be. Doors locked, no windows breached, no sign of forced entry. Then when he switched into the interior halls, for several minutes the footage showed nothing but the empty corridors and the occasional flicker of a light. And then a figure appeared. It was a boy, his features indistinct due to the grainy quality of the video. He moved really quickly, slipping in and out of the camera's view, never staying long enough to get a good look. And there's something about the way he moved as well. It was just unsettling. It was these jerky, almost unnatural movements, like a marionette on strings. Who's that? I asked, leaning closer. No idea, the man responded. None of the boys here matched his description, and look, he's avoiding the cameras, like he knows they're there. A final clip showed the boy approaching the victim's door. He paused and glanced down the hall, then produced something from his jacket, a tool of some kind. He jimmied the lock, slipped inside, and disappeared. Seconds later, the footage ended. That's it, the man said, sitting back. We've reviewed every angle, and there's no sign of him entering or leaving the building. What about the victim? Jake asked. What's he in here for? The woman hesitated. He killed a boy about 6 months ago. Brutal attack. Stabbed him to death. We're still waiting to hear if he'll be transferred to a more permanent facility. A knot formed in my stomach. This place felt like Arkham. Everything made you feel crazy. Print us a still of the boy in the hallway, I said. They printed the clearest image that they could manage, but it was still blurry. The boy's face was pale, his eyes were dark, and he had no expression on his face. It was completely unreadable. We took the photo, returned to the victim's room, where the EMTs were preparing to transport him. I crouched next to the boy holding up that photo to where he could see it. You recognize him? I asked. His reaction was immediate. His face went rigid, his breath quickened, and he turned his head away, curling to himself. He definitely knows him, Jake said quietly. Whoever this is, he knows him. The boy did not say another word. He wouldn't even look at us anymore. We searched that facility from top to bottom, every room, every corner. We checked the locks, the windows, the vents, anything that could explain how somebody got in. We found nothing though. No sign of forced entry, no evidence of an intruder. It was as if the boy in the footage had just materialized out of thin air. The weirdest part was there wasn't any footage of him leaving the room once he entered it, and this room did not have a window. To this day, no one knows where that boy went. Jake, ever the skeptic, shook his head as we left. Ghost, he said. Has to be. Oh, don't start with that shit, I muttered. But his words did stick with me. How else could somebody bypass that kind of security? It didn't make any sense. None of it made sense. In the end, nobody was found, and no one was ever charged. That facility tightened its protocols and installed some better cameras, but it didn't really matter. Whatever happened that night, it left no trace. That boy did recover, and he was transferred to another facility soon after. Personally, I never saw him again. And the figure in the footage, he remained a question without an answer, a shadow in the back of my mind. Even now, all these years later, I can't shake the feeling that we missed something right in front of us that night. Something important and something dangerous. The most likely scenario is that one of the boys already living inside that facility snuck out of his room, put a smackdown on that new kid. Only a person staying there would know where the cameras are, and all the kids there know how to pick locks. It's the only thing that makes sense, besides Jake and that outlandish ghost theory. When I think about Thanksgiving, my chest caves in. It's not because of the turkey or the family bonding or any of the usual reasons people reminisce about the holiday. It's because of one particular Thanksgiving. A sprawling farm, suffocating woods, and a side of my family I never want to meet again. A true hillbilly nightmare, something right out of Deliverance. You aren't gonna believe this, but the inspiration for the movies like The Hills Have Eyes come from the hill people, like those that I'm related to. It all started when Mom decided we'd be spending the holiday with her side of the family, out east. Up until 9th grade, our holidays followed this predictable, comforting routine. Thanksgiving was always at Grandma's house, a cozy space where the smell of cinnamon and roasting turkey seemed woven into the furniture itself. A few weeks later, we'd host an early Christmas party at our house. Cheesy, bright decorations everywhere. And then finally, Christmas Day itself at the family property. I could always count on the familiar faces, games of Scrabble by the fire, and the same stories Dad told every single year. But after the divorce, all the magic died. Mom and Dad split holidays like they split everything else, unevenly. Karen and I got shuffled between houses, staying with random aunts or even cousins, and holidays spent in those unfamiliar places with people who seemed even more like strangers than family. I tried to focus on the perks, double the food, double the presents, but it definitely wasn't the same. It was actually lame and exhausting, as I'm sure many listeners understand. I preferred it when everything was still simple. When Mom announced we'd be spending Thanksgiving in Georgia that year, I was not thrilled. "Where exactly are we going?" I asked from the back seat, as our minivan bumped along the increasingly narrow road. "Out east," Mom replied brightly, her hands tight upon the wheel. "Out east is a direction, not a destination," Karen said, rolling her eyes from the passenger seat. "Georgia," Mom clarified. "It's been years since I've seen them. You'll love it. It's a real country living. Land, animals, fresh air. It'll be good for the both of you." "Georgia, east. You mean the south?" I asked. "I didn't want to freak you guys out," Mom explained. "It's really not that bad, I promise." I doubted it, especially if we left the paved road for rutted dirt paths that seemed to lead deeper and deeper into nowhere. Trees loomed on either side of us, their branches clawing at the gray November sky. The GPS signal flickered in and out, and Mom squinted at the screen, muttering about landmarks. She turned into Pocahontas or Lewis and Clark, Magellan. You get the idea. Suddenly, my mother was a navigator. She was getting us through the woods by nothing but a gut feeling. Who was this person? Finally, we rounded a bend and I saw it, a sagging wooden sign swinging from a rusted gate. Our mom's last name was scrawled across it in faded peeling paint, Grattan. "I didn't realize we had family here," Karen said, frowning, as we passed through that gate. "Not us," Mom corrected. "They do. This is old family land." The property seemed to stretch on forever. Pastures dotted with animals, cows, goats, chickens, all rolled into dense woods. Ramshackle buildings sagged under their own weight, patched together with mismatched boards and tin roofs. People were milling about everywhere, laughing, arguing, hauling crates or chasing animals. The smell of roasting meat hung heavy in the cold air, mixed with manure and gunpowder. Before we'd even gotten out of the car, a group of people descended upon us, all loud voices with heavy southern accents. "Y'all must be Helen's kids," boomed this burly man, with a beard so thick it looked like he could house birds. He clapped me on the shoulder, his grip crushing. The guy really wasn't that tall, but his limbs were so thick and grisly, it was like standing next to a giant of some kind. He could tell I didn't know what to think of him, so he just kept patting and laughing at me. The beer in his hand looked like a fake little toy. Yeah, I said, trying to match his energy. Karen, my sister, stood stiffly at my side, her polite smile frozen on her face. We'd never seen people like this. We lived in Wichita. This was far beyond what we were used to. Mom, however, was glowing. "This is family," she said, her voice brimming with something I couldn't really place. Pride? Nostalgia? Either way, she hugged everybody around us. Everybody was laughing and picking her up. It had apparently been a long time since she'd been out there to visit. As I mentioned, These people were strangers to Karen and I. We'd never even met them once. The day unfolded into a blur of introductions and chaos. Cousins, uncles, aunts, dozens of faces I did not recognize, their names slipping through my fingers as quickly as they were offered up. My cousins, a wild pack of kids ranging from toddlers to teenagers, even some in their mid-20s, dragged Karen and I across the property. They showed us the chicken coops where hens were clucking angrily inside their cramped wire cages. They showed us the pig pen where massive hogs were wallowing in their own filth. And of course the pond, where a group of men fished with rigs that looked cobbled together from twine and sticks. "It's all self-sufficient," one of the older cousins boasted. "Don't need no store out here. We got everything we need. Food, water, disposal, fuel, resources," another chimed in. "It's the way God intended." It was impressive in a grim post-apocalyptic kind of way. It reminded me of all those doomsday prepper shows that used to be on cable TV. As the sun dipped lower, the party kicked into high gear. Bonfires roared, their flames licking at the sky and casting flickering shadows across the farm. People passed around mason jars of clear liquid, the sharp chemical smell stinging my nostril. All the while, someone strummed on a banjo, the twangy notes clashing with the drunken laughter that echoed across the fields. At first, it was fun. The food was incredible. Roasted meats, fresh baked bread, vegetables that actually tasted like something. But the night wore on. The edges of the party began to fray. It started with the newcomers. As the bonfires blazed, people began emerging from the woods. Strangers with these wild eyes and ragged clothes. They literally came out of nowhere, I'm not joking, seemingly just stumbling out of the boonies. They joined the party without any issues, as folks welcomed them with open arms and beverages extended. These newcomers walked through the trees without so much as a flashlight. Seriously creepy shit. "Their family too," one of my cousins explained when I asked. "They live deeper in the woods, don't come out much, but they always show up for the holidays." Damn good to see them. Never know how they're doing out there. "How far do they live?" "No idea. Further than we travel, miles and miles," my cousin said. Something about them just made my skin crawl. They moved far too quietly. Their eyes were sharp and calculating. They were skinny, wiry, muscly underneath those clothes. Their eyes were set too far apart, legs bent at these weird, odd angles. Everything about them just felt off to me. Then the fight started. At first, it was just drunken roughhousing, cousins wrestling in the dirt while everybody else cheered, but it quickly escalated. Two of my uncles got into a shouting match, and the next thing I knew, fists were flying. Blood splattered onto the ground as the crowd formed a circle and cheered like it was a spectator sport. "Is this normal?" I asked another one of my cousins, my voice barely audible over the noise. "Yeah," he said with a shrug. "It's tradition. Thanksgiving gets ugly around here." I backed away, my stomach churning. What kind of hillbilly ring of hell did my mother drag us into? We came from these people? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The level of violence on display was nauseating. Felt like it could turn on me at any moment, too. I wandered towards one of the barns, hoping to just find some quiet. And that's when I heard a strange wet sound coming from the shadows inside. It was weird, very hard to place being a young man. I heard other sounds too, voices in the dark. Curiosity tugged at me, even as dread curled in my gut. I stepped inside the barn, the dim light barely illuminating the space. The sound grew louder, more grotesque, until I reached a corner shrouded in darkness. I figured it'd be some of my family splintering off, playing some kind of drinking game or throwing darts at a board or something. What I saw made me gag. A group of my cousins, tangled together in a way that was wrong on every level. Incest was an understatement. They all looked right at home, like this was a nightly ritual. and the smell was even worse. I stood there, frozen in fear, hoping to God they did not see me. I just wanted to close my eyes, but I was scared of getting snatched up. They noticed me before I could slip away, each of them turning to me in unison, eyes alight with euphoria. A couple of them were soaked in sweat, clearly doing more than the others who were just content to lay back and get serviced, if you know what I mean. The whole thing was absolutely the most vile thing I've ever seen in my entire life. "You can join us if you want," one of them said, his voice slurring. He looked at me from the lap of who I think was his sister. I turned and bolted, the cold night air hitting me like a slap as I stumbled back towards the bonfires. My uncles beating the shit out of me would have been a welcome sight compared to what I just stumbled upon. I shared blood with these sick bastards. I needed to leave now. The chaos had only intensified. More fights had now broken out, and the people were firing guns into the air, their whoops and hollers echoing out into the night. I finally found Karen sitting by one of the fires with a glazed look in her eyes. "We need to leave," I told her, grabbing her arm. "Well, what's the rush?" she slurred, swaying on her feet. She was clearly messed up on that moonshine or something else, almost limp to the touch. "Karen, we need to go," I insisted, trying to shake her awake. I led her through the party, realizing I hadn't seen my mom in like hours now. It was dark, 9 p.m., and I hadn't seen her since dinner, which was around 7. Where could she be and what was she doing? When I found Mom, she was laughing with a group of strangers, mason jar in hand. "We're staying the weekend," she informed me when begging her to leave. I couldn't believe it. How could this be my reality? Did she not know what was going on here? I tried to tell her what I'd seen, but it was too awkward, especially in front of my other family members. God only knew what they all got up to. The next 2 days were just a blur of dread. The party never stopped. People drank, fought, and disappeared into the woods, only to return hours later, dirt-streaked and wild-eyed. I avoided the barns, kept to myself, and counted down the hours until we could finally leave. I tried to keep my sister on hand, but she wandered, questing for booze and cigarettes, as older teenagers tended to do. I tried to stay in open areas, places where people couldn't get me alone. Other than that, I just tried to sleep the trip away. By the time we finally left, I felt hollow. Mom acted like nothing was wrong, chatting cheerfully as if we just had this normal family holiday. Karen and I did not speak the entire drive home, so who knows where she wandered into, what she ended up seeing before the end of it all. We never ended up spending another holiday out there, and I never want to know what would have happened if we did go back. Looking back, I should have known the relationship was doomed. It wasn't love, it was obsession. The kind of connection where every second apart felt like agony, and every moment together felt like the world owed you something for surviving without them. That was me and Sarah. She was my first girlfriend, well, my first anything really. And from the moment we got together, we became that type of couple that everybody hated. And I know you know the type. Toxic, codependent, teenage dweebs with no understanding of reality, completely desperate. We'd miss the bus on purpose so we could walk home together, even though it meant facing my parents' wrath when I got in late. We'd skip class to sit in detention room, heads bent together, whispering like conspirators. We'd even fight just to make up because the making up felt so good. Toxic? Yeah, but at 15, I didn't really know any better. It all felt exciting. It felt good. And I thought it was love. Coming from broken homes, what would you expect? We were lucky it never actually got violent. Thanksgiving break rolled around during my sophomore year, and like always, Sarah and I spent every waking moment together. My parents were sick of her, and hers, well, I wasn't even sure they noticed how much time we actually spent together. She had a little brother that I'd seen once or twice, and her mom always parked on the couch, watching court TV. I'd never met her dad, and her home life was just a little reclusive, as I didn't go over there that much. It always seemed like there was something going wrong at her place, or someone was having a meltdown or something else. The few times that I've been over there, it was quiet to the point of being tense, like the silence I imagine in a prison before everybody goes crazy, just forced, you know? It wasn't until Thanksgiving Day itself that things began to unravel. I was just sitting at home, sulking through the usual holiday chores, polishing silverware and helping Mom peel potatoes, when Sarah called. We weren't planning on spending the day together, so when I found out it was her calling, my heart skipped a beat. "You should come to my place for dinner," she said. Her voice had this breathless excitement to it, like she thought of the greatest idea in the world. "What? Really?" I asked, my heart going crazy. "Yeah, come on, it'll be fun. My family's, well, different. You'll see." Looking back now, the word different should have been a red flag, but at the time it sounded adventurous, rebellious even. Meeting her family felt like the next big step in our relationship, a way to prove that we were serious. I could practically hear the romance soundtrack in my head as I told her I'd be there. Breaking the news to my parents went about as well as you can expect. "You're leaving us on Thanksgiving," my mom said, slamming a ladle into the pot of mashed potatoes. "Who even invites somebody to Thanksgiving on the day of?" my dad chimed in. "It's disrespectful. You have responsibilities here, son." The argument quickly spiraled. It was the kind of blowout that left me shaking with frustration. I stormed up to my room and waited until they calmed down. When 6 o'clock rolled around, I grabbed my jacket and mumbled something about needing to go, and walked out the door. They churned out a screaming match behind me, but just as I closed the door and booked it to my bike. By the time they got it open again, I was a whole block away. Quick, quiet victory. Sarah's house was only a 10-minute bike ride away, but when I rolled up to the driveway, it felt like I crossed into another world. The house was pretty small, squat, and badly in need of repairs. Shingles were missing on the roof. The porch sagged under the weight of too many people. There had to be at least 25 of them, spilling out into the yard and yelling at one another over the sounds of dog barking, a TV blaring inside. Sarah spotted me from the front door and waved me in, her smile as bright as ever. "Made it." "Yeah," I said, locking up my bike and climbing up those creaking stairs. The air smelled of something burnt and sour, a combination that immediately made my stomach turn. Wasn't this supposed to be Thanksgiving? The hell were they cooking? Roadkill? It was awful. Inside, the chaos was even worse. The living room was a maze of folding chairs, overstuffed furniture, and people everywhere. There was an actual ring of beanbag chairs around the kitchen table. It was something like out of Jersey Shore, some kind of weird bachelor living. The dudes sitting in the beanbag chairs were playing a greasy game of poker before dinner started. Sarah led me by the hand, weaving through the crowd and introducing me to her family. Her aunt, a rail-thin woman with a smoker's rasp, squinted at me like I was an alien. Her cousins were all a mix of toddlers and sullen teens. Her mom didn't even look at me from the spot on the couch. She was still watching court TV from behind a screen of cigarette smoke. Eventually, Sarah's uncle, this wiry man with a shaved head and a missing front tooth, cornered me. "So, you're Sarah's boyfriend, huh?" he said, his words slurring slightly. "What's your deal? You get a job, college plans?" I'm 15, I stammered out, but he didn't seem to care. "15's old enough to know what kind of man you want to be," he said, jabbing a finger into my chest. "You gonna take care of her, or are you just here to mess around?" The questions kept coming, this relentless barrage of, what's your GPA? Do you believe in God? You know how to fight, boy? By the time Sarah pulled me away, my cheeks were burning and my throat was dry. That guy was really grilling me and gave me no room to speak. To this day, one of the most blistering conversations I've ever had. Sorry about that, she whispered, leading me to her bedroom. They can be a bit much. Her room was small and cluttered, the walls covered in posters of bands that I didn't recognize. For a moment, it felt like we were back to normal, it was just the two of us again. She kissed me. I started to relax, till the shouting started again in the living room. Damn, just when I thought this whole thing was about to go my way. It didn't seem like she understood how much of a sacrifice I made to be here. Why was she letting me get grilled by her family, and why was I feeling so weird? John's here. Omega John's back. The excitement in her voice made my stomach knot. Sarah's face lit up. She grabbed my hand. Come on, you gotta meet him. Who's Omega John? I asked. But I didn't get an answer. She dragged me back out into the fray. It's a crazy name for a crazy guy, so I didn't really know what to expect. The man standing in the doorway looked like he stepped out of a nightmare. He was enormous, at least 6.5 feet tall with arms like tree trunks, veins bulging beneath tattooed skin. His face was hard and weathered. His eyes were cold. The room erupted into cheers and backslaps as he made his way inside, towering over everyone. When he reached me, he grinned, this slow, predatory grin that made my blood run cold. So, you're the boyfriend, he said, his voice a low rumble, almost like I was talking to thunder itself. Yeah, I managed, holding out my hand. His handshake crushed my fingers, and before I could pull away, he clapped a massive hand on my shoulder and leaned in close. You think you're a man for coming into my house? He said, his breath hot against my ear. Think you can handle my family? I didn't know what to say. The room was now spinning, the smell of alcohol and sweat making it hard to breathe. Then, without warning, he grabbed me into a headlock, dragged me toward the hallway. The crowd roared with laughter, their shouts blending into this cacophony of, "Teach him a lesson, John. Rough him up real good." I tried to struggle, but it was like fighting a brick wall. He shoved me into a small cluttered room and slammed the door shut behind us. For the next 10 minutes, I was literally at his mercy. He threw me into a closet door, the wood splintering underneath the impact. He grabbed me by the throat, his grip just tight enough to be terrifying. Think you're a big man, huh? He snarled, his face inches from mine. Coming into my house, eating my family's food? I didn't, I stammered, but he cut me off with a slap to my left cheek that left it stinging. And then another, and another, before he was just bitch slapping me left and right. I could taste blood right away. He paced the room like a caged animal, ranting about respect, family, and how I was lucky he didn't do worse. My head was spinning, my chest was heaving. When he finally let me go, I felt like I'd been run over by a truck. Just kidding, he said with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. He punched me hard in the arm and I winced. I could feel my skin bruising immediately. The hell is wrong with this guy? When he dragged me back to the living room, the crowd erupted into laughter and applause. Look at him, somebody shouted. Think he's gonna send John back to prison? Even Sarah was laughing, her eyes alight with amusement. I forced a smile, but inside I felt sick. These people are insane. Sarah was insane. I didn't want anything to do with her if this was the cost of admission. She didn't even seem to care about me or what was happening. Just something to laugh at on a holiday. Felt crazy. I made some excuse about needing some fresh air. I slipped out the front door with my heart still pounding. I grabbed my bike and pedaled as fast as I could, the cold night air stinging my face. Tears were running freely at this point. as I knew I was done with my girlfriend. I couldn't ever deal with anything like that again. When I got home, my parents were just sitting down to their second dinner, turkey sandwiches. I stumbled into the kitchen, out of breath and my face pale, straight from crying in the wind. "I'm sorry," I blurted out. "I shouldn't have gone. It was bad." My mom stood and just pulled me into a hug. "It's okay," she said softly. "You're home now." I nodded. My throat was raw. I didn't tell them anything. I didn't have to. They could see the bruises on my face and the cuts on my hand. The next week, I broke up with Sarah over text. She called me a coward, and maybe she was right, but I didn't care. Whatever we had, it wasn't worth the cost. When I think back to those early years, my memories of Thanksgiving are vivid, warm snapshots every time, like the kind you'd see in an old photo album, semi-toned and slightly frayed at the edges. Every year, like clockwork, my family would pile into the car and drive 2 hours to my grandparents' house, a sprawling old farmhouse perched on the edge of a wooded hill. I remember the way the air felt colder there, sharper even, like the woods were keeping secrets in the wind. But inside, it was pure comfort, the kind of place where you could breathe easy, where the smell of roasted turkey and fresh bread would greet you before you even made it to the front porch. Grandpa was the anchor of the house, the one who made everything feel safe. He'd always greet me with a loud laugh and a bear hug that nearly crushed my ribs. He taught me how to carve a turkey when I was 7, his hands guiding mine on the knife's wooden handle, as he explained every slice like it was an art form. Grandma, on the other hand, was the heart of the house. Her kitchen was a whirlwind of activity, pots clanging, spices floating in the air, and her voice calling out instructions to anybody who dared to step foot inside her domain. She let me mash the potatoes once, showing me the exact rhythm to make them smooth and creamy. "No lumps in this house," she'd say, wagging her spoon like a wand. The evenings were just a symphony of chaos and joy. My cousins and I would argue over who got to set the table and who got to sneak the extra rolls from the basket. After dinner, we'd all pitch in on the dishes, scrubbing plates while Grandma hummed old hymns. Then came the board games, hours of Monopoly and Clue, interrupted by only fits of laughter and Grandpa accusing somebody of cheating. Eventually, the games would give way to the quiet hum of the TV, where we'd all drift off to sleep in a tangle of blankets and limbs. But that year when I was 11, something changed. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible, like a faint crack in the foundation of a house you thought was unshakable. Looking back now, I should have noticed the warning signs. The way Grandma seemed quieter that year, her eyes darting to the windows when she thought nobody was looking. Or how Grandpa seemed way more protective, checking the locks on the doors twice before settling back into his armchair. At the time, I really didn't understand it. All I knew was that something about Thanksgiving just felt off. If only I'd known how much worse it would actually get. The next Thanksgiving always seemed like a countdown to tradition. Every year was the same, right down to the way the sun hung low in the sky as we pulled up and down those winding dirt roads to get to their house. But that year, we arrived a little earlier. The air was crisp, but carried the dry bite of the Badlands more than the familiar scent of pine. Their house was perched like this sentinel on the edge of nowhere, with cracked earth stretching in every direction. As a kid, I knew how isolated it felt. Still, inside was that same sanctuary, the same warmth. The smell of spices and butter met us at the door. Grandma's voice was floating from the kitchen, Grandpa hollering out a loud welcome from his recliner. My parents and I helped set the table, folding the worn linens and arranging the mismatched silverware in a way that felt just right. cousins rolled in one by one, their laughter filling the house soon with them. Aunts and uncles filled chairs, their voices adding to the low hum of the house, alive with family. There was a comfort in how predictable it all was. The same way Grandpa would carve the turkey with this exaggerated precision. The way Grandma offered up more food even when you thought you couldn't eat another bite. And the way my cousins and I squabbled over who would be the banker during Monopoly. The day felt timeless, like 100 others before it, until the night began to close in around the house. I didn't notice the subtle changes then, how Grandpa checked the locks again and again after dinner, or how Grandma seemed distracted as she tidied up. They must have felt something though, something stirring out beyond the house. When it was time for bed, I slipped away to the small bedroom that I always used, the one tucked at the far end of the hallway. It wasn't much, just a narrow twin bed, a wooden nightstand, and a single window that overlooked the empty stretch of backyard. The familiar cocoon of blankets and the day's exhaustion lulled me into a sleep almost immediately, but that sleep did not last. It started as this faint noise, a rustling outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind stirring up some loose dirt. I rolled over and pulled the blankets tighter around me, but the sound persisted, louder this time. A deliberate shuffle. My stomach flipped. I kept my eyes shut, willing myself back to sleep. And then came the unmistakable creak of the window sliding upward. My eyes then shot open, heart hammering against my ribs. For a moment, I thought maybe I was dreaming. Cold air poured into the room, carrying with it the scent of dust and something moldy. I turned my head slowly, the weight of dread pinning me down. The window was now open, and leaning halfway inside was a man. He wore black from head to toe, a strange, almost theatrical outfit that didn't belong in the real world. His face was shadowed under this wide-brim hat, but the way he tilted his head as he inspected the room quickly sent a chill down my spine. He did not belong here.
"Is Alice home?"
he asked, his eyes sharp and unblinking, fixed on me. "Alice," my brain struggling to keep up. "No," I said, my voice cracking. "There's no Alice here." He tilted his head the other way, considering my answer.
"Are you sure?"
he asked, his tone almost polite. The hell is going on? "Yeah, I'm sure." He leaned in further, his gloved hands gripping the windowsill.
"Maybe you should check,"
he said, a slight smile curling in the corner of his mouth.
"just to be certain."
Every instinct screamed at me to run, but his gaze, it had me frozen. My legs felt like lead as I slipped out of bed, avoiding his eyes as much as I could. He didn't move and didn't make any attempt to come further into the room. He just stayed where he was, his presence filling the space with this suffocating weight. I forced myself to walk down the hallway, my steps slow and steady, hoping the movement wouldn't draw his attention. My breaths were coming in shallow and quick, and my pulse was roaring in my ears. When I reached the kitchen, I found my dad and Uncle Rob sitting at the table, the remnants of their beers scattered in front of them. "Somebody's outside," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. They both looked up, confusion flickering across their faces. "What are you talking about?" Dad asked, setting his beer down. "There's a man," I stammered out. "At my window, he was asking about somebody named Alice." Uncle Rob stood first, his chair scraping loudly against the wooden floor. "The hell are you talking about?" I felt the words bubbling up, the panic that I've been trying to suppress finally now breaking free. "He's right outside my window. He opened and he talked to me." Dad shot up, his face darkening with this mix of anger and fear. "Stay here," he said firmly, grabbing the flashlight from the counter. Uncle Rob grabbed an old baseball bat that was leaning up against the door frame. "Wait," I started, but they were already moving. Dad headed for the front door while Uncle Rob marched down the hallway toward the bedroom. I just stood there, my feet rooted to the floor. Every second felt like an eternity as I just waited, straining to hear any sound over the pounding in my heart. Then came a shout from outside, followed by some muffled thuds of footsteps. Uncle Rob's voice rang out from the bedroom. "What the hell?" I couldn't take it anymore. I bolted towards the hallway, stopping just short of my room. Uncle Rob stood near the window, his flashlight scanning the yard beyond. The window was still open, the curtains swaying gently in the breeze. "He's gone," Uncle Rob said. "Did you see him?" "Yeah," he said in disbelief. "I saw him." Dad appeared a moment later, his face now completely pale. "Nothing out front," he muttered. "Whoever it was, they're long gone." The man's absence should have been a relief, but it was not. If anything, it felt worse. The house was not safe anymore. I couldn't shake the image of his face either, the way he stared at me like I was a puzzle he couldn't quite figure out. That night's sleep was impossible. Every creak of the house, every whisper of the wind against the walls sent a fresh wave of terror straight through me. Somewhere out there, a man was lurking, and I couldn't stop wondering, who the hell is Alice? The rest of the night passed in a haze, my nerves pulled taut as piano wires. I sat in the living room, sandwiched between my parents, my dad's hand resting on my shoulder, an anchor against the rising tide of my fear. My cousins were still fast asleep down the hall, blissfully unaware, and the house seemed to settle back into its quiet rhythm now. But I couldn't shake that feeling, the feeling of not being alone. That something or someone was watching us from just beyond the reach of the porch light. Grandpa had locked every door and window twice before going to bed, and Uncle Rob stayed up, parked in the recliner with the bat resting against his knee. Every now and again, I'd catch him glancing towards the hallway, his expression alert like he was ready to call an order at any moment. Morning could not come fast enough, and when the first light bled into the sky, it painted the Badlands in this soft hue of orange and pink. The tension inside the house finally seemed to loosen. Uncle Rob yawned and then stretched, muttering something about needing some coffee. Grandpa shuffled into the kitchen to start breakfast. It should have been a relief, but the unease clung to me like a second skin. After breakfast, Grandpa took me aside. He didn't say much, just handed me a cup of cocoa and led me out to the porch, where the chill in the morning air bit through my sweater. For a long while, we just sat there in silence, slowly watching the horizon. "You sure about what you saw?" he asked me finally. I nodded, clutching the mug like it was the only thing keeping me tethered to reality. "I swear, Grandpa, he was right there asking about Alice. He even opened the window." Grandpa didn't respond right away. He just stared out at the horizon, his face defined with something I couldn't quite place. Worry, maybe, or regret. "There used to be an Alice," he said eventually, like he was almost talking to himself and not me. "A long time ago, she lived in this house before we did, back when it was still new." I turned to him, my stomach now twisting into knots. "What happened to her?" He sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "She disappeared. One day she was just gone. Folks around here said all kinds of things. Some thought she ran off with a boy, others said something worse. Her family left not long after, couldn't bear to stay here anymore. That was before your dad was even born, when we first bought this place." The words now settled over me like a heavy fog, chilling me in a way that the morning air just couldn't. "Do you think that guy?" I couldn't even finish the question. Grandpa just shook his head. I don't know, but if somebody's out there asking for her after all these years, he trailed off. This went from weird to inexplicable. The rest of the day just passed uneventfully, but the shadow of that encounter hung over me. Even when we packed up to say our goodbyes, I could not stop glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that man standing at the edge of the property, watching us leave. The ride home was quiet. My parents did not bring it up, and I didn't dare bring it up. But as we pulled into our driveway and I climbed out of the car, I realized something. I couldn't go back to being the same kid that I was before. And that night, as I lay in my own bed, I couldn't stop replaying those words in my mind.
Is Alice home? Are you sure?
A few years ago around Christmas, when the days bled into nights so early, it felt like living underneath a heavy wool blanket. Not since Mom passed and Dad sold the house to retire down in Arizona. But that December, with nothing tying me down and a rare stretch of days off of work, I found myself booking a flight to the tiny regional airport just outside my old hometown. Call it nostalgia or seasonal loneliness, but I wanted to see the place again. I told myself it wasn't about reconnecting with the ghosts. It was just curiosity, a kind of quiet yearning to see if the streets and the people that I'd left behind all those years ago had stayed the same, or had transformed into something completely unrecognizable. The first few days were pretty uneventful. My aunt, who still lived in town, offered me the spare room under her snug bungalow. Her house smelled like cinnamon and pine, and she had that sort of over-decorated Christmas tree that looked like it belonged inside a department store window. I spent the nights on the couch, flipping through the old photo albums that she dug out, hearing about neighbors who'd long passed away, moved, or even gotten divorced. It was cozy in this cloying sort of way, but I quickly grew restless. The town felt small and claustrophobic, like a snow globe that I'd outgrown. On the third day, I ended up borrowing her car, a scratched up Subaru with more grit in the tires than inside the engine, and decided to take a drive out to the lake. It wasn't just any lake either. This was our lake, the one Dad used to take me and my brother to every single summer. Twin Pines Lake, so named for the two ancient trees standing guard at its rocky shoreline. The lake had been our escape. Cool, dark water surrounded by this dense evergreen trees, with quietness so deep it made the rest of the world feel almost imaginary. Inside the winter, it would transform. The water froze over, though never thick enough for skating. A light dusting of snow would coat the surrounding forest as well. I remembered it as a place of beauty, untouched and secretive. I needed to see it again, to reassure myself that something, at least in the world, hadn't changed. The weather that day was pretty mild, or at least as mild as December gets in the mountains. Barely an inch of snow clung to the ground, more like a decoration than any sort of obstacle. The sky was gray, the kind of slate gray that swallows the horizon and makes everything seem closer than it actually is. I left in the late morning, figuring I'd have time to wander around the lake, maybe snap a few pictures for my aunt, and then make it back before early sunset. I didn't exactly tell her where I was going, just that I wanted to stretch my legs and explore some of the old haunts. She waved me off with a thermos of coffee and a tin of Christmas cookies, her only warning to watch out for black ice. The drive itself up there was pretty uneventful. The Subaru's heater wheezed out this lukewarm air, and the road climbed steadily, winding throughout the stretches of pine forest. The closer I got to the lake, the fewer cars I would see. By the time I turned off the main road and onto that narrow, unmarked path, I hadn't passed another vehicle in at least 20 minutes. It almost felt like I was entering another world, one that existed outside of time. The parking lot was a little more than a clearing at the end of the path, a patch of dirt and gravel bordered by a rusted guardrail. There were a few other cars here, a silver SUV coated in a thin layer of frost. Its windows were dark, and I couldn't tell if somebody was inside or if it had been completely abandoned. I shrugged it off. Plenty of people come out here for day hikes or even to fish in the stream that fed into the lake, though it wasn't exactly the kind of weather that encouraged lingering. I parked a few spaces away and killed the engine. The sudden silence around me was startling, as if the car had been the last tether to civilization itself. The trail to the lake was just as I imagined it, this narrow winding path that snaked through the woods. Snow muffled my footsteps, and every so often, I'd hear the faint rustle of movement in the trees around me. Squirrels maybe, or a bird startled by my intrusion. I could actually see day hikers on the far side of the lake. I also saw evidence of cross-country skiers tearing up the scene as well. The air around me was crisp but almost painfully cold when I inhaled too deeply. It had that sharp, moist smell of oncoming snow as well. I hugged my coat tighter, picked up my pace, eager to reach the lake before the afternoon grew dim. When I finally emerged from the tree line, the side of the lake stopped me in my tracks. It was just as beautiful as I remembered it, maybe even more so. It was just cloaked in winter's quiet majesty. The water wasn't fully frozen, just a thin sheet of ice creeping in from the edges, its surface fractured like a spider web. The twin pines still stood, their boughs heavy with snow, and beyond them, the mountains loomed ahead. Their peaks were lost in these low-hanging clouds. I felt a pang of something. Nostalgia, sadness, I couldn't really tell. I just let it wash over me as I made my way down to the shoreline. I poured myself a cup of coffee from the thermos and stood at the water's edge, just staring out at the ice. It was mesmerizing, the way it caught the dull light and fractured into these tiny shards of silver. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional creak of the ice shifting or the soft hiss of the wind throughout the trees. I should have felt at peace, standing there with nothing but nature and me, but instead, I didn't. I told myself it was nothing. It was pretty subtle at first, just a prickling at the back of my neck, a kind of instinct that you get when somebody's standing far too close in an otherwise empty room. I assured myself it's nothing, my nerves, or maybe it's just the isolation playing some kind of trick on me. But I couldn't shake it. I just felt this impending doom. I glanced over my shoulder, scanning the tree line, but there was nothing around me. No movement, no sign of any kind of life. Just the forest, still and indifferent. The SUV in the parking lot flickered through my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. The person who owned it was probably hiking or snowshoeing somewhere nearby, oblivious to me as I was to them. The longer I stood there, though, the more oppressive that feeling became. By the time I made my way down to the lake shoreline, the sun had burned through most of the gray clouds. The air was now brisk but not biting, and I could hear faint voices, laughter and chatter from the other side of the lake. I definitely hadn't expected much company out here, but I guess I wasn't alone after all. A pair of fishermen stood at the water's edge near the twin pines, bundled up in thick coats, their lines disappearing into the lake's dark surface. A few others wandered the trails that looped through the woods, their footsteps crunching faintly in the distance. I felt pretty reassured now, having other people around. Not enough to crowd the place either, but enough to remind me that I wasn't venturing into complete isolation. I spent those next few hours wandering the shoreline, snapping photos of the ice-fringed lake. I even cast my own line inside the water, for old time's sake, though I doubted I'd catch anything. I didn't really care. It was enough just to be there. The steady rhythm of the water lapping against the rocks just grounded me in the moment. By midday, the sun had almost vanished completely behind a wall of low-hanging clouds. The air turned colder, sharper, and I noticed the others around me began to pack up. The fishermen reeled in their lines and trudged back towards the parking lot, their voices carrying on the wind. From across the lake, I heard someone shouting. It was too distant to make out the words, and then I heard another voice respond. Then faintly at first, the rumble of engines. I turned towards the woods and saw the red blink of brake lights as the truck crawled out of the lot and disappeared down the narrow road. And that was when I overheard the hikers talking. They were coming down the trail towards the lot, their voices a little panicked. "Storm's coming," one of them said, a tall guy in a puffy jacket. "They just put out some kind of advisory. Wind gusts, whiteout conditions. We need to head out before it gets too bad." "Should have checked the radar," his companion muttered, tugging her scarf tighter around her neck. They passed me without a second glance, brisk, almost urgently. Something was up, and now that weird feeling that I had earlier made a lot more sense. A storm was coming in. It was just my natural instincts. I looked out towards that lake one last time. The water, now dark as slate underneath that heavy sky. The air was still, quiet. It was time to go. It was like a lizard alarm in my brain saying, "Run away." The trail around the lake wasn't long, maybe 45 minutes of a walk, but by the time I reached the halfway point, the first flakes of snow were already falling. It was beautiful at first, soft and delicate, but within minutes the flurries grew heavier, swirling on the wind and sticking to the ground in these thick, wet clumps. The trail began to blur. This once clear path dissolved quickly under the relentless white. I walked as fast as I could, my boots crunching in the snow, but it was like walking through a dream, where the harder you pushed, the slower you seemed to move, almost like you're stuck underwater. Ahead of me, I could hear the parking lot coming alive, muffled shouts of people calling for each other, sharp slams of car doors, and engines revving to life. The snow was falling harder now, driven sideways by sudden gusts of wind that cut through my coat like knives. I pulled my scarf up over my nose and kept moving. This was far worse than I imagined. Palm-sized flakes, zero visibility, and temperatures rapidly plummeting. When I finally stumbled out of the trees and into the parking lot, it was almost unrecognizable. What had been a bare patch of gravel maybe an hour ago was now blanketed in 6 inches of snow, with drifts piling up against the rusted guardrail. Most of the cars were gone, their owners having fled down the mountain at that first sign of the storm. Only 2 vehicles remained, mine, half buried near the far end, and that silver SUV that I'd seen earlier, its engine idling, but its cabin eerily empty. I paused staring at it, my breath clouding up in the air in front of me. There were no footprints leading away from the SUV, no sign of a driver, and for the moment, I felt the cold clutch of dread tighten around my chest. I didn't want to investigate. Whatever the reason, the SUV wasn't my problem. I made a beeline for my car, fumbling with the keys as the wind howled around me. By the time I got the door open and threw myself inside, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely even grip my steering wheel. I cranked the heater up to full blast and just sat there for a moment, catching my breath and willing my heartbeat to slow down. Then, without wasting another second, I backed out of the lot and started down that narrow road again. My tires skidded slightly on the fresh new snow, tightened my grip on the wheel. The tracks left by other vehicles were already filling in, the grooves disappearing under the relentless onslaught. The wind whipped through the trees, rattling the branches and sending flurries cascading onto my windshield. I drove extremely slowly, following the faint outline of the road as it wound its way down the mountain, my eyes straining against that blinding white. A few moments later, I saw it, a car tilted at this awkward angle, half submerged in the ditch on the side of the road. As I grew closer, the driver waved frantically through the frosted window, their face pale but blurry against the glass. I rolled down mine, just enough to hear them shout, their voice hitched with panic. "I'm stuck. Can you help?" I shook my head, gesturing toward my phone. "I'll call for help when I can. Just hang tight." They nodded, their desperation clear even through the storm. I continued to drive on, the image of their stranded car burning in my mind. They weren't the only ones. Over the next mile, I passed 3 more vehicles pulled off to the side of the road, their drivers huddled inside, waiting out the storm. Each time I slowed down just long enough to exchange a word or a gesture, but I knew there was nothing I could do. The Subaru was not built for towing. Stopping too long risked getting stuck myself. It wasn't until I reached the base of the hill that I understood why so many had given up. The incline wasn't steep, but it was coated in this slick layer of mud and slush, the snow piling up faster than it could freeze. I hesitated, staring at it, my hands tightening on the wheel. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't turn back, not with the road behind me quickly vanishing underneath the storm. I eased my car forward, tires spinning slightly before catching and beginning the climb. Halfway up, the Subaru lost traction. The back end slid into the right, and the tires kicked up snow and mud as I fought to keep control. For a moment, I thought I was going to make it. The car lurched forward, inching up the last stretch of the hill, but then the front tires hit a patch of ice, and everything went sideways. I skidded off the road, sliding into the ditch with a heavy muffled thud. I sat there for a moment, gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles ached, the engine sputtering before it fell silent. Outside, the snow swirled in relentless waves, burying my car inch by inch. I was stuck. There was no getting out, not in the storm and not without help. The cold seeped in quickly. I wrapped myself in an emergency blanket from the back seat, my breath fogging up the windows around me. I told myself that I was safe, that somebody would come along eventually, but as the minutes stretched into hours and the storm showed no sign of letting up, that old familiar dread crept back in, stronger than ever. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the wind howled around the Subaru, rattling it in bursts so violent that I thought the car might tip over and roll on down the hill. Snow piled up against the windows, creeping higher by the minute, until the interior felt more like a sealed tomb than a vehicle. The world outside had gone silent, save for the occasional groan of ice shifting in the trees or even the muffled crack of a branch succumbing to the weight of the snow. There were no voices, no engines, no signs of life. Just me, the storm, and the suffocating realization that nobody was coming. I kept the car off to save gas, switching it only on when the cold became unbearable. The air inside grew damp and sour, filled with a sharp tang of melting snow and my own breath. I wrapped that emergency blanket tighter around me and tried to think of anything but the creeping panic clawing at the edge of my mind. I kept looking out the windows, half expecting headlights to appear through the whiteout, but there was nothing except the faintest pinpricks of light far off in the woods. Glimpses of dome lights, maybe, or headlights from other stranded cars, but they seemed impossibly far away. I took inventory of my supplies, a swallow of coffee from the thermos, a half tin of cookies, a protein bar, a bag of chips, and a bag of jerky that I found under the seat. There was a flashlight, that emergency blanket, and a Ziploc bag full of light tea, with a box of matches to go along with it. Not really a great spread, but I guess it was something. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I'd jolt up awake, heart pounding. The interior of the Subaru, once this safe haven, had now become cramped, a claustrophobic prison. My legs ached from that awkward angle. My back was stiff from that seat. The snow still hadn't let up. If anything, it was falling harder. The drifts climbing higher against the window until I could only see a narrow band of the sky above me. It literally felt like I was being buried alive. Sometime in the dead of the night, I finally drifted off, though it was a fitful, shallow kind of sleep that offered no real rest. When I awoke, the world outside was pale and blinding. The storm had now reduced to a light flurry. The snow was easily 4 foot deep, a solid, unbroken blanket that stretched as far as I could see. My car was entombed, tires completely submerged, engine coated in frost. I rubbed my hands together, trying to will warmth into my numb fingers, and checked my phone. No service. Battery icon had flashed red, almost taunting me. I turned it off to conserve what little charge I had left. The day passed in this slow, agonizing crawl. The hunger was manageable, but the thirst was worse. I ate sparingly, half a protein bar here and a handful of chips here. The melted snow in an empty tin can, over a tea candle for water. The makeshift heater barely warmed my hands, let alone the frigid air inside the car, but I guess it was better than nothing. I kept the blanket wrapped around me like a second skin and tried to ignore the gnawing ache inside my stomach. I remembered this old hobo trick and kept tea lights burning in a small metal box, which made something like a small stone. When I draped the blanket around it, it actually made a decent little pocket of heat. A second storm started brewing late in the afternoon, and I could see it gathering on the horizon, a wall of gray clouds rolling over the mountains. The temperature now dropped sharply, and the wind began to howl again. My anxiety spiraled. Another night like the last, I wasn't sure if I'd make it. I didn't know how much gas I had left either, but it couldn't be much. The thought of freezing to death in my car was suddenly very real, very possible. I tried to distract myself by watching lights in the trees. They were still there, faint and flickering, a reminder that I guess I wasn't entirely alone. I thought about that SUV that I'd seen idling in the parking lot, the empty interior that had filled me with unease. The memory lingered, heavy and incessant, and although I couldn't tell why, I just could not shake the thought that something terrible had happened to its driver. Maybe they'd left the vehicle in search of help, only to get lost in the storm. Maybe they succumbed to the cold, buried somewhere out in this endless snow. I shivered, pulled the blanket tighter, as if it could shield me from the weight of my thoughts. That second night was worse than the first. The storm roared back with a vengeance, and the Subaru shook underneath its fury. I kept the candles burning as long as I could, staring at the tiny flame as if it held the key to my survival. When the last one guttered out, I curled into myself, shaking and terrified, just prayed for dawn. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing I remember is the sound of engines cutting through the dark. It was faint at first, distant and muffled, and for a moment, I thought maybe I was dreaming. But then the noise grew louder, clearer, the unmistakable growl of snowmobiles. I scrambled upright, pressing my face against the frosted window. Through the snow, I saw their headlights, bright and unwavering, slicing through the storm. Relief flooded through me, so sharp and sudden that I almost started crying. I fumbled with the door handle, shoving it open against the weight of the snow, and waved my arms frantically as the snowmobiles drew closer to me. One of the riders stopped, lifting a gloved hand in acknowledgement, and pulled up beside my car. He was bundled up in heavy gear, his face obscured by goggles and a scarf, but his voice was steady and calm as he asked me if I was okay. I nodded, too choked up to speak. He didn't linger too long, just marked the car with a bright orange flag and told me that more help was on the way. Then he was off, the snowmobile vanishing into the trees as quickly as he arrived. By the time daylight broke fully, the storm had begun to ease, and more rescue teams had arrived. They found over 20 cars stranded along that road, and in the parking lot their occupants cold but alive, all except one. The news would later report that an elderly woman had died after wandering away from her vehicle that first night of the storm. She'd been found not far from the lake, frozen and alone. My thoughts went back to that idling SUV, the empty interior, and the faint flickering lights in the woods. I wondered if she'd been one of them, her story a lonely tragedy etched in the storm's relentless grip. Even now, years later, I can't forget the way those lights seemed to hover, watching and waiting, as if the forest itself wanted us to live. There's a special kind of magic in the silence after a snowstorm. As a kid, I felt like time itself froze, like the snow wasn't a weather event, but a gift from the universe, a reprieve from the grinding monotony of school and the endless rules of just being young. Snow days were rare enough to feel sacred, and when one would come, it turned everything electric. I remember the mornings best, snow casting a soft pearly light through the blinds, and the first delicious moment when the news would come. School was canceled. The air now felt cleaner on those days, the cold sharper in a way that woke you up more than any alarm clock ever could. I'd pull on my boots and my puffy coat, scarf wound tight enough to stifle my breath, and head out into the neighborhood before the rest of the world even had begun to stir. It was tradition, the first thing I did before snowball fights with friends, before sledding down a big hill at the park. Before I even touched the cocoa, my mom left me warming up on the stove. I'd shovel driveways. Not just my family's, mind you. Ours could wait. No, I'd hit the neighbors' places first, moving faster before anybody else got that same idea, or worse, decided to clear the snow themselves. There was this narrow window under a storm, maybe an hour or two, when fresh snow still sat pristine and untouched, and I'd learned to capitalize upon it. I'd knock on those same doors every year, a route ingrained in me as the back roads that I rode my bike on during the summer. Old Mrs. Hendricks across the street was always my first stop. She didn't trust snowblowers, said they messed up the natural lay of her yard. Next would be the Thompsons 3 houses down, who'd lived there since I was born and tipped better than anybody else on the block. Then the Petroviches, who always had their driveway packed down into ice by the time I got there because their kids were lazy and didn't want to shovel. And so on, house after house, until my arms burned and my fingers went numb, even when I had my gloves on. I make it sound endless, but it was honestly maybe 2 hours worth of work, at least for a breakneck kid like me. I mean, it wasn't all about the money, not really. Sure, I liked having a little cash to spend on some comic books or candy bars, but to me it was more than that. There was this rhythm to shoveling, the scrape of metal on concrete, the satisfying way the driveway transformed from a buried wasteland to a clean slate underneath my boots. And there was something about the quiet, working in that quiet, that I just loved. The stillness of the world muffled by snow. Even the sounds of cars were muted, as if the storm had pressed pause on reality itself. Most of the time, I was the only one out there. A few dog walkers, maybe, bundled up and shuffling along with red noses and puffs of white breath trailing after them. But otherwise, it felt like I had the entire block to myself, and the solitude never bothered me. If anything, it felt kind of cozy. I'd work for hours, moving from house to house until the snow was stacked in neat mounds along the edges of every driveway. I can still picture all those houses too. Every door, every window, every crack in the pavement as familiar to me as the lines of my own palms. I knew the ones to skip, the grumpy old men who'd bark at you to get off their property, or cheapskates who'd offer a handful of nickels for an hour's worth of labor. But most of my neighbors were kind, even the ones who didn't hire me. I could count even a few smiles, maybe a cookie or two for Mrs. Hendricks, and sometimes, even if the snow was bad enough, somebody would give me an extra $5 just for braving it out here. The snow had really piled high that winter, a heavy dense blanket that muffled the world and turned my neighborhood into a frozen postcard. I was 15 and used to the rhythm of those snow days, the gleeful anarchy of no school, the scramble to bundle up, and the steady grind of shoveling driveways to earn some new cash. It was honest work, the kind of thing that left your muscles aching and your wallet heavier by the end of the day. That year though, there was a new house to add to my circuit. At the end of the block stood the old Marshall place, a squat little rancher that had been empty for some odd years. Nobody really talked about why it sat so long with that for sale sign out front. It was just one of those places, the kind of house you walk past a little quicker without even knowing why. But a few months back, somebody finally moved in. This middle-aged reclusive man and a woman. At least that's what I heard, though I hadn't really seen much of them myself. They didn't come to the block parties or wave at the neighbors. If it hadn't been for the faint flicker of their television at night, you'd think the place was still abandoned. That morning, after clearing the other houses, I stood at the edge of their driveway. The snow was untouched. I hesitated, my breath hanging in the air like a question. A quick $20, I told myself. Maybe 30 if they tip well. Money was money, and if they weren't going to shovel it themselves, somebody had to. I knocked on the door, my knuckles echoing against that hollow wood. It took a long time for them to come answer, and I was about to turn around and leave when I heard the faint shuffle of footsteps, followed by the click of a deadbolt. The door creaked open just wide enough for me to see them. A man stood first, tall and pale, the kind of washed out look that made him seem like an old photograph left far too long out in the sun. His wife stepped into view a moment later, her face almost identical to his in its gauntness. They weren't twins, exactly, but there was something unnerving about how alike they were. Same sharp cheekbones, same sunken eyes. "Can I help you?" the man asked. I explained about shoveling, rattling off my usual pitch about how much I charge and how quick I could get it done. They both stared at me for a beat too long, their expressions unreadable. Then the woman gave me a small nod, almost to herself. "All right," the man said. "Go ahead." The door then shut without another word, and I got to work. The snow was heavy, packed down with every step, and it took a lot longer than I expected to clear it, even half the driveway. About 20 minutes in, I saw the woman emerge from the house, bundled in a long coat and scarf. She walked down to her car, this old boxy sedan, and backed out slowly onto the street before driving on toward town. I watched her go, tires crunching on the snow, and felt this flicker of unease. Something about the way she moved, it was mechanical, robotic, and it set my nerves jangling, but I quickly shook it off. People are weird sometimes, it's not that big of a deal. I'd almost finished when the front door creaked open again. The man stepped out onto the porch. He was dressed for the weather now, in a thick coat and boots, but he didn't make any move to help, just stood there, watched me. "Almost done," I said, forcing a smile. He nodded but didn't reply. After a moment, he came down the steps and started pacing along the edge of the driveway. "You do this every year?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "It's a good way to make some money, and people around here know me, so..." I trailed off, realizing how stupid that sounded. He grunted, stopped walking, and turned to face me. "You charge 20? 25, I said quickly. I wasn't about to let him lowball me after all this effort. "I thought it was 20, he said again. "Your drive is much bigger than I thought, plus the snow is extra high over here." He nodded along. "No chance of 20? "Sorry," was all I said. He tilted his head like he was considering it, then just nodded again. "All right. You want to come inside when you're done, warm up with some hot chocolate?" My gut twisted. The way he said it, it wasn't friendly, it wasn't neighborly. It felt like a trap, like a spider offering tea to a fly. He hovered behind me, impossibly tall. Everything in my psyche was screaming at me to run. No thanks," keeping my voice as polite as I could. "I've got a few more driveways to do before it dumps again." He didn't push it, just shrugged and said he'd go get the money. He disappeared back into the house, and I tried to get my hands to quit shaking. I shoveled faster now, working double time to finish and just get out of there. Something about that man was just all wrong. The way he watched me like he was sizing me up, like I wasn't a kid with a shovel, but a problem he was trying to solve. I paused to wipe the sweat from my forehead, and that's when I saw him again. He was at the window now, the one in the living room. Curtains pulled back just enough to see his face. He was holding a camera now. It was one with a long lens, and he was taking pictures of me. My stomach turned to ice. I dropped the shovel and took a step back, boots slipping on the packed snow. I watched the camera's flash pop twice. He didn't even care that I could see him, like he wanted me to know what he was doing. I turned towards the street, ready to leave now, but then I saw the car. The woman was back, her sedan crawling slowly up the road. She stopped at the base of the driveway, engine idling, and just sat there, staring at me through the windshield. She slowly pulled into the driveway, like she was savoring the approach. Tires crunched against the snow. I stood there awkwardly, shovel still in hand, unsure if I should just leave. But something told me to just stay. Maybe it was the way your gaze locked on me as she continued to park her car, unblinking. She stepped out, the cold air now seeming sharper with her presence, every breath visible like pale ribbons. She nodded at me, lips twitching into the thin, strange smile. "All finished?" she asked. "Yeah," I said, clearing my throat and tried again. "Yeah, I'm done. I just came to let you know." She didn't respond right away. Her eyes scanned the driveway. She was inspecting my work. She nodded again, satisfied, at least seeming to be, then tilted her head. "Did you go inside?" The question hit me like a slap to the face. "No," I said a little too quickly. "No, I didn't. Why would I go inside?" "That's a shame," she said. "You would have had so much fun." The words turned my stomach. There's definitely something weird here, something going on. I took a step back without realizing it, and my boots slid a little bit on the packed snow. Before I could say anything else, the front door creaked open. The man stepped out, but now holding a neat stack of bills in his gloved hand. He didn't say anything as he walked toward me, each step deliberate, crunching through that snow. "Here," he said, holding out the money. I reached for it, but he didn't let it go right away. Instead, he started counting the bills aloud, one at a time, his voice slow and deliberate. 1, 2, 3. He was paying me in $1 bills. By the time he hit 25, I was ready to bolt, but he didn't release the cash. Instead, he leaned in slightly, eyes boring into mine. "Are you sure you don't want to come inside?" he asked again, voice colder now. "No," I said, almost ready to scream. "I've got to go." The change in his demeanor was instant, like a switch flipping. His face then turned into a snarl, and he yelled, "Then get off my property, now!" I didn't need to be told twice. I stuffed the money in my pocket and sprinted down the driveway. I did not look back, even when I thought I heard the woman laughing, not even when I felt the weight of their stares pressing on my back. When I finally reached my house, I locked the door behind me and vowed never to set foot near that place again. Never waved, never offered to shovel again, just avoided that place like a plague. The mountains around me had this way of seducing you. Something about that crisp air slicing against your cheeks, that icy wind that bit into your lungs as you tore down the slopes. It was addictive. I wasn't just a casual skier. I pretty much lived for it, craved it like some people crave coffee or a stiff drink after work. It was a part of me, and I was better at it than anybody I knew. My friends were good enough, sure, but they stuck to the groomed trails, the safe runs, the ones with plenty of signage and forgiving curves. I preferred something more raw and more alive, the kind of terrain where the snow made you work to get to the finish line. We used to spend every winter at the resorts, a group of us piled into shared cabins, laughing late into the night over beers and cheating card games. But for me, the real magic started when I clicked into my skis, and felt the rest of the world drop away. The mountain became a challenge to conquer, a beast to tame, and sometimes I wanted to do it all alone. And that's where things would get, well, complicated. There's this unspoken rule in skiing: never go off by yourself. The mountain doesn't care how skilled you are or how many runs you've done. One wrong turn, one patch of bad ice, and you're at its mercy. People die out there all the time. Avalanches, falls, hypothermia. A broken leg could be a death sentence if nobody knows where you are. But my dumbass didn't care. The solitude was part of the appeal. Alone, it was just me and the slopes. The quiet pressing in on all sides, broken only by the hiss of my skeeves carving through that powder. Others would tease me, call me a show-off. "You're gonna end up on one of those missing persons posters," my friend Jenna would always say, half joking. I'd laugh it off and brush her words aside. They didn't understand me. How could they? There was a thrill pushing in past those boundary ropes and leaving the crowds behind and cutting through untouched snow. Out there, every turn, every drop was a test of my skill. Those slopes weren't for tourists. They were wild and unpredictable. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest as I navigated those steep descents, weaving out through the trees, legs burning with effort, but mind clearer than it ever was anywhere else. But I did know the risks. I knew that if I fell, there would be nobody to pick me up, no one to hear me scream. And yet, it never stopped me. I remember one of my trips in particular. The snow was perfect that weekend, fresh and deep. I was itching to find something new, something that would push me harder than any of the resort's well-manicured trails ever could. I told the others I'd meet them for lunch at the lodge, and then headed towards the lift. They didn't ask any questions anymore when I slipped away. It was just what I did. As I rode up there, the world sprawled out before me, silent and endless. I didn't know it then, but that day would be very different. Something waited for me on the other side of the mountain, something that I could not ski my way out of. It was early, just after sunrise, and the lodge reeked of coffee and regret. Most of my friends were nursing a bad hangover. The previous night had been a blur of shots and laughter, music blasting through the cabin until we were all yelling over it. Now they looked like the undead, huddled together on couches, groaning about how they might ski later if their stomachs stopped doing backflips. I, on the other hand, was ready. My legs were solid, head was clear. I barely drank anything the night before, just a beer or maybe two. Skiing hungover wasn't skiing at all. It was survival, and I wanted to glide, to soar. By 4:30 that afternoon, the others had thrown in the towel, slinking back to the lodge to crash or nurse their headaches. I stayed behind. The mountain was nice and quiet now. Most people either heading home or winding down their runs. It was perfect. The storm was still a whisper on the horizon, the snow crisp and forgiving. I hit several of those trails in quick succession, letting the rhythm of it just take me. Down one slope, up the lift, and then down the next. Each run brought a deeper calm, muscles warming up as my focus sharpened. When I saw a sign for the professional grade hill, I didn't even hesitate. I could hear my friends' voices inside my head, their teasing warning. "You're nuts," Jenna would say. "You're gonna get yourself killed out there." But Jenna wasn't here, and the mountain wasn't gonna conquer itself. The lift creaked upward. At the top, the operator gave me a pointed look. "Last run," he said. "Storm's coming. We're gonna shut down the face. Be quick." I nodded, already fastening my gloves together. I wasn't worried. I thrived in the empty quietness of a closing slope. Only one other person came up behind me, a snowboarder, tall and wiry, with a face that looked like it belonged in a jailhouse mugshot. He gave me a quick nod, then strapped in, disappeared down one of the gnarlier slopes, his speed sending a flurry of snow in his wake. I adjusted my goggles, took a deep breath, and started my descent. The slope had greeted me like an old friend, its curves familiar and welcoming. My skis cut through the powder like knives, my body flowing in sync with the rhythm of the mountain. I felt weightless, untouchable. The world faded to nothing but the hiss of my skis and the crisp bite of the wind. And that's when I saw them, At first, it was just a flicker of motion at the edge of my vision, a snowboarder weaving through the trees, but as I focused, I realized there were two of them, moving erratically, their shouts echoing across the slope. One of them was shirtless. His skin was a raw, angry red that made me wince just looking at him. The other was shorter, dressed in all black, movements aggressive and jerky. The shirtless one howled like a wolf, throwing his arms wide as if challenging the mountain itself. Then, as if sensing my gaze, both turned toward me. I slowed instinctively, expecting them to blow past me like most skiers or snowboarders would do, but they did not do that. Instead, they veered toward me, closing the distance with alarming speed. My heart stuttered. "Hey!" the shirtless one called, his voice slurred and too loud. "Where you going, Snow Bunny?" The shorter one laughed, a harsh, ugly sound that scraped against my nerves. They didn't pass me, they flanked me, close enough that I could smell the booze on their breath. "Let's see what you got," the shorter one sneered, his gloved hand darting out to brush against my hip. Panic flared. This was going from bad to worse. I shifted my weight and picked up my speed, trying to put some distance between us, but they were relentless, matching my pace with this ease that turned my stomach. "Come on, don't be shy," the other one bellowed out, his voice carried on the wind like a curse. He started pinching his nipples and making these kissy lips at me. I soared on slowly, but surely leaving them behind. A beer bottle whizzed past my head and shattered up against a tree with this explosive force. They were throwing shit at me now. Another bottle struck the snow ahead of me, spraying shards that caught the light like tiny daggers. My vision tunneled as adrenaline surged through me. I leaned into the slope, skis slicing through the powder. But they wouldn't let up. I couldn't even tell where they were getting these bottles from, but they must have thrown 6 or 7 before one finally tagged me. A sharp crack of pain exploded in the back of my head as a bottle connected with it, sending stars shooting across my vision. My legs wobbled, and for a terrifying moment, I thought I was about to lose control. Somehow I stayed upright, instincts taking over as I zigzagged toward the tree line. The forest was dense and the trees were a blur as I shot through them. My breath wasn't coming. My pulse was a drumbeat in my ears. I didn't dare look back, but I could still hear them, taunting and laughing. They closed in to weave through the trees as well. A sheer drop loomed ahead of me, a kind of fall that could shatter bones. I swerved hard, snow spraying up in this wide arc as I skidded to a halt just inches from the edge. Behind me, those two snowboarders weren't as lucky. The shorter one hit first, his scream cut short as he tumbled into the void. The shirtless one followed, his body cartwheeling through the air before slamming into the rocks below with a sickening crunch. For a moment, everything was silent. Then I turned and skied. There was a short ridge that allowed me to drop down safely, and I continued to slice towards the bottom of the mountain. I looked over and saw that shirtless dude motionless, but his friend was climbing to his feet, and for a second, we locked eyes. The rush of the descent had turned sour, adrenaline curdling into dread. I glanced over my shoulder, hoping and praying that this nightmare was now over. But it wasn't. The shorter snowboarder, dressed in all black, was still there. He was rocketing down the slope with terrifying precision, his figure a shadow slicing through the pale snow. I was hoping he'd be rattled by that fall, but no, he seemed to still, somehow, have it together. My pulse pounded in my ears as I pushed myself harder. I thought I'd lost him back at the cliff. How was he still coming at me? The storm clouds ahead pressed down, and snow started to fall so hard I could barely see in front of me. A sharp hiss of snow from behind me, and then out of nowhere, suddenly, he was there, so close I could feel the edge of his presence cutting into my space. "Go away!" I screamed. He didn't respond, didn't say a word. He leaned into his board and closed the gap. A gloved hand shot out, brushing against my arm. His intention was clear. He wanted to knock me off balance. I zigzagged sharply, trying to shake him, but he mimicked every move, his agility unnerving. My panic deepened. I screamed again, desperate, my voice raw with terror. I even tried to use the ski pole as a spear and did my best to keep him at bay. Ahead of me, cutting through the dim light, I'd spotted movement. Another figure shredding down the mountain, their form easy and practiced. That snowboarder from the lift earlier. Relief had surged through me and a flicker of hope inside this madness. "Help!" I screamed out for help. The man looked up, his body shifting as he adjusted his course now toward me. He moved toward me with confidence. I jabbed a gloved finger towards the figure chasing me, the fear plain in my voice. The snowboarder closed the distance fast, faster than I could have imagined. In one smooth motion, he cut through the rogue snowboarder's path, his board slamming into the aggressor's side with the force that sent both of them tumbling into the snow. I veered off the side and skidded to a shaky stop. My heart was hammering in my throat as I turned back to look. The rogue snowboarder was struggling to his feet. His movements were slow and disoriented. "Go!" the other snowboarder shouted at me. "Get to the lodge!" I didn't argue with him. My legs were shaking, but I pushed off again, skiing down that last stretch of the slope with all the strength that I could muster. The lodge came into view, its warm light glowing like a beacon in the dark. Moments later, the snowboarder from the lift caught up to me, his breathing heavy but even. "You okay?" he asked. "Who was that asshole?" "I don't know, but thank you so much," I responded. He shook his head. "Don't worry about it." Once back in the lodge, the warmth seeped back into my bones. I explained everything, my words tumbling out in this frantic rush. He listened. We had a couple of beers while we spoke, and the alcohol really had warmed me up now. "Glad I was there," he said finally. "Let's get these clowns reported." We finished our drinks and headed to the main office, where we were able to file everything with the slope management and their security company. It was a good thing too, because if we didn't report them, they probably would have froze to death out there on the mountain. When they found them, they cited them with a ticket and a fee, and had them spending the night in a drunk tank. The snowboarder who had helped me, a guy named Doug, turned out to be super friendly and helpful. He was a seasoned pro and ended up being a great long-term friend. Somebody I still ski with to this day. My name is Jaden. I'm 18 and I'm from East Alabama, the dirty South. I've grown up as an outdoorsman, letting nature lead my life. I'm a backpacker, a camper, a fisherman, and a hunter. Hunting has always been my favorite as I'm an excellent shot, having been on both my school's archery and shooting teams, as well as on some recreational and out-of-school teams. All the men in my family are hunters. As far back as I can remember, we hit the woods for a couple of months a year in hopes of landing a gorgeous trophy whitetail that could keep the freezer full for at least a year. I am the most competent woodsman in my family, as everybody else is either older or past their prime or even too young to partake in that strenuous adventure. Now that my backstory is out of the way, let's get into the thick of my actual encounter. We own land around the east and middle part of Alabama. One specific piece of land, the question in today, is a few hundred-acre plot nestled in Barber County in a swampy population zero town called Banks. It has a history of possibly violent plantation owners, but now it's just nothing. Shack-style homes, sometimes miles apart, being the only buildings around. It's not the type of town you ride through or wonder if Siri got you lost in. We've owned this piece of land since the late 1800s or even early 1900s, but I've only been hunting on it since around 2010. We have multiple purpose-built fields on the edges for easy access, but I am an adrenaline junkie. I like to push the limits and be adventurous, the type of guy not everybody likes to hunt with. For weeks, I'd been planning a short hike into the heart of the swamp, where I knew a bedding area was just tucked away, giving the deer perfect access to their amenities. If I wanted the best shot, this is where I needed to be. It was mid-December in 2020. We headed out for our first yearly trip to this land. I was 15 at the time, and they trusted me to run off alone. I'm a bow hunter, so I didn't have a weapon that could harm me, and they didn't mind if I took off without any adults. Plus, I knew this place, just like they did, so they could find me if I happened to get lost. I had a lot of gear to carry into those woods, so I began packing up around lunchtime. "You sure you want to go alone, bud?" my papa asked me in an excited but also concerned tone. He always looked out for me, but always made sure I was able to be independent and have some fun of my own. He knew heading off on my own with my own plan was important to me, and he wouldn't stay in the way of that. "For sure. What do you think I am, scared?" I chirped back, unfazed by the trek that I was about to take. As I said, I've been planning for this for weeks and had all kinds of expectations. I was about to prove my manhood. I've taken that route before, so I knew where I was going. I don't think I knew what would happen that night, though. I would have gone even if I had, though. Like I said, an adrenaline dump is my favorite thing in the world. After I packed my lock-on stand, my bow, and my supplies into my bag, I threw it over my shoulder and started out on my trip. The way in was beautiful, minimal sunlight glaring onto that swampy floor through the old, historic oaks. The walk started on a dirt road, a scenic path behind this cow field with some gorgeous checkered dairy cows inside of it. About a quarter of a mile down, I branched off to the right into a small planted pine thicket. I walked down the small game trail, past the trees, and then into the entrance of the swamp. Laid out before me was a desolate dead area of forest that had been fatally flooded by the nearby rivers and streams intersecting throughout it. "All right, let's just get this walk underway now, shall we?" I whispered to myself, as if I was actually talking to somebody. I do this often, so I never feel completely alone. It's a bit of a coping mechanism, thinking back on it now. Not the best habit for a hunter though, but hey, a kid's gotta pass the time somehow. As I walked through the swamp, no longer on any trail or even hard ground for that matter, every step that I took sank at least a half a foot into the mud. About a half a mile in, I finally reached the spot that I planned to head towards initially. It was a bit more overgrown than I'd expected though, but I got there early enough to find a new tree. After a few minutes of searching, I found the perfect one, giving me the ability to hide above the low branches and still be able to see a good distance out. I unloaded my pack, began situating my stand onto the tree. A lock-on stand does just that. It locks with straps to the trunk itself. It takes a while to put up, but a lot longer to take down and repack. This is important to know for later on in the story. This wasn't the only way I like to hunt. I like stalking and walking just as much as the next guy, but for this particular area, I knew a tree stand was going to be my best friend. The marsh was good for deer, but bad for boots, so as long as I hung out above them, I'd hopefully be able to get a kill. Packing it out would be a whole different story though. I sat there all night, seeing a plethora of deer and other swamp creatures. I think I even remember seeing a cute little beaver climb up from the creek and began gnawing on a tree. There were wood ducks, mallards, geese, and a ton of deer moving throughout the swamp. But by dark, I still hadn't seen any deer worth dragging through that swamp itself. It was getting extremely windy now. My tree was swaying, and I was about ready to get out. I began my descent, and every step I took down, my anxiety oddly just went up. I was confused in the moment because I love doing things like this, and I never really get that anxious. It was unmistakable though, the feeling of being watched, the feeling that something was hiding among the darkness and loud wisp of wind around me. When I got to the forest floor, I unstrapped my bag and began taking my stand down. Once I had it all down, I strapped up. Then that feeling of panic just hit me hard. and I have no clue why. I continued looking around me as I strapped up that last climbing stick. I threw the pack over my shoulder and just began walking out of the woods. I always use a light at night, not to see the way because I could see at this point, as my eyes had adjusted to the darkness, but to ward off any offenders, mainly hogs. They were known to be aggressive in the dark, especially those big nasty razorback hogs. The tusks on some of them could rip up an unsuspecting hunter to pieces, and this far out of police jurisdiction, inside the swamp, you might never be found. Tonight was different though. I kept my light off. I was horrified that something I didn't know what would see me. I focused on the moonlit horizon and found a specific treetop on my path to track forward. This path was nothing more than the ground with a mental map to follow. It ran parallel to the biggest of the 3 creeks inside these woods. The water was, I'd say, around 3 to 4 feet deep inside the center and about 12 feet wide most of the way down. As I walked closer to the creek, that feeling of dread completely swept over me. And that's when I heard a small splash in the water nearby. I froze, horrified by whatever could have made that. Honestly, it could have been anything. But I was already on edge. The weirdest thing was that when that splash was made, it was as if a light switch had been flipped. The forest just turned itself off. All the wind, all the noise, all the small leafy steps of squirrels finding their trees, it all just stopped. This is where I started to freak out. The woods never get quiet, especially at night. That's when most of the noise would come out, between owls, bugs, deer, everything else. It should not have been this quiet, and I knew that, especially with the wind that had just been coursing through the trees. Just as I began to put my foot down to make a little bit more progress, I heard another splash. This time it was heavier and closer to the middle of the creek. I could tell because of the deep sound of the splash. A shallow splash makes a higher pitched sound. At this point, I just completely stopped, flicked on my phone light, and threw it in the creek's direction. What I saw made my skin prickle. About eye level with me was a pair of red eyes. I wasn't near a road, and the closest one was going parallel to me, meaning any taillights wouldn't have been pointed directly at me. I was gone. I put my light up and bolted in the direction that I knew to go. I called my buddy and told him to have the four-wheeler pointed towards the road once I got to the intersection. No questions. Then I hung up. Behind me, I heard feet slamming into the leaves, but I was running so fast that I couldn't even hear anymore after that. I ran so fast I could have beaten Tyreek Hill's 40-yard dash time, not looking back even if I had to. When I made it to the intersection at the same time, my buddy was pulling up, meaning I cleared that whole mile or so within 10 minutes with all that weight on my back. As I saw him pull up, relief washed over me, but it was only mixed with that feeling of dread that still had not yet gone away. Once I turned the corner, standing at that intersection, I felt that something was still in my presence, extremely close. At that same moment, my buddy had now turned in, lighting up the path in front of me. Within arm's reach of me, 3 deer stood in the trail, looking directly at me. I jumped back, landing on my ass and almost choking on my own throat. I'd been looking for these big bastards all night, and here they were, way out by the road. They looked spooked, like something had ran them out this far. Hell, maybe it could have been me for all I knew. My buddy, seeing what all had happened, almost pissed himself laughing, helping me up and then onto the four-wheeler, trying to help me laugh it off as well, but it wasn't happening. I could not shake what had just happened to me. Of course, I could chalk it up to just the deer I saw, curious about what I was doing, but I know what I saw and I know what I heard. Something was in that creek, standing at least at my height out of the water, plus whatever was underwater as well. And the fact that it only took one step to go from the center of that creek onto the bank, which was at least a 5-foot distance. I don't know about you, but I don't know of any deer or creature at all that could stand at least 7 feet tall minimum, have red eyes, and be able to take a single step like that from a full stop especially out of the water. That's my story. Maybe it's boring, maybe you don't believe me, but the hunting community will get a rise out of it. I don't know who or what I saw that night, but I've never forgotten it and I probably never will. I still go back pretty often. Like I said, I chase adrenaline. Maybe that will kill me one day, or maybe it won't. I never saw anything back there again either, but I have begun to tell people about what I saw. And much to my surprise, my cousin had a similar encounter. He was in that same swamp, sitting on the opposite side in a ladder stand. Sometime throughout the night, he'd fallen asleep. Once it was dark, he woke up to the sound of a gruesome holler. Something you would hear from an Aztec death whistle, except nobody was in those woods. And those toys weren't popular when this happened. It was in the early 2000s. He shot up from that scream and looked around, and similar to me, everything got dead quiet. He saw them too, red eyes watching and glowing at him. When he made eye contact, he said whatever it was turned and took off. He got out of there, and unlike me, he never returned.
This took place in 2016. I work for the USPS delivering mail in the Midwest. I've been at this job for around 5 years, and I can honestly say I've met and encountered some very unique individuals to say the least. I will give you a quick description of myself because I feel it's relevant to the story and how I don't look exactly like your typical mailman. I'm a male around 6 foot, 195 pounds, covered in tattoos with long blonde hair and gauges. Although many people have told me I don't look approachable, I am friendly. I'm kind to everyone I encounter, especially while working. Now back to the actual event itself. I'd recently started a new route, and since I was so low on the totem pole, seniority-wise, this route wasn't exactly in the nicest neighborhoods. Towards the end of the day, I would finish my route down this long stretch of road with a lot of decrepit houses that were either vacant or even barely livable, at least in my opinion. With only a few deliveries remaining, my last package for the day was for a Mr. Smith and what looked like to be medication from the VA hospital. Myself being a fellow vet thought, well, at least I know me and him will get along nicely. Mr. Smith's trailer was located down a small narrow dirt path that also had 3 or 4 other trailers around it. As I said earlier, this was my first day on this route, so finding the actual trailer belonging to him was going to take a moment or two, seeing that they weren't labeled with any actual numbers. Most of the other trailers that were around it had garbage and random objects lying around, as well as windows being smashed and graffiti on them, so I assumed those weren't the ones that were occupied. There was only one that stuck out and looked halfway livable, so I guessed and assumed this was the one. I jumped out of my truck and headed up the stairs, and then gently knocked on the door. I hear footsteps approach the door right before it's yanked open, revealing a very large man, 6'6" or 6'7", easily pushing 300 plus pounds. He bellowed out this booming, "Yeah?" I quickly stammered out, "Hey sir, I have a package that needs a signature for Mr. Smith." He replies with, "Oh yeah, that's my father, but I can sign for it for him." No problem. It's a frequent thing for family to sign for other family, so I handed him the slip of paper. He fumbled with it, trying to find a surface to write on, and it was then I immediately smelled all the booze, quickly realizing that this dude was hammered. It took him way longer than it should have to scribble a name down onto that slip. He finally hands it back to me, and I handed him the small parcel. Immediately, I gave him a, "All right, have a good evening, man," as I was about to leap off the porch, head back to the office and call it a day, and have a few drinks myself. It's been a long week. Just as I was getting off the porch, he yelled out at me, "Hey, is that a Michael the Archangel and Lucifer tattooed on your arm?" I turned around and replied, "Yeah, it is," politely chuckling. He then told me he's got a painting in the garage of them. It looks exactly like that tattoo. I'm thinking to myself in the moment,
Alright, cool, man. That's random as hell. But out loud, I spoke, wow, that's crazy, man. Cool. I turned around, walking back to my truck again. But as I did so, he yelled out to me once more, you want to see it? Internally to myself, I thought, not really. I really don't care. But I mumbled out to him, sorry, man, I need to get back to the office, unfortunately. But before I actually got back into the truck to leave, he darted over to the garage and then insisted I come in. It will only take a second. Without actually saying it, he held out his arm and gave that after you motion, now to an open garage door. Before I even realized what I was doing, I found myself stepping inside, cursing myself for being a people pleaser and having a hard time saying no or being rude to people. Although it was 5 p.m. in the middle of summer and the sun still out shining brightly, the garage itself was pitch black. I noticed that 2 small windows were covered with newspaper. An initial weird, sketchy situation was now getting even sketchier. He closed the door, and I was immediately plunged into complete darkness. I then muttered aloud, it's kind of dark in here. He followed back chuckling, yeah, give me a sec, I'll get the light. A few moments pass. I hear a soft click as he pulls the string on this tiny light bulb, which barely illuminated anything. It was enough to notice, though, that the floor was completely covered in empty liquor and beer bottles. Trash and, of course, rusty tools were all strewn about. He moves past me and walked to what appeared to be the back room of the garage and then just stood at the threshold. It's back here. Come take a look, with this sheepish grin on his face. Now alarms were shrieking. Red flags were shooting up even higher than before. I've listened to enough Let's Not Meet and Let's Read stories over the years to know better than to walk back there. I've been in quite a few sketchy situations over the years, with the tour in Afghanistan and plenty of other instances. I'm no Billy Badass by any means, but I'm comfortable and confident enough to know I can hold my own when I need to. I was terrified. Something about this man was just off. His mannerisms, his presence itself just creeped me out. And now I need an excuse to get the hell out of here. So I finally took hold of the wheel and put my politeness and kindness in the back seat. I knew if I pressed the enter button on my scanner that was located on my hip, it would beep loudly, seeing as if I hadn't actually scanned a barcode. I took my right hand and pressed the button. The loud beep emitted through the air, and I put on the best acting scene of my life, pretending I gotten a message from my boss saying he needed me back at the office ASAP. Shit, I said loudly. My boss needs me back for something. Sorry, man, another time for sure. As I backpedaled out and lightly jogged back to my truck, as I stole a final glance at him before leaving, that grin was gone, now replaced with this stern, pissed-off grimace. When I returned back to the office, I relayed that story to my supervisor. He agreed it was weird and creepy, but couldn't even comprehend why I even entered that garage. He also told me if I was uncomfortable making future deliveries, I could notice the packages, and Mr. Smith would have to come to the post office itself to pick up them. I felt bad that I would be forcing an older fellow vet to go out of his way regularly, but I wasn't wanting to encounter his son again if I didn't have to. So from there on out, that's exactly what I did. Maybe he did have that painting back there. Maybe he didn't. Either way, I really don't give a shit. So to that drunken Ed Kemper lookalike, I don't want to meet again.
Around 9 years ago, my mother, sister, cousin, grandmother, and I went to visit our great-grandfather inside this small town called Floyan. It's a beautiful, kind of ancient little town in France, with a population that I'd say about maybe 200 to 300 people. It was surrounded by grassland and farmland with plenty of hillsides that allowed the morning sun and sunsets to slowly trickle into view. Every year from when I was a boy, we'd make the long journey from my home in England to this beautiful little town that we'd call home for 10 days. I'd love to tell you that this journey and time away, and this time around, was perfect and absolutely the break that we all needed, but
It wasn't. Before I start this horrible experience, I'll give you some backstory as to how it all went down. It all started with a journey to France. We would travel to the coast from the middle of the country, Dover Harbor to be specific, to get to the ferry across to Calais in France. I still remember that crisp ocean air smacking me across the face, which left a surprisingly satisfying feeling. It made me feel cultured, well-traveled, like a lone wolf across borders. I guess that was something of the case, truth be told. We arrived in Calais, all very excited to travel a few hours through that gorgeous country of France. We watched as we went from urban to suburban to rural. I watched as those familiar farmlands and hillsides appeared before me. It was always a treat to watch the cityscape dissolve into nothing but rolling green hills. It was midday at the time, so there was plenty of time to explore and catch up with our great-grandfather, and then set up a tent with my little cousin, sister, and I that we were all excited to sleep in throughout that journey. Little did I know that would be the last time I would ever sleep in a tent ever again. My great-grandfather's house was this old building. The door was peeling white paint that had been applied years before. He was 90 at the time, so I couldn't blame him for not doing work on the house. Of course, but it left this eerie vibe. The house also had a huge cellar, which I was always too scared to go down to alone because of some noises that I'd heard prior. But now at the age of 22, I realized it was probably just mice or rats. It wouldn't surprise me, as this house was literally in the middle of the countryside. Outside of the house, he had a garden. Half of the garden you couldn't see because of the garage. To actually see the rest, you had to walk around the building. We set up the tent in the garden behind the garage, so we didn't have to walk all the way around the wall just to get inside. There was a straight shot through a doorway from where we were positioned. Let me quickly describe the other part of the garden that you couldn't see from the tent. It's important to the story. There was a large shed made out of concrete, so it really was just a storage full of junk. There was also a small patch of grass for us kids to play in, which was fenced off. It wasn't a large fence, but big enough for even 13-year-old me to jump over. This was all out of the way on the far side of the building. France at that time was pretty hot, so we would leave the house a lot and come back late. Sometimes we'd go on walks around the country lanes, just enjoying the scenery and watching the sun dip below the hills, leaving this fluorescent orange and pink glow. The sight was enough to make 13-year-old me freeze in awe. I would stand there and just stare as the sun dipped and the moon rose. We would do this almost every day, visiting the cows on the farmer's land, picking blackberries from the outstretched stems. It was ideal, the time that I needed to clear my tainted mind from all the negativity at home. I was being bullied at the time, and being there just helped me forget about it all. One night though, a storm was supposed to hit. My family and I heard rolling thunder in the distance, and almost was a warning of the terrors to come that night. We watched from the tent as streaks of orange lightning lit up the sky, miles down the hillside from us. It was like our own personal firework display. I was in awe of the sight again, as was my great-grandfather, who even got out of his chair to watch, and he would never get out of his chair for anybody. But as it got later, it was time to sleep. My family and I climbed back into the tent, while my mother helped my grandmother put my grandfather to bed. About 5 minutes later, she joined us in the tent and got into her sleeping bag. I lie awake, listening to the raindrops hit the roof, when I could have sworn that I heard a twig snap off in the distance. It was a distinct sound, and I've been listening to the raindrops for so long that any different sound would really catch my attention. I figured it had to be one of the cows, so I just brushed it aside and quickly fell asleep. I'd say an hour later, I was woken up by my mother, whispering for me to run inside right now. Confused, I thought maybe the tent was gonna flood, or maybe the lightning was getting too close. My mom dragged my sister, cousin, and I outside of that tent and into the old dining room, where we ended up sleeping for the night. My sister was in hysterics, and my cousin and I were completely confused. I was also stunned to see my great-grandfather storming into the garden with a handgun, screaming in French at the top of his lungs. I later learned he was yelling, "Get the fuck off my property before I shoot." He was an old war vet, and shooting had always been one of his favorite pastimes. He was also a no-nonsense type of man, especially when it came to danger. He would face it head on. All night, every noise I heard made me think something was trying to get inside. Scratches at the shutter, knocking on the front door, loud pounding at the garage door. All of it had me shaken to the core, but I still don't know what was lurking outside. That night passed and we woke up the next morning, still very confused about what had happened. My mother told me there'd been a cat in the garden. It was genuinely the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard, so I never really believed it. Why would my 90-year-old great-grandfather come out of bed in nothing but his underwear and a vest in the pouring rain over a cat? I was young, but I wasn't naive. During the day, I thought I'd explore and see what I could find, do my own investigation, so to speak. I searched the attic, which was connected to the washroom by the stairs, and found nothing. I checked the garage. I checked the front of a house. Nothing. Then I searched that hidden part of the garden, and what I found terrified me. In the section of the garden behind the concrete building, there was a pair of large boot prints. Nestled in the brush nearby was a single bullet lying in the ground. I ran inside and just did some coloring and never even spoke about it to my mother. To this day, I don't know what the person's intentions were, but they clearly weren't good. Why would you carry a gun in the middle of nowhere to an old man's house? I think maybe the tent spooked them. They rushed away and dropped a bullet. I don't know, I don't have any proof of this, but I know one thing. I'm never going to camp out there again. This was one of the first few messed up things to ever happen to me in Floyan. Maybe one day, if it goes over well, I'll share a few of my other stories. I'm a woman, and this story happened to me in January of 2012, when it was not the warmest weather in Isla Vista, California. It was our first day back from Christmas break, and the next college semester had started that day. It was around 7:30 in the morning when I walked into Starbucks with one of my girlfriends, who I'll call Ella. Me and her would go to Starbucks damn near every day, and we would always order our caramel vanilla swirl iced coffee. When we went inside, we saw the line was getting pretty long, but it was actually moving quickly. In front of us, we saw this short-haired, pretty pale-skinned and skinny man. He turned around for I'd say maybe 3 seconds because he heard us talking about each other, and then smiled at us. I have to admit that smile was pretty creepy. It definitely gave off stalker smile vibes. Neither of us smiled back at him, and he turned back around. It was then his turn to order, and he ordered 2 hot skinny vanilla lattes. I found this awkward because he wasn't with anybody else. Why did he order 2 of them? Well, unfortunately, I found out the hard way. He then walked away from the counter as he finished his order. Me and Ella then ordered and finished ours as well. I'd say maybe 3 to 4 minutes later, I heard one of the Starbucks employees call out to the man in front of us by the name of Elliot. We then saw Elliot grab his 2 hot lattes, and he took off both of the lids. Didn't really know what he was doing, and then all of a sudden, we saw his hands jerk forward and saw the hot liquids of the latte being thrown into the air. Me and Ella could not react quick enough. The liquid ended up landing on our faces, and it was boiling hot. We yelped in pain, and it all happened so quickly. We then heard this man Elliot say, "That's what you 2 bitches get for not smiling back." He ran out of the store and disappeared. We were still trying to process what had just happened. An employee came up and asked if we were okay, and I asked him to get us a cold cloth because our faces were burning. He said no problem and quickly came back with a cloth. and we put it on our faces. It felt very soothing as my face was cooling down. The manager then walked out to talk to us. He asked us if we needed to get the police involved. We told him that we were okay and that it wasn't that big of a deal. Me and Ella didn't end up going to classes that day as we were still recovering from what had taken place. That man Elliot was probably just super insecure of himself and thought we were attractive or something. Didn't really know what else to do in that situation. Maybe he has never really been in a relationship with a girl before. Maybe he hasn't even talked to that many girls. He had to have been some sort of incel. Eventually, 2 years passed by, and that incident faded away from my memory, but was brought back up in May of 2014. During this year, I just finished my junior year of college and was living in my apartment that I'd gotten back in August of 2013. I woke up one morning and turned on the news as I would do every day. While I was watching, I saw something that made my body turn numb. I saw that 7 people had been killed by gunfire, and the perpetrator was none other than that man Elliot, who'd splashed me and my friend inside that Starbucks with those hot lattes back in January of 2012. His full name was revealed as Elliot Roger. I could not believe what I was seeing. Immediately, I called Ella and told her to turn on the news. She was in total shock as well. She kept freezing her words because she didn't even know what to say. Everything came back to us. The time when he splashed those lattes on our faces just because we didn't smile back at him. Some stories stick with you, no matter how much time passes, and this is one of those memories. A shadow in the corner of my mind, hazy but incessant, like smoke that refuses to clear. It isn't the scariest thing that's ever happened to me, and it's probably not the scariest thing you've ever heard, but it still left a mark on me. It was sometime in the early 2010s. I was maybe 12 or 13 at most, and more interested in exploring the virtual landscapes of Skyrim than anything happening in the real world. We lived in a modest, slightly rundown house on a street that always smelled faintly of exhaust and sun-baked concrete. The house had a white garage door that faced the street, with a narrow driveway sloping down towards the curb. On one side of the yard, there was a low black metal gate that felt more like decorative than actually functional, and a border of scraggly cactus plants that my mom liked to call our budget security system. Life was far from perfect, but it was ours. My mom worked hard to keep things running smoothly, and my stepdad, well, let's just say he wasn't winning any Parent of the Year awards. He wasn't that bad, at least not compared to his son Kyle, who was my stepbrother. I called him Step Douche, a nickname that stuck after years of his hot-headed antics and shady behavior. He wasn't outright cruel, at least not to my mom or me, but there was this undercurrent of unpredictability about him. Like, he could go from 0 to enraged in a blink of an eye. Step Douche had his own demons. Like, we all pretended that he wasn't a meth addict, even when the signs were glaringly obvious. It was our dysfunctional little family, but we made it work more or less. The day my story takes place, it was hot out. The kind of oppressive heat that clings to your skin. It makes every task feel 10 times harder. I remember the sky being flat, this washed out blue, like somebody had drained all the life out of it. I'd been dragged away from my game to help Step Douche wash our car. He was barking out orders, his voice echoing off the garage door. All the while, I scrubbed at the tires with his old sponge that smelled faintly of mildew. My mom had just stepped outside to bring us some water, and that's when we heard this car pull up. It was an older sedan, the kind of car that had probably seen better days a decade ago. The paint was faded, the windows were smudged, and the engine rattled as it idled on the curb. Inside sat a man that I can only really describe as skeletal. His face was all sharp at these angles. His skin was stretched taut over these prominent cheekbones, and his eyes seemed hollow. dark pits that seemed to drink everything he saw. He had short, greasy brown hair that stuck to his forehead, and his hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. He leaned outside the open window, lips curling into a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Excuse me, miss," he called out. His voice was hoarse. "Can you help me with some directions?" My mom, ever the polite one, stepped a little closer to the curb. I stayed back watching, though I wasn't really paying too much attention. It wasn't unusual for people to stop by and ask for directions in our neighborhood. This was well before smartphones were a given, and not everybody had GPS. But there was something off about this guy, the way he looked at her, like he wasn't just looking, he was dissecting her with his eyes. Yeah, sure, where are you trying to go?" she asked. The man just gestured vaguely, muttering something that I couldn't quite hear. My mom tilted her head, frowning slightly, then took a step closer to the car to get a better look at him or maybe to hear him better. Her expression changed in an instant, shifting from mild confusion to absolute horror. She let out this sharp gasp, stumbling back as though she'd been physically struck. The man did not say a word, didn't even blink, he just stared at her, his grin widening, and then, suddenly, a screech of tires and he was gone. The car sped off down the street, the sound of its engine fading off into the distance. For a moment, everything was still. My mom was just frozen in the driveway, hands trembling and her face pale. Step-douche, who'd been fiddling with the garden hose, looked up immediately. He dropped the hose and stormed over to her, literally growling. "The hell happened?" he demanded. She shook her head on the verge of tears. I don't know, he was... She couldn't quite seem to get the words out. She glanced over at me, her eyes wide, and then looked back towards the street, as if expecting the car to reappear somehow. Step-douche's face darkened. "Did you get the plate?" he asked. She shook her head again, and he cursed under his breath. "Useless," he muttered. Though whether he meant it for her or himself, I wasn't sure. He grabbed his phone and stomped inside, slamming the door behind him. Inside, I could hear him speaking to his dad, who also seemed to get fired up. My mom just stood there for a moment longer, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Finally, she turned to me and forced this shaky smile. "It's okay," she said, though I could tell it wasn't. "Just go back to your game, sweetheart." I didn't argue with her. I ran inside and put my headset back on and lost myself in the world of dragons and magic. But the image of that man's skeletal face lingered in the back of my mind. It wasn't until a few years later, long after we moved out of that house and Step-douche and Dad were out of our lives, that I finally asked my mom about it. We were sitting in her kitchen, sipping coffee and reminiscing about the old days, when for some reason that memory resurfaced. "What happened with that guy in the car?" I asked. "The one who asked for directions?" Her face went still, and for a moment I thought she might brush it off, but then she sighed and set her coffee cup down, her hands clasped tightly together. He was doing something disgusting," she said. "He was touching himself right there in the driver's seat, all the while he stared at me." A cold chill ran down my spine. "What?" She nodded, her eyes distant. I didn't know what to do. I just froze, and then he drove off before I could do really anything else. "That's disgusting." "That wasn't all," she went on. "He also had a pair of scissors and he was mutilating himself too. There wasn't hardly anything left. Blood was all over his lap, and he was still trying to masturbate with what was left there. Absolutely was the worst thing I'd ever seen." I stared back at her, my mind racing. The memory of that day came flooding back. The way she gasped, the look of terror on her face, the screech of those tires as the man sped away. I realized then just how lucky we'd been. definitely could have done so much worse. Was he crazy, on drugs? Was this some sort of fetish? Did he actually need directions to the hospital? This situation created a whole new terror of its own. He could have easily hopped out with those bloody pair of scissors and attacked me or my mom, or both. The idea of interacting with such a person inside a state like that is nauseating to this day. I still think about that man, and I wonder where he went and what the hell he was thinking, and what might have happened if my mom had been there alone that day. For some odd reason, I don't really remember much about my childhood. This story, this moment, I can recall like it just happened yesterday. I couldn't have been any older than 5 at the time. My mom had remarried, and she, myself, and my stepdad had found a home inside this very small town. The house itself, I remember being older and by no means perfect, but perfect for a family of 3 and had a lot of potential. To paint you a mental picture, when you walked up the flight of stairs to get to the 2nd floor, a T-shaped hallway would lead to each of the 3 bedrooms. Immediately to your right was the master bedroom, and down a short hallway to your left would be the other 2 adjacent bedrooms. I remember my bedroom being in the bigger of the 3, the one immediately to your right. I can still vividly picture my giant red bunk bed taking up most of the room. My bunk bed had springs, not an actual box spring like most beds today. So when you would lay down on it or even get up off of it, the springs would groan loudly from the weight itself. Every single night, my mother would lay with me to comfort me and help ease me to sleep. I know it's fairly normal for a child to not be able to sleep in their own room sometimes, and especially when it's in a completely new house and environment. There was something off about that house though, and I could sense it then, and I can still sense it now. Something that I really can't quite explain, but this story is my attempt to. I would always feel eyes on me, this heavy, uneasy feeling, especially at night and especially when I was alone. My mom has told me multiple times that during the nightly routine of laying me down and laying with me at night, she would believe that I was finally asleep. So she would slowly make an attempt to get out of my bed and retreat back to hers, only to have those springs creak loudly and give herself away. I would wake up immediately, calling out for her, "Mom, Mom." Then she would have to come back, lay down with me, and hopefully get me to sleep again. Now, there would be occasions where I was sleeping hard enough for her to actually make the move silently back to her own bedroom. I would wake up sometimes late into the night, only to realize that I was now completely alone in my own bed. I'd shoot up, grab my blanket, and sprint down that short hallway to get to their bedroom on the left. I'd silently climb up into their bed and place myself between my mom and stepdad. That way I'd have a barrier on both sides of me, and it just felt safer. Once I got comfortable enough, I'd fall asleep not long after. And this is where shit gets kind of weird. Not only did I not understand these events as a child, I still to this day have no real answer to what this was or even why. Now, it wasn't every single night that this would happen, usually a few times a week. I would wake up in a panic, lying on my right side, facing the bedroom door. The first thing that I would always take note of was that the bedroom door was halfway ajar, and a small portion of the hallway light would be spilling into the room. Although at first I don't really even know why this was, I would be drenched in fear from the moment that I woke up, and then it would progressively get worse as I would take in my surroundings. The next thing that I noticed was that I was not able to move at all. I was completely paralyzed. The only thing I could move was my eyes. The next thing that I took note of was that I was now completely alone in my parents' bed. My stepdad was no longer in front of me, and my mom was no longer behind me. I knew this because the entire bed in front of me was completely empty, and I could feel the edge of the bed itself on my backside. This obviously would crank up my fear more and more as I took it all in. This next thing is definitely the worst part and the creepiest part, and is what's still really unexplainable to this day. I would feel the back of my pajama shirt lift up, and someone would start to caress my back, sort of like a mother would do to comfort their child. Only this was the same feeling that I described earlier, where it just felt off, weird. Somehow I knew this was not my mother, and I knew it was not my stepfather. In these moments, I would be completely consumed with fear and terror. I was paralyzed, so I couldn't turn around and see who it actually was. Although thinking back now, I doubt I would have even had the courage to turn around and look, even if I could, to face whatever it was behind me. As the tears would silently fall down my cheeks, I would cry myself to sleep, hoping this would all just go away. I'd wake up the next morning still rattled from the events from the night prior. Only now I was able to move freely. I'd jump out of bed and run to find my mom. They would both normally be up and about, doing their normal morning routines. Most of the time, I remember finding myself too scared to even talk about it or ask my mom about it. There was occasions when I would try, casually bring it up to her, and she would do what parents normally do in these situations. Shrug it off as a bad dream or some kind of overactive imagination. There is absolutely no way this was a dream. I'm 100% certain about that. I don't really remember much about my childhood, but this memory is cemented in my head. I can't recall all these happy memories or milestone events within our family that I was told about, but I can recount every single terrifying moment of those nights as a child. Whatever this was would torment me a few times a week, for a few years, and then it just stopped. I'm 34 years old now, and I still have no idea who or what that was. I'm telling you my story because I've kept it to myself for all of these years, but not too long ago, I overheard my younger brother talking about some weird experiences that he's had growing up in that same exact house. I then realized that his bedroom is in fact the same bedroom that I had had all my experiences in as well. One day while driving him home from school, I opened up to him, told him everything that happened to me all those years ago. He then proceeded to tell me everything that happened to him inside those last 16 years since he's been living there. These next events and stories are his, and what he experienced himself inside our childhood home. As a beforehand, I'd like to tell you that my stories are a bit lengthy, but stick with me. The first major encounter with an unwanted presence happened shortly after my 7th birthday. What I remember was going to my room and settling in bed for the night. After a long while of staring up at the ceiling and avoiding bedtime as much as I could, I finally got tired. I turned off my lamp that sat next to my bed before lying back in bed. The room was now dark and actually felt quite peaceful. I was extremely close to drifting off before I started hearing this noise. It was almost like a crackling sound. I opened up my eyes and sat up, confused on what it was. As I continued to listen, I realized that the sound was more like scratching than crackling, and it was coming from the wall above me. A skinny handprint was scratching itself onto the wall, like the way some animals get branded. This hand was branding itself onto the wall. Now, it was very faint, but still extremely noticeable. The next thing I did was scream so loud that my parents ran in, wondering what the hell was going on. The scratching had then stopped. I told them what I heard and what I saw, but never mentioned anything about where the hand was located. My dad said that it was just mice running through the walls, before sending me back to sleep and going back to their bedroom. He never once asked me where the handprint was or even tried to investigate it. Why, I don't know. For a long while after that, I slept in my parents' room until I got old enough and brave enough to sleep back in my own room and felt comfortable enough to be back in my own room. However, the nightlight next to my bedstand always stayed on from then on out. The handprint that I mentioned was visible for the next few months. I remember even showing it to my closest friend. It's now faded and completely gone since we repainted the room, but I still have no idea what the hand was or who it belonged to. I know for sure that it wasn't mice though. The next encounter happened when I was 9. The memory of that handprint had stuck with me, however, but I was slowly beginning to doubt what had happened and started feeding into the idea that maybe it actually was just mice. However, all those doubts came crashing down one night. It was a pretty ordinary night. I turned off my light and left the room in this shadowy dark. I laid down and within minutes I was asleep. A few hours later, I remember waking up and staring up at my dark ceiling fan. I was lying flat, which gave me a good view of my room through my periphery. My eyes darted to one of the corners of my room, where my bookshelf and dresser was. There, I could just slightly see this extremely skinny figure hunkering nearby my dresser. My heart rate began to pick up. I was thinking that whatever had left that handprint in the walls 2 years prior had now come back to pay me another visit. I tried to squirm out of my bed, but I couldn't move. I tried again, but nothing. I wanted to lunge towards my doorway if I could just somehow free myself from these invisible restraints. I looked back towards the figure and noticed something that made my stomach sink even further. One of this thing's long, pale legs was now one step closer to my bed. I couldn't tell you what I was wearing, but back then I could list every detail. It was still hiding in the shadows, not revealing any gender or any facial features, if it even had any. I shut my eyes and tried to fall back asleep. I heard a few creaks in the floorboard, letting me know that whatever it was now coming closer. I kept my eyes shut tightly, trying my best to relax and fall back asleep. The last thing I remember was feeling a cold and rough hand stroking my head once, very slightly. I kept my eyes shut tightly and just prayed that I'd fall back asleep. The next morning I awoke to nothing in that corner and I could finally move my body. I wasted absolutely no time getting out of the room. It could have possibly been sleep paralysis, and if that's what it was, then I hope to never experience it again. It was a one-time occurrence, and I hope it stays that way. I resumed using that nightlight for obvious reasons. My last and final occurrence happened on a Saturday morning. It was just me and my dad home, since my mom worked most of those mornings. I was upstairs drawing something and rewatching the first Harry Potter movie on my mom's laptop. I heard my dad opening up the attic in the hallway. It has a distinct sound, almost like springs. I heard the door open, but didn't hear any footsteps walking up the ladder. Being the curious kid I was, I walked outside of my room and into the hallway. Sidebar, but I always loved when my dad went into the attic because if you asked him nicely, he might bring some old toys or other interesting items. So I was gonna ask him to. When I looked up the ladder to see, it was completely pitch black, which is highly unusual. If and when my dad went up into the attic, he'd always turn on the bright studio light that was up there. He couldn't be up there though because it was completely pitch black. Weird. So I called up to him. "Dad?" I got no response. This was definitely not normal, so I didn't really question it anymore. Instead, I quickly hurried down the stairs. I checked all of our rooms downstairs, determining that he definitely wasn't inside. So I went out to the garage to check, hoping he'd be out there. He was in the garage, and I asked him if he'd recently been inside the attic or was planning on going up there because I heard the hatch door opening. He told me no, claiming that he'd been outside in the garage for the past hour. I didn't ask any more questions. I just slowly walked back inside, keeping that eerie experience to myself. I was so nervous that I didn't even go back upstairs until night. But I did walk by, momentarily glancing up the stairs after coming back in, and when I looked up there, the hatch to the attic had now been closed and sealed, guaranteeing that nobody was up there. I don't know if it was real or not, or if it was some kind of trick that my mind was playing on me. The last thing that I'll mention is something that my friend said to me not long after one of these instances. We were just chilling and sitting in my room watching TV when he randomly told me and asked me not to go to sleep early. When I asked him why, he responded, "I just don't like this house when I'm awake and everybody else is asleep." When I asked him what he meant by that, and it's something that's still stuck with me to this day, "This house is more awake when everybody else is asleep." I agreed with him, not showing how much that sentence actually terrified me, and just laughed it off. That night, I waited for him to fall asleep first, and then I did. I think he's right though. The house's sunrise was our sundown. Fishing was everything when I was a kid. It was my dad's idea of quality time, dragging me out to the streams before the sun even thought about waking up. The mornings were freezing, and the air always smelled like dew-soaked earth and algae. My first memory is standing knee-deep in a creek, clutching a rod way too big for my hands, and trying not to cry because my boots had leaked, and the cold was biting into my toes. But by the time I was a teenager, fishing was something I didn't dread anymore. It was something that I lived for. James and Colton were my best friends back then, and we fished almost like it was our job. It was what really tied us together, more than school, more than sports, or whatever drama that swirled around us in the time. Every weekend, every summer day, we'd disappear into those woods, loaded down with tackle boxes, coolers, and our rods. Our parents never really worried. The unspoken rule was pretty simple: respect the land, don't be stupid, and come home when you said you would. We stuck to it for the most part. Those were the days of small streams and lazy rivers, where the water barely even reached your knees and the trout practically jumped into your hands. Sometimes we'd find turtles sunbathing on the rocks, or catch crawfish just in the shallows, laughing like we discovered treasure. It was innocent, simple, and fun. The kind of thing that makes childhood feel like this endless summer. Then we got older and the lakes now came into play. Now the lakes were different. They weren't the tame bubbling streams that we'd all grown up with. They were deep and dark, their surfaces calm but their depths unknowable. Fishing there felt like stepping into a whole nother world. The rules that we'd learned quite didn't apply in those situations. Colton's dad had this old aluminum boat. It was dented, scratched from years of use, but it floated and that was enough for us. By the time we were 16, he'd let us take it out on our own, provided that we swore up and down to be responsible with it. And again, we were, most of the time. That summer night started like any other. We'd seen some videos online of guys fishing in the dark, pulling out these massive bass and catfish under the glow of their headlamps. It looked incredible, the kind of adventure that we could not resist doing ourselves. When Colton brought it up, James and I were on board immediately. Colton's dad helped us get everything ready: extra batteries for the lights, a portable heater, and enough bait to last us the whole night. We packed up the boat like pros, double-checked the trailer hitch, and headed out just as the sun began to set. We told our parents that we were going to Miller's Pond, a spot that we'd fished 100 times prior, and, well, that wasn't a lie, not really. It just wasn't the whole truth. Our real destination was Lake Everly, a good 30 minutes past Miller's Pond, and way out in the sticks. None of us had been out there before, but Colton had heard about it from his dad's fishing buddies. "Big fish," he said, eyes gleaming. "Nobody ever goes out there." That should have been a red flag. Instead, it was an invitation. We pulled into that empty parking lot just as the last sliver of daylight disappeared behind the treetops. The lake was huge, stretching out like a sheet of black glass. The far shore was swallowed up by the darkness completely. It was beautiful in this way that made my stomach twist. James killed the truck engine, and for a moment, the only sound that we heard was the chirping of crickets and the gentle lapping of the water against the rocks. "You sure about this?" James asked. He was always the cautious one, always thinking about what could go wrong, and it drove Colton absolutely crazy. "What's there to be sure about?" Colton shot back, unhooking the trailer already. "It's a lake, not the Bermuda Triangle." I laughed, but it felt forced. There was something around in that stillness that just unnerved me, like the lake itself was watching us, but I chalked it up to just it being a new territory, our first time ever coming out to something this big, and at night. We launched the boat without any trouble, the motor sputtering to life as Colton gave it a few solid pulls. The beam from our headlamps cut through the dark, bouncing off the rippling water as we pushed out towards the middle of the lake. The world just shrank around us. The shorelines faded into shadow until it felt like we were the only people left on Earth. And for a while, it was absolutely perfect. The air was cool but not too cold. The water so still, it felt like we were fishing on a mirror. We cast our lines out, settled into the quiet, and just waited. When my rod jerked in my hands, the thrill was instant, electric. The trout that I reeled in was big enough to make Colton whistle in appreciation. "Good start," he said, slapping me on the back. James wasn't having as much as luck as I was. After an hour, he'd barely even gotten a nibble. "Let's move," he said, reeling in his empty line. "The spot's dead." Colton grumbled, but he didn't argue. We fired up the motor again and began drifting deeper into the lake. And that's when we saw something bobbing in the water just at the edge of our lights. At first, I assumed it was a log, but as we got closer, it became more evident that it wasn't any kind of debris. It was a small boat, aluminum like ours, floating aimlessly in the middle of the lake, but there was nobody in it. "Think they're night fishing too?" James asked, though his voice didn't carry any conviction. "If they are, they're really not good at it," Colton joked. But there was a small amount of tension in his tone that he definitely couldn't hide. We killed our motor and let the boat drift closer. "Hello?" I called out, my voice loud in the stillness, and I got no response. The other boat just gently rocked in the water. My pulse quickened. Something about all of this felt wrong, though none of us could really say why. "Maybe it broke down," James suggested out loud. "Who leaves a boat in the middle of the lake, though?" Colton muttered. We were close now, maybe 20 feet away. The beam from my headlamp caught onto the other boat's interior. My stomach turned. The bench sheet was smeared with something dark and wet, and there was a tangle of something that looked like hair sticking to the edge. "The hell is that?" James whispered. Nobody answered. I felt a pull in my chest, this primal urge to just go, get out of there. But I couldn't look away. As we drifted closer, the details sharpened. The dark stains weren't just water, they were blood, fresh blood. And the hair wasn't just hair, it was attached to something pale and fleshy, hanging over the small motor at the back. "Oh God," Colton choked out. My throat tightened, breath coming in these shallow gasps. "We need to go," I said. "Now." James didn't argue with me. He scrambled to start the motor while Colton grabbed the nearest flashlight and began scanning the water around us. The beam flickered over the ripples and shadows, but there was nothing. No movement, no sound except for the sputtering of our own engine. "Hurry up!" Colton hissed, his eyes darting between the shoreline and the water. The tension rising in the air was suffocating, every second stretching off into eternity. Finally, the motor roared to life, and James spun us around and headed back towards the ramp. My heart was pounding in my chest as I kept my eyes on the other boat, now shrinking back into the distance. I could not shake that feeling, though, that something or someone was still watching us as we drifted away. We didn't say much as Colton backed the boat away from that bloody mess. All the while, James kept shining his flashlight on it, his face pale and stiff, until Colton barked at him to stop. "You want to see more?" Colton snapped. "We've seen enough, dude. Just turn the light off." James hesitated, but he clicked the light off and the boat completely disappeared into the dark. "What do we do now?" I asked. "We leave." Colton's words were sharp and final. He revved the motor and aimed for the shore. "We're not sticking around to find out what did that." None of us argued. The air around us was completely different now, heavier even. The soft lapping of the water against the boat's hull seemed louder, sharper. The occasional rustles of the leaves and the hoot of an owl felt too far away, almost like the lake had pushed them back. It was just us, the water, and whatever else was out there. Colton kept the engine low, trying to avoid making too much noise, but it felt like the hum of the motor was broadcasting our location to everything out in the darkness. I sat rigid, scanning the water and the faint outline of the shore. James held his flashlight tightly, ready to flick it on at a moment's notice. "You hear that?" James whispered out suddenly. We all froze. At first, I thought it was the sound of a boat's motor, but then I caught it, a faint rhythmic splash like something larger moving throughout the water. The sound was emanating from behind us. "Go faster," I urged Colton. "I'm not trying to wreck," he shot back, but he did push the throttle a little harder. The boat picked up speed, skimming the water, but that splashing behind us grew louder and more frantic, as if whatever it was quickly trying to catch up to us. "Turn the light on," I said to James. "I need to see it." "And what if it sees us?" James hissed back. But he turned the flashlight on anyway, aiming it at the back of the water behind us. For a moment, there was nothing, just ripples and blackness. Then the beam caught something, a pale glistening shape that dove under the surface before we could make sense of what it was. "What the hell was that?" Colton's voice cranked out. "Just go, dude, just go." The boat lurched forward as Colton pushed the engine to its limit. That splashing behind us faded, replaced by the roar of the motor and the rush of the wind in my ears. I kept glancing over my shoulder though, half expecting to see something just burst out of the water. But that lake remained eerily calm. Once we finally reached the boat ramp, we all worked in this panicked silence, hauling the boat onto the trailer with all clumsy and trembling hands. Every sound, the creak of the trailer, the clink of the metal hooks, was like inviting whatever it was out there to come closer. "Hurry up, man, hurry up," Colton snapped, his eyes darting around that shadowy parking lot. "We're not staying here any longer than we have to." As we secured that last strap, I heard it again. The sound of something now moving in the woods, heavy and deliberate. It was really close too. James froze with that flashlight trembling in his hand as he pointed it towards the noise. The beam caught nothing but branches and darkness, but that sound didn't stop. It felt like it was circling us. "Get in the truck," Colton shouted. We scrambled into the cab, slamming the door shut just as something crashed through the underbrush. Colton didn't wait to see what it was. He gunned the engine, and the tires screeched as we sped off of that lot, and then back onto the narrow dirt road that led back to town. The drive was silent except for the hum of the engine and our ragged breathing. None of us looked back, and none of us wanted to see if we were being followed. When we finally pulled back into Colton's driveway, the first rays of dawn were creeping up over the horizon. That soft light should have been comforting, but it wasn't. It just made everything feel more surreal. We'd stepped out of a nightmare and into a world that didn't know what we'd seen. Colton's dad was already waiting for us, leaning against the porch railing with a cup of coffee in hand. That easygoing expression vanished the moment that he saw us. "What happened?" he demanded, setting his mug down. We spilled everything to him in this frantic, jumbled mess. The other boat, the blood, the thing in the water. His dad listened without interrupting, and his face growing graver with every word said. When we were done, he just stood for a moment, staring at the ground. "You boys are sure about this?" he finally said. "We know what we saw, Dad," Colton said. "All right," his dad replied, nodding slowly. "First thing we gotta do is call the sheriff. Then we're calling your parents." Nobody argued. By that point, we just wanted somebody else to take over, somebody who could make sense of what had taken place. The sheriff arrived within the hour, a stocky man with a gruff demeanor who didn't seem to know what to make of our story. He asked us to take him back to the lake, but none of us wanted to go. Colton's dad offered to guide him instead, and we stayed behind, huddled up in the living room with cups of coffee that nobody even drank. Later, when Colton's dad returned, his face was pale. The sheriff did indeed find the other boat, and just as we described it, but there was no sign of whatever had been in the woods or in the water. They towed the boat back to the station for further investigation, but Colton's dad didn't seem too hopeful. "They're gonna write it off as some kind of animal attack," he said, shaking his head. "But that doesn't really explain everything." He didn't elaborate anymore, and we didn't ask any more questions. I don't really think any of us wanted to know. In the days that followed, the story spread through town, growing more distorted with every retelling of it. Some people said we'd seen a bear. Others whispered about something more sinister, something that didn't belong in the water nor the woods. The official report listed the incident as inconclusive, and the case was quietly closed. We were grounded for the rest of the summer, our parents furious about the lie that led us to Lake Everly. But even as we sat in our rooms, staring out at the endless days of wasted sunshine, none of us regretted leaving. Whatever it was out there, it wasn't something that any of us really wanted to understand. It wasn't something I don't think we were meant to understand. I haven't been fishing since that night. My rods and tackle boxes are sitting in the garage, gathering dust. Relics of time where the world felt safe and predictable. Occasionally, my thoughts drift back to Lake Everly, and I think about that blood in the boat, and whatever the hell it was in the water, those sounds in the woods. I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for somebody else to wander too far into the dark. The job wasn't anything special. You didn't need a college degree or even much training beyond a few weeks of classes and a little bit of hands-on practice. But what you did need was a head for heights and a willingness to work these really odd hours. That was the trade-off: decent pay and steady work in exchange for being the guy who gets called when something broke at 2 a.m. I'd been a lineman for 3 years by the time it happened, and I liked the job well enough. Most days were fairly predictable, replacing worn-out lines, trimming back trees, and making sure that everything was up to code. Those big jobs like installing new power poles or stringing fresh wire throughout miles of untouched forest, those were pretty far and few between. Mostly it was just routine maintenance, the kind of work that didn't really stick out in your memory. It was midsummer, hot even as the sun went down. I'd spent the day sweating through my shirt in the 80-degree weather, working on a section of line that ran between a strip mall at the edge of town. By the time I got home, I was too tired to do anything else but just collapse onto the couch and pass out with the TV still on. My phone woke me up and I fumbled for it in the dark, groggy and disoriented. Before realizing it was my work cell, the office number flashed on my screen. I quickly glanced at the clock, 1:47 a.m. "Oh, this better be good," I muttered, answering the call. It was Lisa, our dispatcher. Her voice was apologetic but firm.
"Hey, sorry to wake you. We've got an outage up in Clearwater Ridge. Ted is out sick and nobody else is available."
I groaned. Clearwater Ridge wasn't just up near anything. It was miles of wilderness, dense forest, and rolling hills with nothing but dirt roads and the occasional hunting cabin. The lines out there were connected to our town and the next one over, 60 miles away. If something went wrong, it could take hours to find the problem, let alone fix it. Can't it just wait until the morning? I asked, already knowing the answer.
"It's a critical line,"
Lisa said.
"Half the town's power runs through it. We really need you to at least check it out."
I sighed, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "All right, text me the coordinates,"
"Thank you.
she said, sounding genuinely relieved.
Be sure to be careful out there."
10 minutes later, I was dressed and in my truck, a massive bucket rig with enough tools and spare parts to handle just about any electrical problem. The cab smelled like grease and old coffee. The dashboard lights cast this faint green glow as I punched in the coordinates into the GPS. The route took me northwest, away from the lights of town and into the thick, unbroken blackness of the woods. The first few miles were easy, paved roads with the occasional street lamp, even a gas station still open for the late night crowd, but soon, the asphalt gave way to gravel, and the world outside the truck turned into this tunnel of trees. The headlights barely even seemed to penetrate the darkness in front of me, the beams swallowed up by the dense canopy overhead. I kept up one hand on the wheel and the other on the radio, checking in with Lisa as I drove. "I'm about 10 miles out now," I said. "No sign of trouble yet,"
"Copy that.
she replied.
Let me know when you get your eyes on the line."
The further I went, the quieter it seemed to get. The hum of the insects faded, replaced by an eerie stillness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't until I spotted the sagging power lines ahead of me that I felt a flicker of relief. At least I found the problem. I pulled over and killed the engine, stepped out into the cool night air. The world around me was silent, except for that occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I grabbed my flashlight from the truck and swept the beam along the line. The wires were drooping, but still attached to the poles, but clearly under some kind of strain. Looks like some sagging near marker 12, I reported into the radio. No sparks or breaks yet. I'll start walking the line to see if I can find the cause.
"Got it.
Lisa said.
Keep you posted."
I grabbed my tool belt, started down that dirt path that ran beneath the line. My flashlight cut through the dark, but didn't seem to do much in the uneasy feeling that was quickly creeping up my spine. Something about that stillness around me just felt wrong for some reason. About a quarter of a mile in, I heard a faint rustling just beyond the edge of my light. The rustling at first was soft, too faint to even notice, but once I caught it, I could not unhear it. It would come in these waves, like someone or something was pacing just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I would sweep the beam toward the trees, but all I caught were thick trunks and tangled underbrush. I felt stupid, but I called out hello. Probably an animal, a deer maybe, or even a raccoon scavenging the dark, but the silence that followed was suffocating. Nothing responded, just the steady hum of the power lines above me. I turned back to the path, shaking off that unease. "You're spooking yourself. It's late. You're tired," I muttered. "Just focus on the job." The sagging lines led me to a power pole that leaned slightly to one side, its base partially uprooted by what looked like a fallen branch. The wood was splintered, but the damage didn't seem bad enough to cause any kind of outage. I craned my neck, shining my flashlight upward. The wires were still intact. I radioed into Lisa. I found a damaged pole near the sagging lines, but it doesn't even look severe. I'll keep going though, see if there's more down the line. Lisa's voice crackled through the speaker. Got it. Keep me posted. I was about to move on when a flash of light burst through the wires above. A searing electric white spark arced through the air, crackling like a firework. I stumbled back, shielding my eyes, and for a split second, the entire area lit up like daylight. Then I saw figures, 3 or 4 maybe, darting between the trees. They were really fast and their movements were jerky and unnatural, like marionettes pulled by these invisible strings. My heart began hammering in my chest as the light faded and plunging the forest back into that still darkness. I stood there frozen, flashlight trembling in my hand. Is somebody out there? I yelled, trying to keep the edge of panic out of my voice. Of course, no response. I backed up toward my truck, boots crunching on the gravel. The forest felt alive now, filled with faint rustling and occasional snapping of twigs. I swung my flashlight around me wildly, the beam cutting through the darkness in these frantic arcs, but whatever I'd seen was now gone. Reaching the truck, I felt like salvation. I yanked open the door, ready to grab the radio and call this whole thing in, when I stopped cold. My windshield was smeared with something. It was dark and viscous, the streaks forming a crude circular symbol that looked like it had been scrawled on by hand. My first initial thought was mud, but as I leaned closer, the smell hit me, coppery and raw. It was blood. I staggered back with bile rising up in my throat. Lisa, I said into the radio, my voice shaking. Something is not right out here. I don't know, but I think somebody's messing around with me. The lines are sagging, but I'm not seeing a break. I'll inspect the main pole and then I'm heading back. She seemed to hesitate before responding.
Okay, we got another team en route. Should be there in about 30 minutes. Sit tight if you can.
Yeah, I lied, my fingers gripping the radio like a lifeline. I'll be fine. I didn't want to stay, but leaving without finishing that inspection wasn't really an option. I climbed into that bucket truck, the controls familiar beneath my hands. Powered up the hydraulic lift. The bucket quickly hummed to life, rising steadily into the air until I was level with those lines. The smell hit me first, acidic and metallic, like burning meat. My flashlight beam landed on the crossarm of a pole and I froze. The blood just wasn't on the windshield. It was smeared across the wooden arm in thick congealed streaks, dripping down the sides. And there, wedged between the wire and the wood, was a pig, or at least what was left of one. Its body was blackened and bloated, its flesh split open in places to reveal charred muscle and bone. The head was lolled over to one side, the eyes cooked into white, sightless orbs. The stench was unbearable, a mix of rot and electricity. I gagged and turned my head away. Someone had obviously done this, dragged a dead pig up here and jammed it into the lines, but how, and more importantly, why? Again, I found myself sweeping my flashlight across the forest below, my breath now coming in these shallow panic gasps. From up here, the woods were an ocean of black. I did not want to go back down. The thought of being on the ground exposed and vulnerable quickly made my skin crawl, but staying up here wasn't really an option either. With shaking hands, I activated the controls, lowering the bucket slowly back to earth. As the ground rose to meet me, I saw something that made my blood run cold. My driver's side door of the truck was now wide open. It stopped me in my tracks. My pulse was roaring in my ears. My flashlight was shaking as I scanned the ground around my truck. There didn't seem to be any footprints in the dirt or signs of anybody passing through. Just the gaping door, like an invitation or a warning. I stayed in that bucket for a few minutes longer, hovering just above the ground, fingers twitching over the controls. That silence was suffocating. Somewhere out in the dark, I heard a twig snap. "Who's out there?" I shouted. The woods seemed to swallow my words. Summoning what little nerve I had left, I lowered the bucket the rest of the way, stepped onto the ground. The air was heavier down here, thick with tension and the faint sour smell of decay. I slowly crept back towards the truck. When I peeked inside, I half expected somebody or something to lunge at me, but the cab was empty. On the driver's seat sat a rock, smooth and round, with the same strange symbol carved deep into its surface. The same symbol that was on my windshield. I grabbed the radio with trembling hands. "Lisa, you need to get somebody out here now," I said, voice barely even holding it all together. "There's somebody messing with me, leaving these weird symbols, blood. It all ain't normal." The radio cut off with this harsh screech of static. I yanked the device away from my ear, but it was dead. Headlights then flared behind me, cutting through the trees. Relief washed over me like a tidal wave. The second team was here. I turned towards the light, waving my arms to flag them down. The rumble of their truck was the best sound that I'd heard all night. Two guys hopped out, Mike and Jerry, both seasoned linemen with a lot more gray to their hair than me. "You okay, kid?" Mike asked. His sharp eyes were scanning the scene around me. "Not really," I admitted, trying to keep my voice steady. There's people out here. I saw them in the trees and there's blood. Look, they smeared it on my truck, it's on the pole, and there's a pig stuffed into the lines. Dead, obviously, but it's up there." Mike and Jerry quickly exchanged a glance. "Pig?" Jerry asked, eyebrows raised. "Yeah, burned to a crisp. Whoever's doing this just ain't messing around, it's..." Thunk. A rock sailed out of the trees and bounced off the hood of the second truck. We all froze. "What the fuck?" Jerry muttered, turning towards the woods. Another rock flew and this one landed a few feet away. Then another, closer, striking the ground hard enough to send gravel flying. "Whoever's out there, knock it off!" Mike bellowed, his voice carrying throughout the forest. Mike grabbed the flashlight from the truck and stomped towards the trees. "Mike, don't," I said, but he was already standing at the tree line, shining his beam into the darkness. For a moment, the world stood still, and then from the shadows came a voice. "Leave." It was barely above a whisper, but it carried across the clearing like a gunshot. Mike froze, his flashlight trembling slightly in his hand. "Let's just finish this and go," I said, my voice tight. "Whatever this is, it's not worth sticking around for." Mike hesitated, then grunted and walked back to the truck. "Fine, let's just get it done." The three of us worked in this tense silence, our flashlights cutting through the dark as we inspected the lines. The blood was still there, thick and drying, but the pig was now gone. Only a charred stain remained where its body had been. The rocks would occasionally still come in, hitting the trucks and the ground, occasionally even the poles that we were working on, but none of us even said anything. There was nothing to say. By the time we finished, my nerves were shot. We piled back into our trucks, ready to put this place behind us. I started my engine. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see somebody or something staring back at me, but it was just the forest. Mike's voice came over the radio. "Let's move. I ain't spending another minute out here." "Copy that," I said, gripping the wheel, like it was the only thing tethering me to reality. We pulled out, headlights carving through the dense woods as we followed that narrow trail, back to the main road. As we hit the edge of the forest, I saw a figure standing at the side of the trail, barely visible in the glow of my taillights. It was tall and thin, its face obscured by shadow. I floored it, not daring to look back. We never really talked about that night again after that, Mike or Jerry or I. That outage was officially blamed on a storm that had supposedly weakened the lines, but I knew better. Whatever was out there wasn't natural, and I don't want to encounter it again. There's something about the desert that sticks with you long after you've left it behind. It isn't the beauty, though I guess there's plenty of that to go around if you like barren stretches of broken land, broken only by the occasional burst of color from stubborn flowers, or even hulking shadows of distant mountains. It's not the quiet either. You hear your own heartbeat, the faint crunch of gravel underneath your boots, or even worse, something you can't really explain. I've worked out in places like that for years now, charting property lines and dividing up land for developers who can't wait to transform solitude into something profitable. A certified land surveyor in Arizona isn't exactly a glamorous title, but it's a steady one, and it's taken me into some strange corners of the state. The job I'm about to tell you about still unsettles me to this day when I think back on it. It started out like most of my gigs usually did. A call comes in about a newly purchased developmental property east of the Valley Metro, one of those big money deals where they're itching to put up luxury strip malls or sprawling subdivisions. On the opposite of the property line were the residential lots, big half-acre spreads with houses that practically glowed underneath the sun. Between them, though, is where I'd call no man's land, a patch of wild desert scrubs, Palo Verde trees, brittle brushes, and the occasional dry creek. They needed me to fine-tune the boundaries, to make sure nobody could dispute what belonged to who. Simple work, really, boring even. But out in the middle of nowhere, it's easy for boring to turn quickly into something else. I got to the site just as the morning sun started to bake the horizon. The sky was pale blue, empty except for a vulture circling off in the distance. The first order of business was setting up my base station. I'd learned over the years to keep it close to my truck, not because I was lazy, but because I liked the comfort of knowing my escape was never more than a few feet away. I unfolded my tripod, secured the equipment, and booted up the GPS system. It hummed to life, ready to record every inch of this desolate place. With the base station now in place, I grabbed the handheld receiver and GPS rod, then started walking around. The terrain was rough, patchwork of loose sand and jagged rocks, and the occasional burst of stubborn greenery. A rattlesnake slithered across my path at one point, its scales gleaming in the sunlight almost like tiny mirrors. I gave it a wide berth, boots crunching on the gravel as I made my way to that first property corner. The work was slow and repetitive. Mark a point, check it against the map, adjust and repeat. I tried to let my mind wander, but the desert had this way of dragging your thoughts off into uncomfortable places. It wasn't long before I felt that prickling sensation of being watched. I quickly reminded myself it's just the emptiness playing tricks on me. There was not a soul around for miles and miles, just the faint rustle of the wind and the distant hum of an airplane. Still, I occasionally kept glancing over my shoulder. By the time I reached that dry creek, the sun was high in the sky, glaring down with this merciless intensity. I paused and took a sip from my canteen, wiped the sweat from my brow, and squinted at the shallow trench ahead of me. A thin trickle of water wound its way through the rocks, more of a suggestion of a stream than an actual one. Something unnatural was in the middle of all that rugged wilderness, though. A filter, cobbled together from a metal frame and some kind of mesh, was hanging in the water. It wasn't much to look at, but it was enough to make my stomach tighten. people had been here recently enough to leave their handiwork behind. I took another swig of water, trying to shake off the unease, and moved on. But as I trudged up that far bank, I couldn't stop my eyes from scanning the brush, looking for more signs of life where there shouldn't be any. And I found them. A clothesline stretched between two scraggly trees, a frayed rope sagging under the weight of a few faded rags. A rusted metal drum lay half hidden in the scrub. The lid was ajar to reveal what looked like empty food cans and discarded wrappers. I was not alone out here. It was probably just a homeless camp though, somebody looking for a place to lie low. Nothing really too serious or even to worry about, as long as I kept my distance. But I found myself stepping quieter. My movements were more deliberate now. The desert was no longer just an empty space. By the time I reached that next marker, my nerves were on edge. I kept glancing up from my work, scanning the horizon for any form of movement. But there was never anything, of course, just the same endless expanse of desert. I tried to focus, but it was like the desert just had other plans for me that day. Every time I bent down to mark a point or check the GPS, I'd hear a faint rustle or a crunch of gravel that didn't match my own movements. It was obviously and had to be animals. The desert's full of them, scurrying about in the heat. But the sound didn't match any animal that I could tell. It was heavier, deliberate, footsteps. I was way too far in to quit now though. I needed to just finish the job and just get out of here. Developers did not pay to be jumpy. So I kept going, moving along that dry creek and back towards the property corners. And that's when I started finding more signs. Cigarette butts scattered in the dirt, each one crushed flat like it'd been stomped out in a hurry. A plastic water bottle, sun-warped and brittle, half buried in the sand. And then there was footprints, bare feet by the looks of it, pressing deep into the loose earth near that creek. And they didn't look too old either. Someone had definitely been here, and maybe they were even still here. I tightened my grip on my GPS rod, almost like it was a weapon. I thought about heading back to the truck, but I did not want to leave this job unfinished. That was the kind of thing that got you a reputation. Besides, I hadn't actually seen anybody. Yet. I think I was just overreacting. That's when I noticed a boulder. It was up ahead, standing out against the flat landscape. I needed to mark the property corner just beyond it, so I approached it cautiously, the shadows around it seeming darker than they should have been. When I came around the side of the boulder, I froze. There they were, an old man and a boy standing no more than 10 feet away. The man had this wiry build, his skin leathered and cracked by the years inside the sun. His eyes were bloodshot, his nose a mess of broken capillaries. He clutched a double-barrel shotgun in one hand. The barrel angled lazily in my direction. The boy couldn't have been any older than 12, but he held a .22 rifle with ease that suggested that he'd done it before. "The hell are you and what the hell are you doing out here?" The man quickly barked, his voice rough, a smoker's rasp. I swallowed hard, forcing my voice to stay calm. "I am a surveyor. I'm just marking some property lines and really, that's it." "Property lines?" he spat out. "This land don't belong to nobody but us. Been out here 10 years, minding our own business." I glanced at the boy. He was watching me intently, his finger dangerously close to the trigger. The rifle looked like it had seen better days, but I wasn't about to test whether it still worked or not. I understand," I said carefully, "but this land's been bought. Developers are coming through. I'm literally just doing my job." The old man's face twisted into something ugly now. He took a swig from a clay jug hanging from his belt. "Developers," he muttered. "Think they can just take what ain't theirs. Well, not this time. Not here." I was doing my best to keep my breathing steady. The heat, the guns, the wild look in their eyes, it was all far too much. "You can put that gun down," I said. "I'm not here to take anything, just marking lines." The boy shifted, his grip on the rifle tightening now. "Maybe we don't want no lines," he said, his voice high and cracking. "All right, easy now," I said, taking a step back. The old man let out this harsh laugh, his breath stinking of booze. "You scared, surveyor? You should be. The desert don't like strangers." Then he fired his shotgun into the air, the sound ripping through the silence. I flinched, ears ringing as a flock of birds took off from a nearby tree. "You don't belong here," he said, leveling the shotgun again, this time pointing it just off to my side. I nodded quickly, trying to defuse the situation. I'll tell the developers," I lied. "I'll let them know you're here. Maybe we can figure something out." The old man squinted at me, his expression now hard to read. "You do that?" "Yeah," I said, words tumbling out before I could even think. "I'll tell them. They don't need to mess with you." He stared at me for what felt like an eternity, reached into his pocket and pulled out this crumpled $50 bill. So old and faded it barely even looked like money anymore. He shoved it into my hand. "Good," he said. "Now get the hell out of here before I change my mind." I nodded, backing away slowly. The boy watched me with unblinking eyes, his fingers still twitching far too close to that trigger. As soon as I was out of sight, I turned and bolted, my legs feeling like jelly, but I pushed myself back toward the truck. When I finally reached it, I slammed the door shut and locked it, and grabbed my phone. "Hello," I said. I need to report vagrants, armed vagrants, on the developmental property east of the Metro Valley, possible moonshiners." The dispatcher's voice crackled back, calm and detached. "Copy that, we'll send somebody out to investigate. Are you clear of the area?" "Yeah," I said, glancing in the rearview mirror as I started up my engine. "I'm clear." The truth was, I wasn't sure if I'd ever feel clear again, though. I didn't look back as I drove away, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched still. It was like their eyes were still on me, boring into the back of my skull, even as I bounced over the uneven dirt road. The radio chatter faded into the background noise, drowned out by the thudding of my pulse in my ears. The further that I got from that boulder, the more the landscape began to blur together, an endless expanse of sand and scrub, stretching far out into infinity. But no matter how far I drove, I couldn't escape those words the old man had said to me. Desert don't like strangers. When I finally reached the main road, I pulled over and cut the engine and just sat there for a minute, staring out at the barren horizon. The sun was close to setting now. I told myself it was just the heat messing with my head. The sun was getting close to setting now. I reached into my pocket and pulled out that crumpled $50 bill. It felt wrong holding it. That paper was so thin and fragile, and it reeked of something faintly sour like old sweat or mildew. The face on the bill was faded and distorted, as though it had been left out in the sun for far too long. I tossed it quickly into the passenger seat and started up my truck again, eager to put as much distance between me and that place as I possibly could. Back at the office, I made my report. I didn't mention the shotgun or the crazed ranting. I just said that I encountered squatters, possibly were armed, and they were likely trespassing. I figured it wasn't really my job to play sheriff. Let somebody else deal with all that. I never saw those two again, and I suspect they were either run off or arrested. I worked at a fast food restaurant when I was 17. It's definitely not a glamorous job, but it paid enough for gas and nights out, and that's really all I cared about back then. The job itself was mostly really repetitive. Cook, wrap, serve, repeat. If you've ever worked fast food, you know exactly the monotony that I'm talking about. The droning hum of the fryer, the hiss of the soda machine, the endless parade of drive-through voices rattling off orders in these tiny bursts. I guess it wasn't completely miserable. Most of my coworkers were around my age and we made the best of it. We'd all crack jokes, try to one-up each other with weird burger creations, and invent ridiculous games to make the shifts go by faster. Some nights, we'd even blast music over the speaker system after closing time, dancing around as we scrubbed grease off the counters and mopped the floor. Dean, our manager, was really cool about it all. He wasn't much older than us, maybe in his mid-20s, and he had this easygoing vibe that made him feel more like an older brother than an actual boss. He had rules, sure. No messing around when customers were watching, no skipping cleaning duties. But as long as we didn't go overboard, he let us have our fun. It was one of those jobs that felt like it would never change. The shifts would blur together in my memory. A series of identical nights punctuated by the occasional odd customer or even a prank call. But there was a night, one shift that stood out from all the rest, and definitely not in a good way. Occasionally, I'll still think back on it, especially when I'm driving home alone at night. I'll still try to convince myself it wasn't as bad as I remember, that maybe I've exaggerated the details over all these years, but no matter how I spin it, the truth is it scared the hell out of me. It was a Saturday, and Saturdays were always super busy. Families came in for quick dinners, teenagers loitering around in the dining area, with the drive-through line stretching out to the street. For some reason, this particular Saturday was worse than usual though. A couple of people had called out, leaving us very short-staffed, and for some other reason, the phone just wouldn't stop ringing with call-in orders. Dean looked like he was about to lose it halfway through the dinner rush, but somehow we all managed. By the time things started to slow down, it was already past 10 and we were all wiped. The night crew was mostly girls. Me, 3 of my friends, and a new girl who barely talked to anybody. Dean was the only guy, but he didn't really seem to mind. He'd always said that we were the best team that he'd ever worked with, and honestly, we were. We knew how to handle a rush without snapping at one another, which was more than you could say for most restaurant crews. I'd say around 11, we finally started to relax. The dining area was empty. The drive-thru had gone quiet. Dean flipped the sign on the door to closed and locked it, leaning up against the counter with a tired grin. "Good job tonight, guys," he said, pulling his phone out of his pocket. "Take 5 and then we'll start closing down." We scattered, grabbing sodas and picking at leftover fries. Somebody turned the music on low and the new girl finally cracked a smile when one of my friends did this terrible dance move. It felt good to unwind after the chaos of the night. I was just about to sit down when the landline rang. "Seriously?" I groaned, glancing at the clock. "Who could be calling this late?" Dean sighed, then picked up the phone. "Hello?" His usual laid-back tone shifted almost immediately. His eyes darted around the room though, and his face went pale. "Yeah, who is this?" He paused, listening. His hand tightened around the receiver, and for a second I thought he was gonna crush it. "Look, man, I don't know who you think you're talking to, but..." Another pause, longer this time. I could now see the tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw clenched as he continued to listen. Finally, he hung up and slammed the phone back into the cradle. What was that about?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. But the look on his face made my stomach drop. "Nothing, just some creep," he muttered. He reached for the lock on the door, double-checking it to make sure that he actually locked it. He said he knows it's just girls here tonight. Said he's been watching us." We all froze, the laughter dying immediately, and suddenly the music felt like it was playing too loud, too jarring. one of my friends moved toward the windows, peering out into the dark parking lot. "You see anybody out there?" Dean asked sharply. She shook her head. "No, but..." Her voice trailed off. She didn't sound completely convinced. "Look, it's probably just some weirdo trying to mess with us. You know, those stupid, immature pranks," Dean said, but his voice lacked conviction. "I'm gonna call the cops just to be safe, though." He disappeared into his office, leaving the rest of us standing there in this uneasy silence. We huddled together, our eyes flicking to the windows every few seconds. The shadows outside now felt more menacing, deeper even. None of us could shake the feeling that somebody was indeed out there, just beyond the edge of the light, watching us. Dean didn't come out of the office for a while, and the air in the restaurant seemed to grow thicker with every passing moment. The others tried to keep themselves busy, wiping down counters, sweeping the floor, but everybody's movements was jittery, eyes always darting back toward the windows. I stayed near the front pretending to straighten the condiment section, but mostly I was watching the glass for any sign of movement. The parking lot outside was still empty, just a sea of asphalt underneath the harsh yellow glow of those overhead lights. That should have been reassuring, but it wasn't. It felt like the calm before the storm. When Dean finally came back, his face was tight. His jaw was set in a way that he was trying to not freak us all out. "All right, cops are on their way," he announced, holding his phone in one hand and a wooden baseball bat in the other. I had no idea where he'd even gotten that. It wasn't the sort of thing that you'd expect to find in a fast food office, but the sight of it made me feel a little better. One of the girls laughed nervously. "You planning to play ball with this guy?" Dean didn't smile back at her. "I'm planning to make sure none of you have to deal with him." That shut us all up. The tension in the room felt like a living thing, pressing down upon us, making it hard to breathe. We tried to just continue focusing on closing down the store, but it was impossible to concentrate on anything at that moment. Every sound seemed to be magnified. The creak of a chair, the hum of the soda machine, the muffled clang of a pan in the kitchen. And that's when the bang came. It was so loud that I nearly dropped the container of ketchup packets that I was holding. The sound emanated through the restaurant, sharp and jarring, and it took me a second to even realize where it'd come from. The drive-thru window. "Did you hear that?" one of the girls whispered, her voice barely even audible. Before I could answer her, another bang came, followed by this strange scraping sound, like fingernails dragging across glass. My heart felt like it was going to explode in my chest. I turned toward the window, half expecting to see somebody standing out there, someone making all this noise, but the space was empty, just a reflection of the kitchen lights on the glass. Dean was already on the move, bat gripped tightly in his hands. He pointed at me and the others. "Stay here, don't move." He strode toward the drive-thru window, shoulders squared up, his movements very deliberate. He yanked the blinds down, blocking the view, then flipped the lock on the window for good measure. "I don't see anything," he said over his shoulder, though his voice still didn't sound confident. Maybe it was a bird. I don't know, something. A bird in the middle of the night? Nobody responded, but we were all thinking the same thing. There's no way that was a bird. We crowded together as Dean checked the other windows and doors, making sure everything was still secure. One of the girls, Sarah, whispered aloud, "Do you think that was him? The guy who called?" Dean didn't answer, he just kept moving, eyes scanning the shadows outside. I found myself staring at the door, watching for any sign of movement, any flicker of light that might suggest that somebody was indeed out there. But again, the parking lot remained eerily still. That's when the phone rang again. Everybody jumped, the sharp sound slicing through the heavy quiet like a knife. Dean hesitated just a moment before picking it up. "Hello?" His voice was hard now, edged with frustration and fear. "All right, Who is this? What do you want?" He was silent for a long time, face pale and drawn. Finally, I watched him hang up again. His hands was now trembling as he placed the receiver back on the cradle. "It's the same guy," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "He said he's still watching, said he's real close." That was enough for Sarah. "I'm not staying here," she said, her voice high and shaky. "This isn't worth it. I don't care if I get fired." "Nobody is leaving," Dean cut in. "We're staying together until the cops get here. It's the only way that everybody remains safe." We all nodded, too scared to argue with him. Dean went back into the office to give the police call once more, and the rest of us just huddled in the kitchen, keeping as far away from the windows as possible. Every little sound made us jump, even the hiss of the fryer or the distant hum of the highway outside. It felt like we were trapped inside this bubble of fear, cut off from the rest of the world. I continued wiping down the counters, trying to just distract myself. And that's when I saw a shadow at the back door, faint and flickering, like somebody standing just outside of the glass. For a split second, I thought, okay, this is my mind playing a trick on me, I'm imagining it. But then I saw that shadow move, and I saw a face, pale and round with dark sunken eyes. I screamed before I even realized what I was doing, and the others came running, their footsteps pounding against that tile floor. Dean was out in seconds, bat in hand, eyes wild. "What? What is it?" "The door," I stammered out, pointing. Somebody was at the door." Dean didn't hesitate. He pushed past me and headed straight for the back. But by the time he got there, of course, in typical horror movie fashion, the shadow was gone. He yanked open the door and stepped out into the night, bat raised and ready. "Dean!" Sarah called after him, but he wouldn't stop. He disappeared around the corner of the building, leaving us all alone. The silence was unbearable. We stood there staring at that now open door, waiting for him to come back, and those seconds continued to drag on, feeling like hours. Finally, he returned. "Nobody's there," he said, slamming the door shut and locking it again. "But I saw," I started to say. "I know what you saw. I believe you," he interrupted. "But whoever it was, they're gone now." That did little to reassure us. We just stayed close to one another, too scared to now split up. Those minutes dragged on, each one more agonizing than the last, until finally, and thankfully, the police arrived. Their cars rolled into the lot with the lights on, engines barely audible. 2 officers came inside, their eyes scanning the room as they did. Dean explained everything to them, and the officers nodded along, asking a few questions, and then stepped back outside to sweep the area. And it didn't take long for them to find him. When the police let him out from behind the dumpster near the back of the restaurant, I felt my legs were about to give out. He was much younger than I expected, maybe early 20s, with this heavy-set, wild, poofy hair that looked like it hadn't been brushed in weeks, maybe months. His face was pale, almost sickly pale, and his eyes were quickly darting around almost like a trapped animal, refusing to settle on one thing for more than just a second. He wasn't wearing a coat despite the cold, just this stained t-shirt and jeans. One of the officers had his arm twisted behind his back, cuffed and immobilized, but he was breathing really hard, chest heaving like he just run a marathon. I recognized him immediately. He had been here before, maybe a week or 2 ago. He was one of those customers you kind of can't forget. Not because he did anything memorable, but just because there was just something off about him. He hadn't said much during his visit, just stood at the counter staring at the menu, like he'd never seen one before. When he finally ordered, his voice was low and mumbled, impossible to hear. I chalked it up to social awkwardness at the time, but maybe nerves, I don't know. But now, it felt like there'd been something much darker beneath that quiet exterior. "He's been watching us," Dean said under his breath. We stood by the front window watching the police question him. Probably for weeks. How else did he know about tonight? The idea that he'd been planning this, that he'd been lurking somewhere nearby, taking notes on a routine, made my skin crawl. My mind flashed back to the shadow at the door, the pale face pressed against the glass, wondered how many times he'd been there before tonight, watching and waiting while we all went about our own business, completely unaware of his presence. One of the officers came back inside. His expression was very grim. We've got him in custody now. He's not really saying much, but we'll take him down to the station and see what we can get out of him. Does anybody recognize this man? He nodded. Yeah, he's been in here before, a couple of weeks ago, I think. The officer scribbled something in his notebook. All right, well, we're gonna need statements from all of you. After that, you're free to go, but I'd recommend being cautious for the next few days and keep an eye out for anything else unusual. Unusual? The word felt laughable after a night like this. What could possibly qualify as unusual anymore? We all gave our statements as quickly as we could. None of us wanted to stay in the restaurant any longer than we already had. That place that was once familiar, the routine of it all, now it felt completely different. When we finally locked the doors for the night and stepped outside, that cold air hit me like a slap. The parking lot was empty, save for the police cars and the flashing lights. The guy had already been loaded in the back of one of them. His face was now pressed against the window. I avoided looking at him, but I could still feel his eyes burning into the back of my head as I climbed into my car. My ride home was very silent. My usual routine of blasting music to myself to keep me awake felt wrong, like it might somehow invite more trouble now. Every pair of headlights that appeared in my rearview mirror made my pulse quicken. I found myself glancing at the passenger seat every few seconds, irrationally expecting to see somebody sitting there, but by the time I pulled into my driveway, I was shaking. I hardly slept that night, even with the doors locked and the blinds drawn. I could not shake the feeling that he was still out there, watching and waiting. Now, I knew the police had him, that he couldn't hurt us anymore, but logic didn't matter in the moment. The fear had now rooted itself too deep, twisting and spreading until it was all I could think about. A few days later, Dean called to let me know that the guy had been charged with trespassing and harassment. Apparently, he'd been stalking the restaurant for a few weeks, showing up late at night to watch us really closely. The police had found a notebook in his car filled with pages of obsessive notes. Descriptions of our routines, our schedules, even little details about what we wore and how we laughed. There were crude sketches of the building too, with X's marking the entrances and both exits. He was definitely planning something, Dean said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. I don't know what it was, but it couldn't have been anything good. I didn't go back to work after that. I couldn't do it. The thought of stepping foot in that building, about standing behind the counter where he'd watched me so many times, it was unbearable. Dean understood, thankfully. He didn't try to convince me to stay, didn't offer any platitudes about how it was safe now. Just told me to take care of myself and hung up the phone. Years later now, I still think about that night. I think about the sound that it made as his palm hit the drive-through window, that shadow at the back door, the way his eyes had flitted around like a predator. Most of all, I think about that notebook, the X's on the map, and the fact that we'd only caught him by chance. What if he'd gotten inside? What if he found a way to corner us, to lock the doors and make sure nobody escaped? Those questions kept me awake late at night, their answers too horrifying to even imagine. I've moved on now, obviously, more or less. I have a new job, a new life, but still, when I'm closing late or walking to my car in the dark, I feel it. That creeping sensation of being watched. I'll glance over my shoulder, expecting to see him standing there again, his pale face illuminated by the glow of a streetlight. I never do, but the feeling never really goes away. I first took the job as a garbage man, I never imagined it would be something that I actually enjoyed. Sure, it's not glamorous, and the smell had a way of clinging to you no matter how many showers you would take, but there was something deeply satisfying about the routine of it all. Every morning I'd start up the truck, check the route sheet, and head out to the same houses on the same exact streets, like clockwork. People seem to underestimate the beauty of predictability, of knowing exactly what your day holds even before it starts. That part I really liked about it, the black and white structure of that kind of job. Most of my weeks would go off without a hitch. You could set your watch by my rounds. Mrs. Jensen's house would always come first, her pristine white garbage cans set precisely 3 feet apart from the curb. Lids would be closed tight. A little further down the street was the Garcia's place, their cans perpetually overflowing with evidence of the 3 teenagers who had a penchant for takeout. It was the same rhythm, same dance week after week. Now anything that messed with that rhythm, truck trouble, a holiday, or bad weather, felt like somebody hitting a wrong note in an otherwise perfect symphony. I knew my routes so well, I could tell when I was behind schedule to the minute. If I wasn't rounding the corner on Maple Drive by 7:15, I'd start to feel it in my chest, this itch that I couldn't scratch. But that was the thing about the job. You had to be willing to keep moving, no matter what. There was always another can to grab, always another corner to turn, and if you let yourself stop for too long, you'd fall behind easily, and that's when things would start to spiral. It was December when everything went sideways. The forecasters were calling it the storm of the decade, a snow dump so heavy it would shut down the entire town for days. My boss, ever the pragmatist, decided that we couldn't afford to let the weather throw us off schedule again. So we called up a meeting in the yard. All of us gathered around in our bulky coats and gloves while he explained the plan to everybody. "We're going out tonight," he said, rubbing his hands together to keep warm. "The storm's set to hit early tomorrow morning, so we're doing tonight's pickup as a double run. Customers have been told to put their trash out early, so be prepared for some cans to be missing. I don't care how fast you go, just don't skip anything that's out. Everybody got it?" We all nodded, grumbling underneath our breath. Night runs weren't unheard of, but they weren't exactly common either. Driving the truck in the dark was a whole different animal. The headlights only gave you a sliver of the road ahead, and every shadow seemed to shift and move like it had a life of its own. But orders were orders, and I wasn't about to be the one to argue. That night, as I fired up the truck and pulled out of the lot, I told myself everything's fine. Just another route, just another rhythm to fall into. I had the radio low and the heat cranked up and tried to not think about just how empty the streets were around me. There was something unsettling about the stillness of it all, the way that snow dusted the trees and it would loom over the road. I pushed those thoughts aside though. I had a job to do. Those cans weren't going to empty themselves. The route started pretty smoothly. There were a few no-shows, empty curbs where the cans should have been, but most people had followed the boss's instructions, lining up their garbage cans like soldiers awaiting inspection. My gloves stayed on as I hopped in and out of the cab, that icy wind biting at my cheeks every time I stepped out into it. The truck rumbling behind me. About halfway through the night, I realized just how different everything felt. During the day, the neighborhood felt like it had a life of its own. Dogs barking behind fences, kids screaming as they chased each other throughout the yards, and of course the occasional neighbor who would wave from their porch. But at night, it was like driving through a ghost town. No lights and no sounds except for the truck engine and the crunch of my boots. That stillness wasn't peaceful to me, it was oppressive. It was the cold, it's the dark, it's the silence playing tricks on me. But I just convinced myself, you're being stupid. It's just the cold, it's just the dark. And the silence would occasionally play tricks on my brain. So I shook it off and forced myself to just focus on the cans, on that pleasant rhythm that I knew all too well. But as I turned onto that dead-end road at the end of the route, that feeling began to creep back, stronger than ever. That road was a dirt stretch that twisted through a strand of bare trees. I hated it. Turning the truck around at the end was a pain in the ass, especially now in the dark, but I had to be done. As I rumbled down the lane, I spotted something, illuminated by my truck's high beams. There's a man stood in the middle of the road, shirtless despite the cold, a lone cigarette dangling from his lips. He wasn't moving, just standing there with his arms crossed, staring at me like he'd been waiting for me. Beyond him, near a cluster of dumpsters, I saw two more figures. They were rooting around through the trash, pulling out bags and tearing them open like scavengers. I slowed the truck. My first thought was that they were homeless, maybe looking for food or recyclables to sell, but they were moving weird, like jerky, frantic, almost animalistic, and it put my nerves immediately on edge. I rolled down the window just enough to be heard. "Hey, you guys need to clear out. I'm here to pick up the trash." The shirtless man didn't even budge. He just stood there, breath puffing out in clouds of smoke and steam. One of the others glanced up from the dumpsters and yelled something that I couldn't quite make out, and it didn't sound friendly. So I tried again, louder this time. "Come on, you need to move. I got a schedule to keep." This time, the response was very clear. The man by the dumpster straightened up, tossed a ripped bag to the ground. "Go fuck yourself," he shouted, voice sharp and slurred. Now the shirtless guy moved, taking a slow step toward the truck. He didn't look like he was freezing, oddly enough, even though his bare skin was mottled in red. "Call the cops," I muttered to myself, grabbing my phone from the dashboard. Dialed the office first, explained the situation in hurried whispers, and all the while keeping an eye on the men. My boss really didn't seem too surprised, probably assumed it was some drunk idiots. He promised me to call the sheriff department. As I hung up, the men were closing in. The shirtless one was at the truck's bumper now. His hand was brushing against the grill like he was trying to intimidate me. The other two were circling around the sides. I didn't even wait. I slammed the truck into reverse, engine roaring as I backed up, forcing them to scatter. One of them ended up jumping onto the side of the truck, banging on the cab window with a fist. I swerved and tried to shake him off, and he tumbled to the ground with a grunt. When I reached the end of the road, I slammed the brakes and threw the truck in a drive. I wasn't out of the woods yet, literally or figuratively. I still had to turn this damn thing around. The truck's radius wasn't exactly grateful, and as I swung around into this wide arc, the headlights swept over the trees. A rock came sailing out of the darkness, hitting the windshield with a crack that spiderwebbed across the glass. I jerked back in the seat, heart hammering as I fumbled for the glove box. My hand closed in around the cold metal of my .45. The boss insisted that we keep in the trucks, just in case. I rolled down my window just enough to stick the barrel through, scanning the trees for any more signs of movement. My breath fogged up the glass as I waited, finger hovering over the trigger. But the shadows were still. The men were gone as if they melted into the night. I didn't waste any more time. The truck groaned as I completed the turn, the shattered windshield making it even harder to see. I kept that gun in my lap, eyes darting between the mirror and the road ahead as I sped back towards the main route. When the sheriff's car finally pulled up beside me at a gas station a few miles away, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. They took my statement, nodding grimly as I described the men and their behavior. "All right, we'll check it out," one of the deputies said. His tone told me he didn't expect to find much. And, well, he was right, they didn't. By the time they reached that dead-end road, the men were gone, leaving nothing behind but torn garbage bags and a faint cloud of cigarette smoke, still hanging in the air. Black Friday was the day that I hated above all others. Normally, my job at the tech store was a predictable kind of chaos. I'd clock in and deal with a steady stream of customers, some of them being nice, and most not. I'd clock out by 6 p.m. It was the rhythm of my life, the kind of grind that was exhausting but manageable. 99% of the time, the store closed at a reasonable hour. I could go home, kick back, and forget about the gadgets, the angry buyers, and that constant stress. But Black Friday, that was something else entirely. For one, we'd have to stay open until 9 p.m. and the other, people were just different on Black Friday. They weren't looking for deals, they were on the hunt, ready to pounce on anything shiny and anything discounted. It's not just chaos, it was savagery. It was the one day a year when my job stopped being routine and started feeling like a survival exercise. On this particular Black Friday, I was stuck on the late shift alongside Darnell. We weren't friends per se, out of work at least, but we got along enough, at least enough to work together. He was one of those guys who could keep his cool pretty much no matter what, and that made him the perfect partner for the insanity that we were about to face. We prepped for everything that evening like soldiers getting ready for battle. Energy drinks lined up, phones plugged into chargers so we wouldn't lose power halfway through the night. Some snacks even stashed in the back room. And you couldn't forget a decent playlist to set looped over the store speakers. The plan was simple: keep things smooth, keep things fast, and get through the night without losing our minds completely. The first few hours went okay. People came in and grabbed what they wanted and left. Sure, there were the usual grumblers about sold out items or expired coupons, but nothing we couldn't handle. It wasn't until the clock edged closer to 7:30 that things began to unravel. It started with this woman who was trying to pull one over on us. She had this large stack of coupons, half of them being expired, demanding discounts on a laptop that was already heavily marked down. Darnell dealt with her at first, and I could tell she was already getting under his skin. After a while, he called me over, his voice nice and low. "Man, can you handle her?" he asked. "I don't know, I just got a bad feeling about this one." I didn't argue. Darnell's gut feelings were usually spot on, so I nodded and stepped up to the plate. The woman looked at me and she'd already decided that I was the enemy, her eyes sharp and smile very forced. I explained as politely as I could that we couldn't honor her coupons and suggested she might have better luck at another store. To my surprise, she didn't argue with me at all. She gathered up her things, smiled that same tight fake smile, and then asked to use the bathroom. Well, that's weird. We don't usually let customers use the employee bathroom, but it was Black Friday and I didn't feel like making a scene. I grabbed the key and led her to the back and let her inside. She thanked me, all sugary sweet, and disappeared inside. Didn't think much more of it. When I got back to the sales floor, I saw Darnell was talking to a guy who must have just walked in while I was dealing with the woman. And this guy was off. He wasn't shopping, he was just wandering between the shelves, hands stuffed deep into his pockets, eyes darting around like he was casing the place. Something about that situation just put me on edge immediately. Darnell must have felt the same way because he was sticking close, keeping that oh-so-friendly smile plastered on his face, all the while asking this guy if he needed help with anything. I walked over to see if Darnell needed backup, but the guy waved me off immediately. "I'm good, I'm fine, I'm just looking," he said, voice low and gravelly. So we just let him wander. But I kept an eye on him. Something about the way he moved, the way it looked like he was avoiding the cameras. Again, Darnell must have noticed it too because he leaned in and whispered to me, "Think that guy's with that woman?" "With who?" I asked, but then it dawned on me. He tilted his head toward the back of the store. Bathroom lady. Oh shit. How long has she been in there? It had to have been at least 10 minutes, maybe more. Too long for somebody just using the bathroom. "I'll go check," I said, already walking towards the back. But before I could take 2 more steps, that guy moved quickly, blocking my path. It wasn't obvious, he just happened to step in my way, browsing a shelf of phone cases, like he suddenly decided they weren't the most interesting thing in the world. I tried to sidestep him, but he shifted, casually keeping himself between me and the back of the store. All right, this ain't normal. Excuse me, I said, voice firm. The guy didn't even look up. What's the rush? He asked, tone casual but with an edge that sent a ripple of fear through me. I didn't answer him. I just turned and walked down a different aisle, quickly picking up my pace. My mind was racing, a dozen worst-case scenarios quickly flashing through my head. What the hell was she doing back there? And why was this guy now trying to stop me? When I reached the back room, the smell hit me first. Smoke. My stomach was dropping as I fumbled for the key, unlocking the bathroom door and swinging it wide open. The sight inside froze me in place. The trash bin was on fire, flames licking up towards the ceiling. The woman was crouched next to it, fanning the flames with a piece of cardboard, her face illuminating in that flickering orange light. She looked up at me, her eyes were wide and wild, and for a split second, nobody moved. "What the fuck are you doing?" I shouted, snapping out of my shock. She didn't answer, she just grabbed the burning bin and tried to tip it towards me. I lunged forward, knocking it out of her hands and into the sink. Smoke filled the room as I turned towards the faucet, quickly dousing the flames. "Darnell, call 911! Fire!" Behind me, I heard her bolt, footsteps pounding towards the sale floor now. I spun around and chased after, but by the time I got there, she was already halfway to the door. That weird, strange guy right behind her. Darnell was on the phone, shouting something into the receiver as the two of them burst through the exit and quickly disappeared into the night. Cops showed up a lot faster than I expected. Darnell and I were just standing by the door, both of us jittery and wide-eyed. The smell of smoke still hung in the air, faint but sharp. When the first officer stepped inside, I felt a strange mix of relief and dread. Relief because they were here, and because we weren't alone anymore, and dread because now I had to explain what had just happened. And I really wasn't even sure I understood it. The officer listened as I stumbled through the story, nodding as he took notes. His partner wandered around the store, shining a flashlight into the corners. "So they just ran off?" the cop asked, his tone clearly skeptical. "Yeah," I said. "Out the door and then down the street. I didn't chase them or anything. I mean, look at me." I gestured to my uniform and my tired expression. "I'm not exactly built for heroics." The cop didn't laugh. He just scribbled something in his notebook and said, "And you said they tried to start a fire in the bathroom." "Not tried, they did," I corrected him. "I put it out, but it was close. Way too close." Darnell was still clutching his phone like a lifeline, and he quickly added, "She was crazy, man, like totally unhinged, and that guy, there was something wrong about him. I know you know what I'm talking about." The cop gave him this flat look. "Wrong like how?" Darnell hesitated, searching for the right words. "Like predatory, like he was just waiting for something bad to happen so he could pounce." I mean, that was it exactly. The guy clearly hadn't been there to shop. He hadn't been there for any other reason that made sense. What had he been there to do? Distract us? Protect her? "All right, well, we'll put out an alert," the cop said, snapping his notebook shut. "If they're still in the area, we'll find them." They didn't have to look too far. Less than 10 minutes later, one of the officers' radios crackled to life. The two of them exchanged a glance and then one said, "They're at the gas station up the street, we'll handle it." They left without another word. Darnell and I were now alone again, that store suddenly feeling too big and too quiet. "You think they'll actually arrest them?" Darnell asked, breaking the silence. I just shrugged back. "I hope so, but even if they do, what's to stop them from coming back again? People like that, they just don't go away." Darnell didn't respond. He didn't have to. We both knew this wasn't over. Not really. About an hour later, the cops returned. They caught the pair at a gas station, just as they were trying to hitch a ride out of town. That woman was still wearing those same wild-eyed expressions, like she'd been caught in the middle of some kind of fever dream. The guy, he just stared at us through that squad car window, his face blank and unreadable. It was almost worse than anger. "You're sure these are the ones?" the cops asked. I nodded. "Yeah, that's them." The woman lunged forward, twisting around the grip of the officer holding her. "You think this is over?" she hissed. "You have no idea what's coming." The cop yanked her back, muttering something under his breath, but her words hung in the air. Even after they drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was right. We finished that shift in silence, cleaning up the mess and trying to pretend everything was normal, but nothing was normal now. The store itself felt tainted. When I finally clocked out, I practically ran to my car. That drive home was a blur. My eyes constantly flicking to the rearview mirror, expecting to see that pair of lunatics following behind. I didn't breathe easy until I was parked in my driveway and the door locked behind me. I grew up inside a place that felt like the edge of the world. Though looking back now, it was really nothing more than a sleepy patch of suburbs in the southwestern United States. Not quite desert, but not entirely fertile either. It was this strange middle ground where the summers were brutal and the winters were pretty mild. The biggest events in town were the annual rodeo and the Friday night homecoming football game, of course. It was a town full of potluck dinners, block parties, and kids playing tag until the streetlights came on. I don't think I ever appreciated just how ordinary and safe it all seemed. At least, not until the night that we lost Sarah. We don't call it the night we lost Sarah, at least back then. It wasn't something people talked about openly. Instead, it lingered, inside whispered conversations and weary glances over the tops of hedges. But I'll get to that. For now, let me just tell you about Sarah herself. Her house was 2 streets over from mine, nestled on the corner, where all that rainwater would pool up after a big storm. Obviously, this became a very popular spot for all of us kids to play. Sarah didn't mind. In fact, she encouraged it. It became such a regular habit for all of us to play in that runoff after a big storm. But by the time we got over there, she'd have lemonade and sandwiches already made for us. It was one of those houses that always just seemed brighter than the rest. That white paint never chipped. The garden, God, that garden was like something out of a fairy tale. Lavender and roses in the spring, towering sunflowers in the summer, and every single Halloween her porch would just be crowded with these carved pumpkins, each more intricate than the last. And who can forget every Christmas, the whole house would glitter with lights that she hung up herself, despite her age. She was in her 70s, but she had the energy and coherence of somebody much younger than that. Sarah wasn't just the nice old lady on the corner. She was the heart of our neighborhood. She'd been widowed a few years prior, and she could have retreated into her grief, but instead she poured herself inside the community. She would organize bake sales, taught kids how to plant tomatoes, and still would find time to swim laps at the YMCA every single week. My mom would always call her unstoppable. And honestly, I think that's how everybody saw her. I was 14 when it all happened. It was really late outside. Only sounds that I could hear from my bedroom at the time were the occasional chirp of the crickets. Of course, that low hum of a neighbor's air conditioner. When the sirens started, they all came at once. A wall of noise that seemed to rise and slam into the house like a tidal wave. I sat bolt right up in bed, heart immediately hammering in my chest. Sirens at this hour was very uncommon, and sirens that close, totally distressing and very weird. Next came the glow, a flickering orange that danced against my walls. I scrambled to the window and pressed my face to the glass. From my room, I could just make out the plume of smoke curling up into the night sky, thick and black. Holy shit, there was a house on fire. I wiped the sleep from my eyes and tried to make out which home it actually was. But with the angle and the darkness outside and plus my sleep-deprived kid brain, I couldn't exactly tell. "Go back to bed," my dad told me when I crept downstairs to see what was going on. His face was pale and he looked really nervous. "It's just a fire. It's under control though." "Whose house is it?" "Sarah's." I went numb. "It's just a fire. I'm sure she's fine." But I could see the fear in his eyes. Even then, I knew something more was up. They let me stay downstairs for a little bit more, and sure enough, dozens more emergency vehicles were quickly on the scene. Fire engine after fire engine, other fire trucks, ambulances, police. All we truly hoped was that Sarah was now out of the house and hopefully being treated by the EMTs. We didn't really care what else happened. I floated out the idea of walking over, but my parents did not want to get in the way of all the first responders. Eventually, they told me I really had to go back to bed now. By the time I woke up the next morning, the fire was out, and the sun had risen on a neighborhood that now felt wrong. It wasn't just the smell, that tang of burnt wood in the air. It was something else that I couldn't quite name. Normally, mornings in our neighborhood were full of life. Lawn sprinklers ticking, cars pulling out of driveways, kids shouting at one another to get to the bus stop. But on that day, I heard none of it. At breakfast, my parents were glued to the TV. The local news showed aerial footage of Sarah's house, or at least what was left of it. The roof had caved in. The second floor was completely gone. Charred beams jutted out like blackened bones, and that garden, her beautiful, vibrant garden, was nothing more than a smoldering patch of earth. "Arson," the reporter said grimly. "Authorities confirmed that accelerants were used to ignite the blaze. Foul play is suspected." My mom gasped, one hand flying to her mouth, and my dad just shook his head. "Sick, twisted world," he muttered, pushing his chair back from the table. I wanted to ask 1,000 questions. Who would do this? Why? But the look on my dad's face immediately stopped me. He was afraid too, and I'd never seen my father that afraid before. We were locking the doors, keeping the porch light on, keeping the counters and tables with the landlines free of call clutter, so we could call 911 if need be. The remaining details came out over the next few days, though I wish they hadn't. It turned out that the fire wasn't meant to cover a robbery. Nothing had been stolen from the house. No, it was something far worse. The fire had been deliberate, calculated attempt to destroy evidence because Sarah hadn't died inside the flames. They found her body in the bedroom, or at least what was left of it. She'd been decapitated. The police wouldn't say much beyond that though, probably to spare the public all the details, or maybe even themselves. But rumors began to spread. Some were saying her hands had been cut off. Others whispered about symbols carved into her skin. Whether any of that was true or not, I don't know. What I do know is this though. The person who did this wasn't just a murderer. There was something far darker, something worse. Sarah was literally the sweetest, kindest person inside our neighborhood. To be able to kill her was beyond any sin imaginable. For weeks, the neighborhood was just still in this dormant state of shock. People triple locked their doors, installed floodlights, and started looking at everybody differently. The man who lived across the street from Sarah, a retired teacher named Mr. Donahue, was immediately questioned by the police. So was the teenager who mowed her lawn in the summers, but nothing seemed to come of it. No arrests, no suspects, no answers. Everybody loved her, and it was obvious. I couldn't stop thinking about her. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her smile. The way she used to wave at me when I rode my bike past her house. None of this made sense. Sarah wasn't rich or flashy. She didn't have enemies. She was just good. The kind of good that felt rare even back then. And for no apparent reason, somebody snuffed her out like a candle. No more playing in the puddles by her house. No more sandwiches. No more lemonade. A week after the fire, I biked over to the ruins of her house. A yellow police tape fluttering in the breeze. cordoning off what was left of her property. I stood there for a long while, staring at the blackened shell of her home. It felt wrong to see it like that, stripped of all of its warmth and its life. And that's when I saw something glinting in the dirt near the edge of her garden. Brushing ash and debris aside until I uncovered it. A bracelet. Simple silver with a single charm shaped like a flower. I recognized it almost immediately. Sarah wore it all the time. I shouldn't have taken it, and I knew that even as I slipped it into my pocket, but something about it felt important to me. Like there was a piece of her that had survived, and I couldn't just leave it there, surrounded by ash and ruin. It had clearly fallen off at some point when she was working out there in the garden. Didn't really seem to have any value to anybody else. I began to notice little things after that. The way people acted when Sarah's name came up. The way Mr. Donahue would glance over his shoulder before he spoke, lowering his voice to almost a near whisper. The way my mom and dad would change the subject whenever I brought up the fire. Everybody had their own weird way to deal with the tragedy, and mine was over-observation. I watched what everybody was doing all the time because I knew somebody out there had to be guilty. Somebody knew what happened to Sarah. Then I noticed this man. I happened to see him randomly one night when I glanced out my window. He was standing at the edge of Sarah's property, just outside that police tape. He wasn't from the neighborhood, at least I personally didn't recognize him. His clothes were way too neat and that posture was far too stiff. He didn't belong. Beyond that, he just seemed really tall and really didn't match the description of anybody that lived near us at all. I suppose it was dark and he was pretty far away, but I do have pretty good vision. I watched him from my bedroom window, stomach twisting into knots. He didn't seem to move for what felt like hours, just standing there, staring at the ruins of Sarah's house. And then, almost as if he sensed my gaze, he turned his head slowly. Our eyes met, or at least they almost seemed like they were. He was definitely looking in my direction. My bedroom light was on, so it would have been pretty easy to see me. I ducked behind the curtain. When I finally worked up the courage to look again, he was no longer there. I told myself it was nothing, just some random passerby, but deep down, I didn't truly believe that. And when I saw him again the next night, standing in that exact same spot, I knew I wasn't imagining things. That man didn't come back the third night, but his absence did not bring me any comfort. If anything, it just left me with more questions. Who was this man? And why had he been watching Sarah's house? And why did it feel like he'd been watching me too? That said, lots of people made the trip over to Sarah's property, usually more than once. It's the easiest way to pay respect to her, so when I told my parents I saw this weird guy standing by her lawn out in the middle of the night, they quickly dismissed it as just one of her friends, saying his own goodbyes. The neighborhood eventually tried to return to normal, though normal was a word that no longer seemed to fit us. People still mowed their lawns and went to church, but there was hesitation to almost everything, as if the shadow of what happened to Sarah lingered just behind everybody's smiling face. When neighbors passed one another on the street, their nods were a lot stiffer, their waves half-hearted now. The police never made an arrest, and months turned into years. The story faded from the headlines, replaced by fresher tragedies. But Sarah's death hung over the neighborhood like a storm cloud that refused to pass. Every Halloween, I couldn't help but think about her jack-o'-lanterns, how they would glow so warmly on her front porch. Every Christmas, I thought about her lights. Her house was a beacon of joy in the cold. Those little things, those symbols of her life were now gone forever, and it felt like the world was a worse place for it. I kept that bracelet, and I told myself it was to remember her by. But the truth was actually a lot more complicated than that. Sometimes I would take it out of the shoebox where I'd hid it and hold it in my hand. It was always cold and heavy, and I would just stare at it until my eyes blurred, hoping it would give me some kind of closure. It was just a bracelet though, a memento. moved away after high school and went to college, and then built a life far from that little town. I made new friends, started a real career, and did my best to forget the things that I couldn't change. But forgetting isn't the same as healing, and no matter how far I went, that memory of Sarah's house, her life and her death, always stayed with me. I visited the home a few times over the years, and the last time I drove past Sarah's old property, there's a new house there. It was a lot smaller and simpler, with a neat little green lawn and no garden. A young family had moved in. They looked happy, and for their sake, I hope they didn't know what had happened there before. There'll be some nights where I dream about her, and in those dreams, she doesn't speak. She doesn't have to. She just looks at me, her eyes full of that same quiet sadness as before. It's not anger and it's not fear, it's something more like acceptance. And yet, I still can't let it go. I still wonder who the hell did that, and I still wonder why. I wonder if the person who took her life still walks free, living their own life, as if Sarah's never mattered. I wonder if they even remember her, or if they've forgotten her completely. I wonder if they still live in that town, if I waved to them good morning, or if I've held the door for them. The police call it a cold case, but to me, it's just a haunting memory. Logging isn't a glamorous job. Nobody grows up dreaming about marking trees for cutting or running a loader up the side of a mountain in the rain. But for me, it was steady work. I got bills to pay, and I actually liked being out in the wilderness. There's a certain peace to it, the quiet hum of the forest and just the way the fog sits low inside those early mornings. It was that peace that made grueling hours easier to take, even when I'm running on 2 cups of gas station coffee and sheer stubbornness. We worked inside a stretch of the Pacific Northwest forest, so far off the beaten path that cell phones were just paperweights in your pocket. It's raw country out there, miles and miles of towering firs and pines, broken up only by the logging roads that wound up into the hills. Most of the time, my day started long before the sun did. I'd load timber into a truck in the pitch black and haul it back up to the city. By the time the first streaks of light painted over the horizon, I'd already be halfway through my first run. It was hard, dirty work, but not complicated, and I liked that. Most days, the biggest danger was falling behind schedule. A late delivery meant the boss might be breathing down your neck, and nobody wanted that. But again, there was a rhythm to it. Once you got into that rhythm, the job just became second nature. I didn't think about much besides the next haul and the next paycheck. Life is simple. I definitely didn't know it at the time, but simple was something that I'd been clearly taking for granted. That season, we were working this particularly remote tract of land. The company had leased it for the better part of 2 years now, but it still felt untouched, wild. I liked it well enough, but some of the guys didn't. They joke about how the woods out there had this bad vibe to it. "It's too damn quiet out here," Mark Wilden said to me more than once. Mark was my usual partner on tree marking days. This wiry guy with a nervous laugh who always had a cigarette tucked behind his ear. Mark and I spent a lot of time together that season, driving the old company truck deep into the forest, marking trees for cutting. It's tedious work, but again, I never minded it. We'd talk about whatever came to mind, sports, movies, the latest gossip from the crew, nothing ever too heavy. And that's what it made so jarring when all of that changed. The work wasn't supposed to be dangerous. Sure, you can get hurt if you weren't paying attention, but the forest itself wasn't supposed to be threatening. It wasn't until we found that car smack in the middle of nowhere that I realized just how wrong I was. It was a normal Wednesday morning, just like any other. Mark and I had been assigned to a tree marking for the day since the rain was supposed to roll in by afternoon. making cutting and hauling too dangerous. So we grabbed that old pickup, a box of neon orange spray paint, and a thermos of coffee, just before heading out into that deepest part of the tract. The trees were thicker out there, towering pines that blocked out most of the light even when the sun was at its highest. You could get turned around real easy in there if you weren't careful. Mark was already in one of his moods. "Feels like it's gonna rain sooner than they're saying," he muttered, lighting a cigarette as I navigated that uneven dirt road. "You ever notice how it's always colder back here too? Like the sun can't even touch it?" I smirked. "You're always coming up with reasons to hate this job, man." He blew out a cloud of smoke and shrugged. "I'm just saying, this part of the woods gives me the creeps." I didn't give him a response. Mark had been harping about the creepy woods all season, and I figured it was just his way of breaking the monotony out. But that day, as we drove deeper into the forest, I felt it too, that prickle at the back of my neck. The truck lurched over a rock and Mark spilled the coffee on himself, cursing underneath his breath. "Hey, stop up there," he said, suddenly pointing. I squinted through the windshield. At first, I didn't see what he was talking about, but as we rolled closer, something metallic caught the light. It was a car, this beat-up old sedan sitting off to the side of the narrow dirt road. "Well, that's weird," I said, pulling over. Mark was climbing out before I even killed the engine. I followed him, my breath puffing out in the chilly air. The car turned out to be deeper into the woods than I really realized at the time. What I thought was just off the road was actually like 60 yards off into the wilderness. We bushwhacked until we reached it. The sedan was in really bad shape. The paint was scorched black and the windows were shattered. The whole thing smelled like smoke and something else. Something sour and sickly, rotten and charred. "How the hell did this even get back here?" Mark muttered, circling the vehicle. "There's no way somebody drove it in. There's no space wide enough." We looked back between the trees and the brush, where we walked in. It was pretty tight. I shook my head. He was right. The sedan was wedged between two massive pines. The narrow dirt track that we've been driving on didn't even come back here. It didn't make sense. It was almost like it fell out of the sky. But it didn't, I reminded us both. Mark leaned closer to peer inside the driver's side window. "Jesus," he said, stepping back and waving a hand in front of his face. "That smell! Can you smell it?" I nodded, my stomach turning. It was much stronger now. Mark looked at me with that usual smirk he had completely wiped from his face. "You think this might be like a crime thing? You know, like one of those murder dump sites?" Normally, I would laugh this off, but those words stuck in my throat. "Maybe," I said finally. "I think we should call this in." I pulled out the company radio and relayed what we'd found. Management said they'd send somebody out, but it would be a while. In the meantime, they told us to stay put and keep an eye on the site. So we waited. Mark paced back and forth, still muttering to himself, while I leaned up against the truck, trying not to think about what actually might be inside that car. But that smell was impossible to ignore. It almost clung to the back of my throat, and the longer I stood there, the more certain I became that something was indeed very wrong. I'd say an hour later, the boss showed up with the brass and another guy that I didn't recognize. Private investigator, maybe? They didn't waste any time. Investigator immediately started poking around, taking pictures and making notes. All the while, my boss asked us to go over exactly what we'd seen. I was halfway through explaining when one of the other guys called out, "Hey, I got the trunk open." Mark and I turned just as he lifted the trunk lid. That smell, that first hit, was a wave of heat and decay that made my eyes water. Mark gagged and doubled over. I just stood there staring. Inside the truck were two bodies, or at least what was left of them. They were burned so badly that it was hard to tell where one ended and where the other began. The flesh was charred black and melted together in places, and the few scraps of clothing that remained were singed beyond recognition. "God almighty," Mark whispered. The investigator closed the trunk quickly, pulled out a handkerchief to cover his nose. "All right, call the cops," he said to the boss. "This is their jurisdiction now." My boss nodded and pulled out his cell phone. He glanced over at me and Mark. You two are done for the day. Go back to the main site and just wait there. We'll need statements later, probably have paperwork for you too." We didn't argue. I climbed back into the truck and I gripped the steering wheel a lot tighter than I normally would. Mark was silent beside me, his usual chatter replaced by a heavy, suffocating stillness. No one said a word on that drive back either. I mean, what was there to say? My mind kept replaying that image of the trunk, those blackened bodies, the twisted limbs. Who were they, and how the hell did they end up out here in the middle of nowhere? Who had done this to them? When we got back to the main site, the other crew members were just standing around, waiting for the news. Word spread fast in a place like this, and by the time the cops arrived, everybody knew what we'd found. The officers ended up questioning us for hours, making us go over every detail again and again. Where exactly was the car? Had we seen anybody else in the area? Did we notice anything strange before that day? But there was nothing to tell them. We found the car and that literally was it. By the time they let us go, it was dark outside. And once again, I drove home in silence, radio off, just stewing in my head. I could barely even sleep that night either. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that trunk. I smelled the smoke and heard the investigator's voice saying,
"This is their jurisdiction now."
"The hell did we walk into?" The logging operation shut down the next day. The company cited ongoing investigations, as the reason at least, but nobody needed any official explanation. Everybody knew what happened, and no one wanted to be the next person to stumble across something unspeakable inside those woods. For the next week, the site was swarming with police, crime scene investigators, and even a forensics team. They combed that area, searched out that burned out sedan, and questioned the entire crew multiple times. Mark and I had to go back to the station twice to give our official statements, but the truth was, there really wasn't much to tell. The police confirmed what we already suspected. The bodies in the trunk were a man and a woman. They were local, though not from the same community where most of us lived. A young couple newly married, with no known ties to anything criminal, no drugs, no debts, no enemies that anybody could name. They disappeared 4 weeks before we found them. According to the news, their families had reported them missing after they failed to show up for a weekend dinner. Those questions were endless. Why had they been killed and who had done it? And how the hell had a car ended up so deep into the forest, miles from where it should have been? For some reason, one detail that stuck with me was that pile of clothes. They found it maybe 20 yards from the sedan. It was woman's clothing, a few shirts and a pair of jeans, even a dress. Most of it was bloodstained, but it didn't belong to that couple. The police didn't release much information, but somebody on the crew heard from a friend in law enforcement that some of that blood didn't match either of the victims. So there was more victims. At least that's what everybody was thinking, though nobody dared to say it aloud. The forest was reopened after a week or so, but the mood clearly shifted. Those of us who came back to finish out the season couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us out from the trees. Those woods didn't feel like they belonged to us anymore. Every snapping branch, every rustle of the leaves would send my nerves on edge. Even Mark, who usually masked his fear with jokes, was quieter than I'd ever seen him. We never heard about any arrest, and as far as I know, nobody was charged for what happened to that couple. And to my knowledge as well, no other bodies were ever found. The burned out sedan was towed away, and the police packed up and left. But that unease continued to linger. It's been years since that season ended, and I left the logging business not long after. I moved closer to the city where the trees don't feel so heavy and oppressive. But I still think about that car, about the smell of charred flesh and those twisted shapes lying in the trunk. I didn't choose this town by accident. I chose it because it was small, quiet, and miles away from the chaos that I actually grew up in. I was born and raised in the city. It wasn't terrible, it was home, but it wasn't the life that I wanted for my family. When my wife and I were expecting our first child, we started looking for something elsewhere, something different, somewhere safer. That's exactly how we ended up in Millhaven, a tiny dot on the map in the middle of the Midwest. I will say, for the sake of the case and respect for the family, Millhaven is not the real name of the township where this occurred. Millhaven was that quaint kind of town where everybody waved, even if you didn't know them. The school was good, the jobs were steady, and the crime rate was practically non-existent. There were no late-night shootings, no blaring horns at 2 a.m., no random strangers loitering on your front porch. It was perfect, and it was the postcard kind of life that I dreamed about. Our house sat on this quiet cul-de-sac, one of those loops where the kids could ride their bikes in circles all afternoon, without you worrying about traffic. Our neighbors were really friendly, you know the sort, people who would bring you casseroles when you moved in, and Christmas cookies in December. It was everything we were hoping for, everything that I wanted for my wife and my kids. But there was one exception, the house across the street. When we first moved in, it seemed normal enough. This young couple lived over there, barely out of their 20s, with 2 toddlers who were as loud as they were adorable. They moved in around the same time that we did, and for the first year or two, everything was completely fine, quiet even. The husband, his name was Derek, worked construction, and his wife Amanda stayed home with the kids. We'd wave when we'd see them in the yard, exchange those natural pleasantries at the mailbox, nothing out of the ordinary. But slowly, things began to change. It started out really small like it always does. You'd hear a raised voice here, an argument there. At first it was easy to brush off, every couple fights, right? But those fights didn't stop. They got louder and nastier. Sometimes it was late at night, yelling so fierce it woke up my wife and I out of a dead sleep. Sometimes it happened in the middle of the day. Amanda stood on the porch screaming, while Derek would peel out of the driveway in his pickup truck. It wasn't long before the whole street knew about their business. Derek had a temper, a bad one, and he wasn't shy about showing it. He spent more nights at the bar than he did at home, leaving Amanda to juggle the kids all by herself. And when he was home, it wasn't much better. We'd hear him shouting, slamming doors, throwing things. We all try to stay out of it. You don't really want to meddle in somebody else's marriage, not unless you have to. It was super hard not to notice. Harder still when it would get physical. I saw Amanda with a black eye once, trying to hide it behind a pair of oversized sunglasses. She said she walked into a cabinet, and of course, I didn't believe her, but what else could I do? CPS got involved eventually. Someone on the street must have called them. I'm not sure who, but I was glad they did. And for a while, things seemed to calm down. Derek stopped coming around as much, and when he did, he seemed quieter, more subdued. Amanda would bring the kids over to our house for playdates with our youngest. She never really said much about what was going on, but the look in her eyes told me everything I needed to know. Still, for all the drama, for all the noise and chaos, none of us could have predicted what was coming. We thought we'd seen the worst of it, and we were very wrong. It was a little after 3 in the morning when I woke up to the sound of screaming. Not that usual shouting or slamming of doors. It had become so common now across the street. This was different. This was raw and panicked, and so shrill it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up. For a brief moment I thought I was dreaming. My wife stirred next to me, mumbling something incoherent before rolling over. but the screaming outside didn't stop. I climbed out of bed and moved to the window. From the soft glow of the streetlights, I could see Amanda standing on her front lawn, barefoot and disheveled. She was clutching her phone in one hand, the other hand pulling at her hair like she was trying to tear it out by the roots. "Derek," she was shouting. "The kids, oh God, the kids." Her voice cracked in that last word, and it hit me like a punch to the chest. I grabbed my robe and ran downstairs, throwing open the front door before my brain could catch up to my body. When I stepped outside, the cold air stung my face, but Amanda's screaming drowned out everything else. She was pacing in frantic circles now, her phone pressed to her ear. I could hear snippets of her conversation with the dispatcher, something about Derek, the truck, and the kids, but none of it was making sense yet. "Amanda!" I called out, stepping off the porch. She spun to face me, her eyes were wide and wild. "Stay away!" she screamed, pointing at me like I was the one who'd done something. "Just stay away!" I froze mid-step, my hands raised in surrender. "I'm just trying to help you," I said. But clearly she didn't want my help. She didn't want anybody's help. She turned from me and kept screaming into the phone, her words slurring together in a tangled mess of panic and despair. By the time the police got there, Amanda was on her knees in the grass, sobbing so hard she could barely even breathe. Both officers approached her cautiously, one kneeling down to speak to her while the other looked around the yard. I watched from my porch, feeling useless and intrusive. Eventually, more squad cars pulled up, their red and blue lights painting the cul-de-sac in these dizzying patterns. I could see the officers going in and out of Amanda's house, talking to each other in these low, urgent voices. Amanda remained on the lawn, now wrapped up in a blanket somebody had brought out for her. I wanted to go over and ask what was going on, but I just stayed put. Something about the scene felt wrong, almost like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, teetering dangerously close to the edge. When the sun came up, the whole street was buzzing with speculation. Neighbors had gathered up in small clusters, trading theories and whispering rumors. I didn't join them. Instead, I just remained on my porch, sipping coffee and staring at Amanda's house, waiting for the real answers that never came. Later that morning, one of the officers came over to talk to me. He was this stocky guy with a buzz cut and a serious face. "Sir," he said, pulling out a small notepad, "did you hear or see anything unusual last night?" I told him what I knew, the screaming, Amanda on the lawn, and the chaos that followed. He just nodded and jotted down notes as we spoke. "Do you know Derek personally?" he asked. I hesitated. "Not well," I admitted. He kept to himself most of the time. Amanda was the one that we talked to a lot more often. The officer frowned, tapping his pen against the notepad. When's the last time you saw him?" I thought back. A few days ago maybe. He'd been in and out a lot lately though. Spends most of his time down at the bar downtown. The officer thanked me and moved on to the next house. I sat there, coffee growing cold in my hands, trying to piece together what really had taken place. The official story came out later that evening. Amanda and Derek had gotten into another fight, but this time Derek hadn't just stormed out to cool off. He waited for Amanda to fall asleep, packed up the kids, and left in the middle of the night. No note, no explanation, just gone. The police found a blurry security camera clip from an intersection a few miles outside of town. It showed Derek's truck, the taillights disappearing into the darkness, and that was really it. Nobody had seen him or the kids since. Amanda was obviously inconsolable. She spent days pacing her front yard, shouting into her phone, begging anybody who would listen for help. The police did their best, putting out an Amber Alert for the kids and a warrant for Derek, but none of it seemed to matter. He'd vanished, like smoke on the wind. Neighbors stopped lingering outside. Kids stopped playing inside that cul-de-sac. Everybody seemed to be holding their breath, waiting for something, anything to happen. but nothing ever did. Days turned into weeks and then weeks into months. The truck never returned. The kids never returned. And Derek never turned back up either. And that's when the rumors started. Some people thought Derek had snapped, that he'd hurt the kids and then gone on the run. Others thought he might have started a new life somewhere far away. A few even whispered that Amanda might have actually had something to do with it, though no one dared say it to her face. Personally, I didn't know what to believe. All I knew was that every time I looked at that house across the street, a knot would form in my stomach. A creeping dread would soon follow. Months would pass, but the unease never did. Amanda stayed in that house, a ghost of herself, haunting the windows and porch like she was waiting for something or someone to finally come home. She wouldn't even make eye contact with anyone anymore. She wouldn't speak to the neighbors. She was now just existing, this thin and hollow form. It felt like the whole town wanted to move on, but that mystery just wouldn't let us. Every now and again, somebody would bring it back up, the truck and the kids. But the conversation always ended the same way, with an uncomfortable silence and averted eyes. One night, months after the disappearance, I stepped out onto my porch for some fresh air. The cicadas were buzzing off in the distance. Across the street, Amanda's house was dark, except for a faint glow in the living room. I was about to head back inside when I saw something, movement in her front yard. At first I thought it was Amanda, but then I realized the figure was far too fast. It darted through the shadows, pausing near the flower bed beneath the front window. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was actually seeing. It looked like a child. No, a man crouched low behind a bush. Was he trying to hide, and what was he doing? "Hey!" I called out, and I don't really know why I did. The guy's head snapped up, and for a brief moment, I caught sight of him. I froze, my breath hitching in my throat. It was the way he was looking at me, almost like he knew me, like he wanted something from me. Damn, it caught me so off guard I thought I was gonna piss my pants. But then just as quickly as he appeared, he was gone, bolting across the yard and disappearing around the side of the house. It's almost like he was looking for something inside that flower bed and got caught and then made a mad dash to get away. I didn't sleep that night. I told myself I just imagined it all, that my mind was playing tricks on me, but deep down I knew better. The next morning, Amanda was gone. Her car was still in the driveway, but there was no signs of a struggle. The house was completely empty. No note, no explanation, just like Derek and the kids. Eventually, the police came again, combing through her house and questioning the neighbors, but no one saw anything. Nobody heard anything. Her front door was wide open and there was no sign of the lady, like she just walked off into the countryside. I didn't tell them about the guy, at least not at first. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding completely batshit. Eventually, I fessed up to my wife and we made a report with the police. They were still just as disillusioned as I was, though. After Amanda disappeared, the rumors began up again, ugly and more desperate this time. Some people were thinking that she finally snapped, driven mad by grief and guilt. Others thought that Derek had come back for her, maybe to silence her for good. There were also some that believed that Amanda was having an affair. Perhaps her lover had now gotten involved. But I couldn't stop thinking about that guy that I saw in the middle of the night. A few weeks later, I actually woke up to the sound of sirens, and the smell hit me before I could even make it to the porch. A sickly stench that clung to the air. Amanda's house was on fire. The flames tore through it like a living thing, devouring the walls and windows with a ferocity that didn't even seem natural. The firefighters worked through the night, but by morning, there wasn't much left. Somebody said it was by accident, faulty wiring, but I didn't believe that. I stood on my porch staring at the charred skeleton in that house and felt that cold creeping dread settle over me once more. Later on that year, the new owners started clearing out the lot. They brought in big crews to dig up the foundation and haul away the rubble, make way for something new. And that's when they found the bodies, buried in the crawl space, wrapped in plastic and duct tape. Amanda's children and Derek. The official story was messy and incomplete. Maybe Derek had come back that night. Maybe Amanda snapped and had done it herself. They didn't know. But at that point, nobody cared. The rumors continued of a secret affair. Perhaps Amanda's lover had gone too far, and she couldn't live with the guilt anymore. That creeped me out because of the guy that I saw that night. And to this day, I have no idea who they were or if they were even involved. Halloween was always the best night of the year for my little brother Garrett and I. When we were kids, trick-or-treating was a big deal. It was the late 80s and early 90s, and things weren't so fast back then. The world felt a lot less unpredictable. Holidays were holidays, and everybody hit the street to celebrate. Every Halloween, Garrett and I would run through the neighborhoods, wreaking as much havoc as two Sugarfield boys could do. We were pretty good kids overall. Never got into real trouble, but Halloween gave us this freedom to pull pranks, spook people, and occasionally smash a jack-o'-lantern or two. It was like a license to be bad, even though our version of bad was pretty tame. But the year I'm talking to you about, that I'm writing about, everything changed. I was a junior in high school by then, so I really wasn't into trick-or-treating anymore. It was Garrett's thing still. He was still young, only in 6th grade, and he still lived for it. Me, I had other priorities, namely my girlfriend Violet. She just moved to town that summer. We'd been inseparable ever since. She had this rebellious wild streak that I couldn't get enough of, and on Halloween night, yeah, I wanted to spend it with her, not following my little brother around for candy. On top of that, I'd definitely become more of a troublemaker as I got older. I like breaking stuff, painting stuff, and I love stealing. There were all kinds of things that I'd rather be doing. Of course, as you can imagine, my mom and dad had different plans for me. They insisted that I take Garrett out for a few hours. I tried to argue. Come on, I'm too old for this. Garrett can handle himself. They weren't having it. So I came up with a compromise. Violet could come along, and she could bring her little sister Annie, who was in 5th grade. That way it wouldn't be completely lame. Honestly, it kind of became perfect. I got to hang out with Violet, and then also look like the cool protector type, hanging out with my family. We made plans to meet up at the end of the street just after dark. I dressed up as a zombie, cheap makeup, fake blood, the works. Like I said, I wasn't into the scene anymore, just wanted to mess with people. Garrett was always the space geek, and he was a space pirate this time, whatever that meant. Honestly, it looked like he'd just been spliced in half with a robot costume and half a pirate. Violet, looking fine as hell, was a vampire cheerleader, and Annie, who was obsessed with detective shows, was Carmen Sandiego. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the two little ones marching up the sidewalks, already swinging their pillowcases stuffed halfway with candy. They were so excited, so innocent in their costumes, faces flushed from running around in the cool October air. It was just one of those perfect fall nights. The moon was high and full, the sky was clear, the smell of dry leaves completely filling the air. Garrett and Annie were thick as thieves that night, running ahead of us from house to house, ringing doorbells and shouting out trick or treat, like their lives depended on it. Violet and I hung back, holding hands, whispering to each other about what we'd do later that night when all the candy hunting was done. We didn't have really anything wild planned, but at 17, even a walk through the woods seemed like an adventure. I liked the way her hand felt in mine, the warmth of it, the way she'd lean in and smile at me, bangs at all. To this day, I remember exactly how she smelled, like it's tattooed to my brain. But even then, I remember having this weird feeling in the back of my mind, something like a knot tightening up in my stomach. I tried to ignore it, tried to chalk it up to the Halloween jitters, but it lingered, like a shadow just out of sight. It was probably because I was in charge, usually, and I'd be the one running around with at least half a dozen of my buddies, so we had strength in numbers or whatever you want to call it. I was the only line of defense now, and it kind of creeped me out. After about an hour of wandering through the neighborhood, our bags were full of candy. I figured we'd just call it a night. The younger kids were getting tired, and I was starting to get bored. Garrett, on the other hand, wasn't having any of it though. This was a kid who would trick or treat until dawn if you let him. "Come on, just a few more houses," he begged me, practically bouncing in his pirate boots. "We're almost at the end of the street." I sighed. "Fine, but this is it. After these houses, we're going home." "Thanks, big brother." "Last street," I reiterated. Garrett and Annie sprinted off again, their laughter echoing through the night. Violet and I hung back, watching them run up to a house at the end of the block, its porch light like a sliver. The place was a little run down, the lawn was a little overgrown, and there wasn't any decorations out. Something about it just kind of gave me the creeps, but I didn't say anything. I mean, it's Halloween, right? Houses like that were part of the night. The kids knocked on the door and we stood back waiting. And that's when I noticed the person who was answering. At first, I thought they were wearing a mask, a grotesque, twisted thing with sagging skin, long wrinkles, and deep pocks all over their face. It was hands down one of the ugliest costumes I'd ever seen. But as I squinted, trying to get a better look, I realized it wasn't a mask, it was their actual face, and it was one of the most disgusting things I'd ever witnessed. I shuddered, feeling cold. Violet must have noticed me staring too. "What's wrong?" she asked, squeezing my hand. I don't know, look at that person though. Doesn't something seem off?" She tilted her head, following my gaze. "Yeah, I guess a little. That's some creepy makeup." But it wasn't makeup. It couldn't be. "No, babe. That's their real face," I explained to her. Just as I said that, that person's head snapped over and gave me this nasty glare. I zipped my lip and Violet, she kind of giggled. I knew what she was thinking. I was crazy. Of course it's a mask. Now it was my turn to squeeze her hand. "Look at that neck. It has to be the real face." She followed the skin down and saw what I was seeing. Before I could say anything else, I heard my name being called. I turned around to see a couple of my buddies, Nick and Trevor, walking down the street toward us, dressed in their own ridiculous costumes. They waved and called out as I approached. I felt at ease the second I saw them. This house was way the fuck out of the way, at least it felt like, so it was almost pure magic that they happened to even see us. "Hey man, what's up?" Nick grinned, his voice muffled by that werewolf mask that he was wearing. "You guys want to get in some trouble? We were thinking about hitting the principal's house, maybe throw a few rolls of TP around." "Yeah, man," Trevor echoed. "Fuck old man Sanders." I laughed nervously, glancing back at Garrett and Annie. "Sorry, I can't, man. We're trick-or-treating with the kids. Maybe I can meet up with you guys later?" Just as I said that, I turned to point at Garrett and Annie, only to see them now stepping inside the house, and the door closed behind them with a heavy thud. In case I didn't explain that clear enough, my kid brother and my girlfriend's little sister just stepped inside the home of the creepiest looking human being on earth. Now, there had to be a rational explanation, otherwise they were deadzo, right? Panic immediately shot through me. "What the hell?" I muttered, breaking into a full-on sprint towards the house, Violet hot on my heels. I reached the front door and pounded on it. "Garrett! Annie!" To get no answer, I hit the door again, harder this time. "Hey, open up!" Nothing. Violet was right beside me now, her face completely pale. "What are they doing in there? Why did they go inside?" "I don't know," I said with my heart racing. "They definitely shouldn't have." I continued banging on the door and still got no response. I could feel the panic rising up in my chest, almost like I was about to pass out. Something's wrong, and I could feel it. Without thinking, I turned to Nick and Trevor, who were watching us with this confused energy. "You guys keep banging on that door. Do not stop until somebody opens it up. I'm going around back." Violet grabbed my arm. "What are you gonna do?" "I'm getting Garrett and Annie out of there," I said, pulling away from her. "Stay here and keep pounding on the door." I took off around the side of the house, moving fast, with my heart thudding in my ears. All the windows were closed, blinds pulled tight, but I managed to catch a few glimpses inside as I crept along. The living room was dimly lit, and I saw Garrett and Annie standing there with their side profiles. The person who'd opened up the door was with them, talking animatedly, waving their arms around. But something about the way they moved was all wrong. It was too fast. And that face, oh my God, I could really see it now. Sagging skin, stretched skin that didn't look real, and it couldn't be a mask. It was almost like that face seemed unfinished. I made it to the back door and tried the handle, and to my complete surprise, it was unlocked. Slowly, I eased the door open and stepped inside. The air inside was smoky, thick with a smell that I couldn't really place, almost like rotting fruit. I held my breath as I crept down the hallway, floorboards creaking beneath my feet. I could hear the pounding on the front door. It was muffled but relentless. My friends were still doing their part. Now it was my turn. As I rounded the corner into the living room, I saw them, Garrett and Andy standing there, wide-eyed and pale, their bags of candy hanging limply at their sides. The thing stood in front of them with its back to me. It was shuffling towards the front door, clearly agitated by the pounding. I didn't hesitate. I lunged forward. I grabbed both Garrett and Annie by their arms and yanked them backward. They let out startling yelps, and that's when that person turned around to face me. The face, oh my God, I swear I'll never forget the face. It looked like a human that had been stretched too far and pulled in ways that shouldn't be. The skin was sagging unnaturally, and the eyes were too small and sunken in. Hell, I could barely even see them. They shrieked, this high-pitched, inhuman sound that sent all of us flying backwards. Lunging toward us, but I didn't stop. I dragged Garrett and Annie through the back door, sprinting around the side of the house as fast as I could, doing my best not to eat shit on tile or the back steps. I could hear that person behind us shrieking and screaming, but it didn't follow us out, just stood there, watching as we ran. I skirted around the side of the house and back to the front, and I got everybody scrambling in the opposite direction. Trevor and Nick didn't bother to get an explanation. They went right back to where they came from, into the woods, and only looked back once to wave. I quickly waved back and kept Annie and Garrett and Victoria on the move. None of us stopped until we were halfway down the block. My legs were burning and my breath was coming in these fiery bursts. I glanced back once more, just to make sure that person was not chasing us. The house just stood there, dark and silent, almost as if nothing had even happened. Shit, I saw another little troop of kids walking down the opposite side of the road, clearly heading right for the same door that we had just come from. We made it back to my house in record time, bursting through the front door, breathless and terrified. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't even come out right. My mom and dad were furious, of course, demanding to know where we'd been and what we'd been up to. But all I could think about was that face, and the way it looked at us, and the way it moved. It did not look human, but goddamn, they're a homeowner. Whatever was wrong with them was just bad luck, I guess. I asked my folks and the other older people around town about anybody that lived in that community, especially if they had features like that. Literally nobody knew what I was talking about or who I was talking about. It was like we were the only ones to ever see that person because gender was completely indiscernible. I have no idea if it was a man or a woman. We never went trick-or-treating in that area again, and I never walked that street at all, honestly, ever. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Garrett didn't want to either. Since nobody in town seemed to know that person, I figured maybe they were so disfigured so bad that they simply never left their house. A secret little horror buried on our back street. Whatever the truth was, we didn't figure it out, because I never saw that person again. Halloween has never been a really big deal for me. I think maybe as a kid I liked it, but back in high school, I was more of a shut-in. I had my books, my music, and the steady comfort of just staying inside, so that's what I stuck to. When I got older, my priorities shifted to making money, especially after taking a serving job. Halloween was a guaranteed party, and tips practically threw themselves inside my pocket. People get wild on Halloween, reckless even. Maybe that was part of why I never really liked it that much. And well, now, into adulthood and with a real job, I barely gave Halloween a thought, beyond it just being another work day. No costumes, no parties, just me staring late at the office on a Wednesday night, trying to get ahead on a project, while the city outside gradually descended into the usual chaotic party of October 31st. It was a little after 7 when I decided to pack it in. I'd stayed later than I intended to. The sun was setting, and as I looked out the big windows of the office building, the sidewalks below were already filling up with people in their costumes, face paint, or even masked. Groups gathering and wandering the streets. Downtown on Halloween night is a special kind of strange. With half the people in costumes, it was hard to tell who was just celebrating and who might be hiding behind a mask for another reason entirely. That quiet thought prickled at me as I shut off my computer, grabbed my purse, and double-checked that I had everything I needed before stepping into the empty hallway. I made it to the front doors of the building and pushed outside, hearing my heels click against the concrete as I walked towards the crosswalk. The air outside was sharp. A gust of cold wind sliced through the thin layer of my blazer. The October chill has a way of sneaking up on you. I crossed the street to the parking garage opposite my office, glancing back over my shoulder once and twice just to be sure. I was a little on edge. Maybe it was all those people dressed as ghouls and zombies across the street, laughing as they bumped into one another, or stumbling around pretending to chase one another. I rolled my eyes and turned back to the garage entrance, trying to shake the weird unease completely from my head. Halfway down the street, I suddenly realized that I'd forgotten my phone. I huffed, frustrated, and glanced back toward the building. I hesitated. Going back felt silly, but leaving without it, I'd be helpless if I got a flat tire or something. With a sigh, I turned around and retraced my steps, grumbling to myself as I rushed through the now almost empty lobby, back up the elevator to my floor. It only took a minute to grab it, and when I exited the building again, everything seemed darker now. The light over the garage flickered slightly as I crossed the street a second time. More jarring than that, all the people were gone. No ghouls, no zombies. In a 5-minute flash, everybody disappeared, and I was left with nothing else but the chilly autumn wind. Inside the parking garage, it was nearly silent, only the soft hum of the distant cars echoing from the lower levels. I reached into my purse, fishing for my keys, and froze. A shape caught my eye, one sprawled out between the entrance of the garage and my car. It looked like a person lying on their side, not moving. My mind started racing. It's Halloween night. Downtown was full of people out for a thrill, but this was the garage. There's no reason for anybody to be in here, lying on the ground like that. I took one tentative step forward, keeping my keys clutched tightly in my hand. "Hello?" I called out. The person stirred, a slight movement as if he were waking up from some kind of deep sleep. And then slowly he pushed himself to be sitting up now. His head lolled, and even from a distance, I could see something dark and wet smeared across his forehead. My heart lurched. He was hurt, a big gash over his left eye, and blood was trickling down his face in these thick streaks that looked almost black underneath the light. His eyes met mine, glassy and unfocused. He blinked a few times, like he couldn't quite see me. Are you okay?" I stammered out, gripping my keys a little tighter. I had no idea what was going on, but I definitely didn't feel safe. He blinked again and shook his head. I don't know," he muttered, pressing a hand to his temple. He winced in pain. "I don't remember what happened, but my head, oh my God, it hurts." His voice was low, slurring over his words as though he had too much to drink. But then maybe he'd been hit by a car and stumbled in here, passed out. Shit, the road was only 20 feet away. It actually seemed pretty likely in the moment. My rational mind urged me to help him, to call for somebody. But something else held me back. I felt the hairs on my neck rise, this inexplicable sense of something being wronged. He looked so out of place, like he did not belong there at all. Yet somehow, he was watching me now with this intensity that almost seemed deliberate, like a kid who just asked for something that he probably shouldn't have. "Do you need a ride to the hospital?" I asked. He nodded, his eyes barely leaving mine. Yeah, I think I do," he said, stumbling as he tried to rise to his feet. I moved closer, reluctantly offering up an arm, which he clutched with a little more strength than I expected somebody to be in his position. His grip was icy, clammy even, and a shiver ran through me as he leaned heavily on my shoulder. Together, we made our way to my car, each step a test of my nerves. When we finally reached the car, I unlocked it, and he climbed into the back seat, settling himself in with this long groaning sigh. I hesitated before getting in myself, my eyes flickering to the rearview mirror, where I could just make out his slouched form, and his face was turned away from me. I started the car and rolled out of the parking spot, trying to shake the feeling that something was deeply off. Maybe it was just Halloween jitters. Yeah, that had to be it, right? I pulled a steadying breath and then pulled out of the parking garage, heading for the hospital. "Do you remember anything at all?" I asked, breaking the silence in the car as we rolled through those streets. "Like, how you even got hurt?" He was quiet for a moment, and then in a voice that sounded almost amused, he muttered back, Not much, just my name's Jason, and I think somebody hit me." I swallowed, trying to keep my voice casual. "Jason, okay, and do you work around here, Jason?" Silence. My stomach started to twist, and I glanced in the rearview mirror again. His face was shadowy, turned away, and for a moment, I thought he wasn't going to answer me, but then he let out a sigh. Not really," he said finally. "It's so hard to remember, bro." "Bro?" My pulse picked up now. I felt like this guy was really weird, and I could feel my hands tightening around the wheel, my knuckles turning white. The streetlights flickered as I saw his face as we passed beneath him, casting these eerie shifting shadows. And that's when I took another look at his wound. The jagged edges and the cut on his forehead seemed to be peeling. A thin line of fake blood had run down his cheek, smudged as if it had been touched or even rubbed. I watched his face as we rolled under the streetlights and allowed myself to see it. This guy's wounds, they were fake. I could literally see where the latex skin was peeling off. I saw how the blood didn't quite have that right color that it should have, and some of the bruises and cuts appeared to be makeup as well. What the hell have I gotten myself into, and more importantly, who did I just let in my car? My mind was racing. Halloween, the costumes, the makeup, the masks. I shook my head trying to keep my breathing steady, but it felt like my chest was starting to constrict. The idea of being dead settling over me. This man, he wasn't hurt. He was in a costume, wearing some kind of cheap Halloween makeup, and smeared on to look like a fresh wound. This realization hit me like a punch to the gut. My skin began prickling as I fought to stay calm. "Jason?" I forced out, keeping my eyes locked on the road ahead. "How long were you in the parking garage for?" Silence again, heavier this time though. The air in the car felt weird now, like it was closing in around me. A while, a long time," he muttered. "An hour, 10 hours, who cares?" I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. I had to think fast. I was alone in my car with this guy, and clearly whatever was wrong with him was much worse than the makeup that he put on. I felt like a complete idiot for falling for all of it. His words were now hanging in the air, each syllable dropping like a stone, heavy and dark, leaving this hollow feeling in my chest. Who cares? My skin felt hot and prickly, every nerve firing at once. I took a slow, shallow breath, hoping he wouldn't notice the trembling of my hands as I continued driving. It was only a few more blocks to the hospital, just a few blocks. But then this cold realization hit me. He said he didn't remember what happened to him. He barely even knows his own name. He claimed at least. And here he was, suddenly clear on how long he'd been lying there, waiting for me. Or at least somebody to enter the garage and give him a ride. It was a weird plan, a ballsy plan at that. And of course, it totally worked on my dumb ass. The streets grew darker as we drove away from the main strip of downtown, heading towards the quieter part of town where the hospital loomed in the distance. Every instinct screamed at me to pull over, to get out, to run. But he was right behind me, and I could feel his gaze, calculating, watching. The faint click of his breathing was rhythmic, unhurried. He was just sitting there, like he had all the time in the world. Could you put your seatbelt on?" I said, my voice sounding distant even to myself, almost as if I was hearing it through water. I forced a smile into the rearview mirror, catching his eye. He was slouched over, but he looked up, one corner of his mouth almost into a grin now. And it wasn't friendly. It was the kind of grin that didn't reach his eyes. It felt like he was waiting for something, some kind of signal. "Sure thing," he said, but he didn't move to grab the seatbelt. Instead, he leaned forward, just an inch closer, close enough that I could almost feel his breath on my neck. I started to lose my vision a bit. My heart was now pounding like a drum in my chest. "You really should buckle up," I repeated, my tone now a little firmer, hoping he'd take the hint. But he just stayed there, closely staying there. He chuckled, a low rasping sound that slid through the silence, curling around each word. "You know, it's funny, all these people running around tonight, dressed up and hiding who they are." His fingers tapped a slow rhythm on the back of the passenger seat, his nails scraping lightly against the leather. "But it's Halloween, a night where we can all be ourselves, don't you think?" I shook my head. Yeah, Halloween, sure." I forced out the words. "Who are you, really?" His voice was a whisper now, almost thoughtful, as if he were savoring the question. "Do you even know?" Something snapped inside me. I yanked the car over to the side of the road, tires screeching as we skidded to a halt. My breathing was tapped, full on hyperventilating, and I felt the cold press of fear wrapping around my ribs. I twisted in my seat to face him, forcing myself to now meet his eyes. "I think you should get out of my car. Now." For a moment, he didn't move. His expression remained unreadable. But then that smile came back, slow, almost mocking me. "You sure about that?" he murmured, tilting his head. Maybe. We haven't finished our drive yet." I didn't respond to him. I reached into my purse with a shaking hand, fishing around for anything that might protect me in the moment. When my fingers closed in around the cool, hard shape of my pepper spray. In one swift motion, I pulled it out and aimed it right at him. "Get out." He raised his hands up, palms open, mockingly, as if I'd caught him in some kind of innocent prank. But that grin remained there, sharp as a knife. All right. No need to get so worked up." Slowly, he leaned back and shifted towards the door. And for one horrifying second, I thought he was just going to sit there, daring me to make him move. But then he pushed the door open and stepped out, still watching me with that glint of amusement in his eyes. I hit the door lock the second the door shut, and my fingers moved with this frantic speed as I jammed the car in a drive and quickly pulled away. I barely even looked back, but in the rearview mirror, I saw him just standing there, just standing, watching as I sped off into the night. That figure growing smaller and smaller until he was just a blur in the distance. I drove straight home, barely able to breathe until I pulled into my driveway and cut the engine. My phone buzzed, a text from a friend asking if I was alright. I glanced down, realizing that I missed a bunch of messages, friends asking where I was and if I was coming out to join them. Couldn't bring myself to respond to any. All I could see was that face, that smile, and the way he seemed to know something that I did not. That night, long after the trick-or-treaters had gone home and all the parties had died down, I just sat there in my apartment with every light on, waiting for the sun to rise. I told myself that it was over, that it was just a creepy encounter and nothing more, but part of me knew that this Halloween would stay with me long after. I still felt like he was around, like we were still in the car together. Obviously, the guy never showed up and I never saw him again. Never saw any crazy news headline about him or anything. Honestly, he probably was just this elite level troll who wanted to mess with people on Halloween. He didn't hurt me, he didn't mess up my car, but when I checked my back seat the next day, there was a shard of glass laying next to the floor mat. It was definitely large enough to be used as a weapon. Or maybe it was from the accident he claimed to be in and had simply fallen out of his pocket. I don't know what the truth is, but I do know I never stayed late at the office ever again. Halloween has always been a big night for me and my buddies. Growing up in a town so small it didn't even make it to the state map, we wouldn't have a lot of options when it came to entertainment, so we'd make our own. A close-knit group of 5 or 6 of us, practically inseparable. We used to be the type of kids who'd ride our bikes in a pack until dusk, exploring every last dusty street. That was until the real entertainment came, moving up to things that came with engines. As we got older, we swapped out our bikes for rusty trucks and clunkers that could just barely make it down those winding dirt roads. Everybody had their own part-time job, whether that be stocking shelves, flipping burgers, just enough to have a bit of spending money. And when it came to the weekends or any night we thought we could get away with it, that money would go straight to a night of raising hell. Some of us dated, and some of us didn't bother. For me, the real thrill was finding out where we can get into the most trouble without getting caught. Halloween, though, it was something special. In our early years, we'd paint our faces, raid the neighborhood for candy, or run amok on people's porches, tipping over trash cans or knocking on windows. A few of us spray painted the local grocery store once, getting out of there fast enough that they never even caught us. It was that type of energy that followed us as we got older. The thrills never faded. It just morphed from candy and pranks to something wilder. By our high school years, Halloween had turned into something bigger. It wasn't just a night for pranks, it was a night for the party of the year. The year I'm talking about, we had really big plans. A rager on the lake at the edge of town. It was a little pond surrounded by woods on every side, just isolated enough to let us get away with pretty much anything. We began setting up just as the sun began to fade. A few pickup trucks, a big set of speakers, coolers filled with all kinds of contraband, cheap beer, and whiskey that somebody stole from their uncle. It was the kind of setup that was bound to make a mess, and we couldn't wait. By the time it got dark, we had this bonfire roaring, crackling loud enough to drown out the music for every few seconds. People kept showing up, trickling in from town and a couple of places even further. It felt like the whole county was there. The air smelled like wood smoke and spilled beer. Everybody was either dancing, laughing, or staggering around. It was perfect. I was a few beers in myself, feeling that warm buzz that makes you want to laugh at everything and everyone, when I felt nature call. I stumbled off into the trees, figuring I'd take a leak and maybe find a good spot to sit out for a minute. The party was great, but it was loud and the woods seemed a little calmer. I walked through the trees, the sound of the fire and laughter slowly fading behind me, until all I could hear was the crickets and my own footsteps crunching over dry leaves. I was way drunker than I realized, and I walked off further than I actually meant to. I found myself hosing down a tree 100 yards from the party, so far that I could barely even see the fire through the trees. I looked ahead of me and I spotted something down by the shore, something away from the party. I squinted, my eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness. It was hard to make out, but there, silhouetted against the water, was this small structure. It looked almost like this old cabin. I'd been out to the lake 100 times and never noticed it before. Maybe it was the beer, or maybe it was just the thrill of discovery, but I found myself walking toward it, curiosity dragging me along like an invisible leash. As I got closer, I could see that the place was barely standing. The wood was rotting, the roof was sagging like it was already ready to collapse. Graffiti was scrawled all over the walls, the kind that kids do when they want to make a place look really spooky, but it ends up just looking sloppy. But something about the way those shadows pooled in the corners, where the walls met, gave me a chill. This place had a weird vibe to it, a sense that had seen things that nobody should have. I pushed the door open, and it groaned like it was in pain. Inside, it was musty and dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the moon through the broken window. I took a step in, feeling the floorboards creak beneath me, and thought about turning back, going to tell the guys about this creepy find. I took a big slurp of my beer and plodded around the interior. Just as I was about to turn around, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was cold and rough, and it squeezed tight, pushing me against the wall. I barely had time to register what was going on before a face loomed out of the darkness. He was older, maybe 40 or 50. His face was lined and rough, like he'd spent too many years out in the sun. His eyes were dark and unemotional, and his mouth was hidden beneath a beard and a mustache. "Quiet," he hissed, pressing me hard against the wall. I could feel his breath on my face, sour and stale. I tried to yell, but he clamped his hands over my mouth, his fingers digging into my skin. My heart was now pounding, and every beat sent a jolt of terror throughout me. I struggled, twisted, and turned, trying to break free, but this guy was strong, way stronger than he looked. "Don't make a sound," he said again. "You're just a dumb kid out here playing, aren't you?" He laughed, and I felt his grip loosen just a bit. I took a chance and thrashed against him, trying to shove away, but he slammed me immediately back towards the wall, my head hitting the wood with a deep thud. The world went dark, and my vision faded as a wave of dizziness quickly washed over me. The next thing I remember, I was lying on the floor, the smell of dirt and rot filling my nose. My head was pounding, my body was heavy, like I was swimming through molasses. I could hear voices, faint and distant, calling my name. Slowly, I opened up my eyes and blinked away the tears. My friends were standing over me, laughing and shaking their head. "Look at this guy," one of them said, smirking as he nudged me with his foot. "Passed out in the old creepy cabin. Too scared to admit he couldn't handle his booze." They hauled me to my feet, laughing, and slapped my back, telling me how they found me sprawled out in the cabin like an idiot. Nobody believed me when I tried to tell them about that man. They just laughed it off, saying I probably just spooked myself, too drunk to know the difference between a shadow and a stranger. "No more shots for Billy." "Seriously, I thought you could handle your booze, man." "It happens to the best of us. Just let the man drink." They all dragged me back to the party. I felt a cold chill settle over me. My pockets were empty, my wallet, my lucky ping pong ball that I always carried with me at parties, even my half-full beer, all gone. The man, whoever he was, had taken it all. And that was when I knew it wasn't in my head, that asshole knocked me out and robbed me. They pulled me back to the fire, laughing and slinging insults the whole way, everyone assuming I was just making excuses for passing out alone in some creepy old cabin. I tried to laugh along, to brush it off as a bad prank, but my mind was reeling. The image of that man's face was burned in my memory. The smell was definitely the worst part, followed closely by the stinging pain in my head. And as they handed me another beer, I couldn't shake the feeling that guy was still out there, watching us from out in those woods. The night carried on, but it was different now. The laughter felt too loud, too forced, as if somebody sensed the same energy in the air, was trying to drown it out. Every time I glanced toward the edge of the trees, it felt like I'd catch a flicker of movement, like a shadow slipping back into the darkness. I kept turning around, feeling the prickling sensation of eyes on my back, half expecting to see that man step out from behind a tree at any moment. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I nudged my buddy Sam and asked him if he'd come with me to the edge of the lake, just to make sure that nobody was creeping around. He gave me this look, raised an eyebrow like I'd lost it, but he agreed. We broke off from the main group, our footsteps crunching over dry leaves as we moved towards the water's edge. The noise of the party had faded, replaced by the soft rustling of the wind through the trees and the lapping of water against the shore. As we got closer, I pointed out the direction of where the cabin was. "I swear, man," I whispered. "He was in there. I'm not making this up. He took my stuff, my wallet. Everything's gone." Sam shrugged, shining his flashlight out over the water. "I don't know, man. It's Halloween, right? People mess around. Maybe you really did just imagine it." But even he sounded unsure. His voice was dropping to a mutter now. His flashlight swept over the water, then down toward the shore, and for a second, we both froze. Out near the edge of the lake, just past the tree line, there was a figure standing perfectly still, just at the edge of the beam. It was too dark to see clearly, but it looked like somebody, tall and thin. Their shoulders were slumped, a head cocked back at this unnatural angle, like they were watching us. My stomach twisted and I felt the beer churn. I stepped backward. "You see that?" I whispered. He didn't answer, he just nodded. We both took a step back then, and the figure shifted in the darkness, moving slowly, almost as if it was gliding. And then, just as Sam's light flickered over it, the figure then vanished into the trees, leaving only the shadows. "Let's go now." We quickly backed away, our eyes fixed on the spot where that figure had just been. And then we turned and bolted back toward the party, heart hammering in my chest. When we got back, I tried to tell the others, tried to explain what we just seen, but again, everybody laughed it off, accused us of trying to freak them out. Even Sam, who'd been there with me, started to shrug it off, as if he didn't want to admit what he'd just seen too. I think that's the thing that I hated about being young, how pressure would just bend people to change them. Sam stood shoulder to shoulder with me, saw the same thing I did, and when it came time to tell everybody, he just shook his head like it never happened. It was seriously defeating, and I just gave up after that. Essentially, I took on the watchman duty and just made sure everybody was safe and accounted for. Eventually, everybody started drifting back towards home, one car here and there. Then all the trucks started filling up. We dumped our beers on the fire and then we pissed on it, then doused it with what we could bucket from the lake. After that, we drove to the short crest over the hump to get to the road. It was all smooth sailing from there, zero issues getting back home. I kept my eyes in the rear view. I'm sure that guy watched us leave and hoped we'd never come back.